are sometimes boring, always looting, sometimes scoring, standing around crafting things all day. It's time to start, I hope you're glad. Epic quests will be had. Beck's looting what he can, together gaming with the clan. Beck. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. The journey begins with you, my friends. May our quests know no ends. Subscribe, let's be friends. Let the games begin. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. The journey begins with you, my friends. May our quests know no ends. Subscribe, let's be friends. Let the games begin. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. From Cape Town in defiance to satisfactory science, post-apocalyptic, every stream is epic. Valheim is Viking, stream account is spiking. How many subs will Beck earn anyway? Auto Assault was twisted metal. Warcraft makes you mental. Battle glad you're here, it's elemental. What game should we play today? Beck. Journeys begin with you, my virtual friends. In wastes of wonderlands, what adventures will we share today? Join the chat, subscribe and watch Beck play. Let's start the stream, let's play some games, chat a lot, and share our day. From mountains to seas, swamps to plains, alien worlds and fantasy. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end. Viking themed dwarven lore. Have you heard about the core? Get ready for more, Beck's journey begins. Set the score. Beck will go far with his clan Kazamar. A family of friends whose gaming quests will never end.
Hello and welcome to the stream, everybody. Here I am. Oh, I got some weird thing on my chat. Rewards enabled on channel. Oh, something to do with Discord. Okay, well that's new. So yeah, I got some Tim Pool to finish watching, so I'll get that up on here, and then actually by the time I'm done watching this, almost be time for the regular show, so do a little bit of Tim Pool. And yeah, I got a whole bunch of doggos in two different places. I got a bunch at my base, and then I have a bunch of doggos just over yonder here. And it's been on my to-do list, which you can see right there. Kite doggos from Power Base to Beck's Base Doggo Farm. So we're going to try and do that. And I don't know if it's going to work. So we'll try and do that. And it's a little chilly in here, so I'll wear my headdress. I've got my hat on underneath it. And yeah, cat likes to, the cat looks at me funny. It's great. So otherwise, I've had a pretty good day. I did an interview this morning, and I think it went very well, so that's good. And it's a local job. So it'll be something where I'll be home every night, most likely, and Monday to Friday. So all good stuff there. If I can get the job, I'll know by Wednesday.
To do is flee your home.
So let's start moving doggos.
And you're armed, and you have the opportunity to flee. You cannot.
I don't have my
person.
thingy on here.
That is. And I was like, so wait. If like a guy comes to my house and he's got a shotgun and he says, "Where's Simple? I'm coming to get him," and I'm gonna end him or whatever. I can't defend myself. I have to run. He said, yes.
Even if he has a gun?
Yeah, and he's
You got kids in the house, and they.
So then they were like, right, so what you're basically, so if you've got people to defend, you can try and make that argument. He said, the cops were like, we will arrest you. You will be charged. You have made an admission to the murder, and then you can have a jury decide whether or not you were justified.
That's insane.
And so he said,
I would never
if you
live there.
if you go to a court and you are in front of a jury in New Jersey, and you say, the man broke into my house threatening to kill me and harm my family, so I shot him. The prosecutor's going to say, why didn't you run away? And you say, where do I run to? And then the response was, what you are telling the jury is, you would rather kill a man than stand outside barefoot.
Yes.
And the jury is going to convict you. They're going to be like, wow.
That sounds unreal.
Yeah.
Well, New Jersey's super liberal.
Are you
They're
for
super
real?
liberal.
So like,
Sounds like a crappy
so
place to
somebody
live.
just steal your car, steal everything.
So hopefully we can kite all of these guys.
I mean, look,
I don't know if they will kite,
in
because
states like that,
I've had lots of little
it is incumbent
glitches.
upon the victim
Let's move this stuff.
to avoid in all circumstances anything that escalates harm. So, and to assume you're going to be safe. This is a crazy thing. In West Virginia, there's reasonable issues.
And I got a long way
If
to
a
go.
guy's walking
That's
on,
the
let's
other
say you got a
thing.
big property and it's 50 acres, and a guy's walking on it, you can't just shoot him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
If the guy is waving a weapon around, you can defend yourself because a guy's trespassing on my property with a weapon. I have a reasonable fear of harm. It's a sad tragedy, especially if it was an accident or whatever happened, but it's not you, the victim's fault.
See, I don't know
you
if
have
these
to make
guys
a
will,
difficult decision. In places like New Jersey and Maryland, nah, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
You as the victim have to be aware and have to run away and hide. And Dad, you can't live that way.
So that's why the liberals were mad at Trump probably for that then.
Well, remember we saw that video in California.
Yeah,
the
see,
guy,
they're all
we
stuck
watched
there.
It was a reaction we did, and like a guy had his I think we see him walk into the house with his family. Like it was like his wife and like a young daughter, I think.
Oh yeah, in L.A.
As soon as they get in the house, two dudes come behind him and like try to run up on him, and he shoots at them, both of them. They took his gun. They took his gun. I was like, what?
Yeah.
That is
Like,
so.
They revoked
Wonder
Obviously,
if
they didn't get charged 'cause it was
wonder
like
if
they had
Dot
it on
restarts
camera.
the
It was, like,
server.
clearly. But
That'll
I mean,
unlock
if there
them.
was no camera in California and they took the gun, like what could have?
It's not common sense, bro.
It's not at all.
I just
Like,
don't-
just let my family die.
Like
So,
you're,
you know,
you're,
so I
you're
don't
allowed
offend
to have
anybody.
a gun at your home in California, and this man used the gun in his home to defend himself against armed robbers, and they took his concealed carry away.
Not
Yep.
common sense.
That's insane to me.
So imagine that, taking my gun, opening the border.
It just
Defunding the police all at the same time.
At the same time.
Let
This
all-
is what you do. This is my
let the
plan.
cartel
All right,
come
y'all
through.
want to do that? We want to get these
Jump in,
far
dog.
left radical laws. Let's get some land for y'all. Y'all go over there. Y'all do that. Let's see how good that goes.
I'm
Come
down.
back if it don't go good.
I agree. I was saying we should take like 50 square miles in like Utah or something.
Yeah.
And we'll tell all the leftists like we are going to fund exactly what you want.
Everything.
Like you
To the T.
we're going
Y'all decide.
$1 billion out of the taxpayer pocket so that you can build this and then we get to film it and put it on TV.
They're going to turn into
They
zombies.
gonna say Hunger Games season 1.
and George Carlson said that as a
George Carlin.
He did.
yeah.
Yeah, we watched that. That was a
Yeah, I
reaction.
did.
video, Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing they'd be like, okay, I love this when they were doing the pro-Palestine protests at the universities.
Oh man, that's
They had-
ridiculous.
the knee pads and lotion.
But like, so we pulled the video and I'm like, okay, so this is a protest against Israel, right? Take a look at this picture, and they have the People's Library, and they have like the People's Kitchen, and I'm like, now explain to me what communism has to do with Israel. It doesn't. It's just communists are trying to use whatever cause they have to set up little communes. I'm just imagining if we created this like 50 square mile jurisdiction and funded it, there's going to be like 50 libraries and no farms.
Yeah.
For real. No one, 'cause nobody wants to do work.
Yeah.
There was a funny meme where some leftist was like, when we achieve communism, what are you going to do? And then someone says, I think I'll host poetry and art classes at my farm. It's really exciting. And then someone responded with, your farm?
Not yours.
Not
Oh,
yours.
that's not happening.
That's ours.
You're going to be breaking rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody wants to live that way, dude. Well, that's crazy because people are starting to wake up.
No, they are. They are. I mean, especially a lot of black people, because I mean, black people do like, they really don't like that type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna message.
Yeah, but
To think
Yeah, they're just so victim
Yeah.
mentality. So the left gets them, and Democrats gets them basically from that. So
No, it's
if
absurd.
if they start waking up, oh, I think the Democrats will be counseled for 100+ years.
Do you guys think Trump is going to get a big boost from black voters this time around?
I do.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like to, I really do believe so. I really think he's winning like this, like in a landslide right now, because everything I'm seeing coming from Kamala's corner is saying desperation. Like the media blitz, which has been completely backfiring on her.
Yeah.
She's went on podcasts. It seems scripted. She's not sitting down with anybody. She sat down with Brett. He grilled her. She went on The View. I wouldn't do anything different than Joe Biden. That was bad.
Dubs in the chat.
To call her daddy was bad.
Yeah, hey,
This is crazy that she goes on Breakfast Club, she goes on Fox,
Okay.
and all of these Democrats are like, wow, she's so good. How did she do so well? And we're sitting here. It doesn't even matter if you're a Trump supporter. We're like, dude, look at the poly market. Trump's up 20 points. Like, regular people.
Well, he
saw
was
that
at
and went, whoa, Kamala Harris is gonna
64%
lose.
before.
But these people live in this crazy world where they're like, no.
So
this is
Trump's
the greatest thing
gone
we've
down
ever
a little bit.
It's absurd. It's absurd.
On
that,
drugs, man.
No, something I think is crazy is that,
Legal
like,
in they states.
on the news, they push their opinions as fact. Like, this is supposed to
Yeah.
be where people come to get informed. And we've got the anchors telling you their opinion, and they're telling you like it's the truth. I think that's crazy.
no, that's insane.
I think that's. I actually
yeah.
have a problem.
I don't know though. Do you think they're gonna cheat?
I keep saying that. I feel like they got
I mean,
a Hail
it's,
Mary in
it's
their back
definitely a
pocket.
possibility. Did you
I
just-
think that they can't, again, not in the same way, unless they come up with a new method. Because everybody's aware of it, I think.
Hey,
COVID was the best time to do it, so I
That
don't
was a
think it's
great
gonna
time.
happen.
Hey.
They I ain't gonna lie. When
I
we sit
mean,
here, we
they
kind
don't
of like
move.
figure out what the plans were of the Democratic Party. Oftentimes, and when we say this, we're not talking about like all Democrats. Obviously, it's like the far radical ones. They come up with some smart ass ideas to like get what they want, like
Yeah.
the COVID, like tricking black people with the music and all these things. Like, damn,
See, if
that was a smart
the
plan.
only reason we
need to
like
get
this-
some smart plans on our
The
side.
only reason we're like this is because of YouTube, though. Because we can
If we
sit there, we
actually
can get
see it.
paid to
Yes.
sit there and really dissect this.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, my mother, on the other hand, she can't sit there and dissect it. So when I come to her, it blows her mind when I'm saying it because
Oh.
she's starting to
No one
realize.
will argue with me on the other side anymore. They'll be, well, you know this and that, but well, show me an example. They'll say this, and that happened. Show me. You can't.
Yeah.
So why someone just told you that happened, and you can't show it to me.
It's crazy.
They will
like-
not argue. People on the left will not argue.
That's the funny thing about when people call you guys grifters. When the reality is you're on the internet watching this stuff every day.
all day.
You see it happen in real time, and you're like, this informs my opinion.
Yes.
These other people don't watch it, have no idea what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
To them, the only explanation is you're grifting for money.
And it's crazy. It's crazy because what he said. We have time to sit and research this stuff, watch this stuff. We spent at least a year and a half now, really doing this every single day, literally every day. And like he said, the normal average person who has to go to work and do all this other stuff, they don't have time to do what we do.
Yeah.
So they're getting their news.
Yay,
and
we're gonna
information
restart,
from
and
people,
we'll see
from
if,
the mainstream media.
They play
And-
telephone.
Yeah, from
See if
from-
it unlocks them.
And they're being conditioned and told what to think. Like the news. This is my problem with the mainstream media on all platforms. They'll bring up like a news topic, and then they'll break it down and give you their opinion and tell you that's what you're supposed to think. This is what you're supposed to get from this,
Yeah.
and it's like an opinion. I'm like, well, that's what you think from that. This could be interpreted different ways based on
Yeah.
how you look at it.
And then the problem is the moderator to me, though. Because, I mean, everybody's really supposed to have their own opinion. But when the moderator gets involved and make it seems like a person's wrong, when Abby Phillip on CNN is like, well, I mean, Scott, I mean, that's not right. I mean,
Right.
that's obviously debunked.
I
Then
find that
another
irritating.
person.
Oh,
or
yeah,
the
I
citizen's
should probably
gonna
get
be like,
my
well,
windows
then
open
Abby's right.
for
Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, no.
You know what's funny to me is like,
Kick and
I don't care about a person's race or background when it comes to what their political leaning is. Let me rephrase this. I am not surprised that somebody would come to support Trump or be right wing, regardless of their race, if they're athletes.
pop up
yeah,
chat.
because we work
But-
hard.
Exactly. So it's like at a certain point, you're kind of like, how come these people who are eating and lying around and not working want my money? It's like every day I wake up. So for me, like I skate. We got the skate park in here. I take it very seriously, and it's not because I'm going to win a competition or because I'm going to get a scholarship. It's because I want to improve and be better than myself yesterday. So this morning, like I do this every day. My breakfast is a 2-egg omelet with goat cheese and avocado
Okay.
and a protein shake. And so like tracking macros and stuff like that. And then I try to avoid
There she
bad
go.
food. But to be honest, Allison was visiting family, so this week all I ate
Get
was-
into
was,
my
cheese off of
stream
pizzas. I don't
here.
eat the
Pop
bread.
out the chat.
When cheese is around, I eat better. But every day I'm reading and researching, and I'm like, how can I be better than I was? If you have that mentality, you're going to start looking at what's going on in the world, and you're going to say, yeah, that doesn't make sense. This does. Doesn't matter what your race is. So it's like when I hear you guys are like athletes at school, you're in school, you're learning, you're getting your master's, whatever, you're running track. I'm like, dude,
What are you
no
doing,
matter what
kitty?
happens, these people are turning to the right.
Yeah.
Meritocracy and hard work.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I agree with that too. And I think sports has like, that's why I'm so big on sports, especially for young men, because it's like, it teaches you structure. It teaches you, okay, I have to be here at this time. If I don't, this will happen.
Yeah.
And it gives you a sense of belonging, especially like for black men, because that's why I think a lot of, black men join gangs, because it's like they don't have a sense of belonging. So
big.
I'm with him, these the guys, I'm with the crew, da-da-da, this is what we do. But if you can get that same feeling from football, like especially, as a man, you have testosterone. You want to, there's times where you got to get aggressive, It's like you want to get aggressive. Like it's a natural feeling in all men. So if you have no outlet towards that, and then you also don't have a male role model telling you, hey, you can't do it in this way. Like they telling you you can do it in this way, like in sports or boxing or whatever. And so that gets released into the wrong way.
Yeah.
No, that might be actually
That was a great
great analogy.
way you
because
broke that down. That's big.
If we think about that girl that said being on time was white supremacy,
Oh, that was-
somebody.
There we go. And I got all my windows open.
We know we have to be there to be great on time.
Yeah.
You're not going to be in the race.
You're not there, you ain't getting in the game.
You're
You're
not
going
gonna-
home.
yeah.
You
But it's like,
something?
I was an
There we
hour
go.
late. It's like, what
There,
race
all
are
my
we?
windows
you
are
missed
set up.
it.
So it looks
White
like he can't restart it
supremacy.
yet.
Y'all didn't race with the black man.
And like Brock said, I think sports is, like he said, the structure and like life lessons it teaches you. Like if you work for something, you can achieve it. You can take that, like let's say you want to get on the field as a football player. You got to work. You got to remember all these plays. You got to go the extra mile than the people around you. I mean, that's a life lesson. You can apply that same thing to be successful in anything.
You know what's crazy that I just told my parents, like I think last weekend watching the football game, because my dad always, he's voting for Trump now. I got him to vote for Trump now. But like, he always used to say, man, they always let the white boy sit on the sideline as the backup quarterback. They never want to pay the black man to sit down on the sideline as a backup quarterback. So you know what, Dad? Have you ever thought about the black man's attitude on the sideline? Because black people do like in sports, they're passionate, but and they could be on the sideline. Man, I should be in the game. I should be doing this. I said, but are you thinking about, is the white guy just playing his role and sitting back, knowing the plays, knowing what to do if his time is called up? Because like Cam Newton, he's always upset about, man, it's not these many quarterbacks better than me, woo, woo, woo. But his attitude is different than a lot of people. And then he said, you know what? I never thought about that. My older brother sat there and said, I never thought about that, bro. I said, I think that's what it is, man. It's not that this black, they don't want to play the black man to sit on the sideline. It could be possibly because of the attitude.
They're going to put who the best player is going to get in the game. That's the best. That's the beauty of sports.
But the
best player will get in. The best backup will be the backup.
That's option.
They don't have black backups because not a lot of black quarterbacks. There's not a lot of black quarterbacks because black people are fast. They need them out wide.
Spread them out.
I don't know.
Spread
I
out.
think it's because of attitude, bro, because I know how I am.
Throwing the ball for it.
That's
You better
it,
get me
but
cover too.
I feel like
Okay, so we can't do that. We moved. Oh yeah, moved the space elevator already.
We got Tyreek Hill. Tyreek not going to be the quarterback. He never going to be the
I'm saying
quarterback.
a black quarterback though.
Huh?
A black quarterback. I'm saying like
Okay, so if
actual
he can
black
sling
quarterback.
it, he can sling it better than the white boy, he going to be in there.
But you don't think coach can make that decision off like, okay, well, he does too much on the sideline.
But you-
I'd rather
Yeah.
this guy.
Yeah, but there could be a white quarterback who does too much too, though.
Yeah.
It happens.
So, it's funny though. I don't know enough about football, but I can tell you, we don't see these woke people getting complaining about the domination of black people in the NBA.
Oh, you
Yeah.
don't.
Everybody's fine with it.
Yeah.
It's like it's great. We love sports. People love basketball, and
There you go.
there's no conservative or liberal who's complaining about the racial
I
component.
did that
of,
one
of
already.
the sport. But it's the other way around in some industry, Hollywood or whatever. They throw a fit.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be.
They do that with
equal.
quarterbacks a lot.
Yeah,
man.
they do. But
Yeah,
that's
storage
why,
barn stuff.
I agree with whenever we were thinking about affirmative action and we were kind of breaking that down, and I was really trying to like, okay, do I agree or do I disagree?
Let's head back
I
to the
disagree. When they
hub
put it in sports,
and
like the knowledge, like we don't need.
see how
the
I'm
best
doing
players will
on
play.
my
And, like, the schools, like okay, at Harvard.
other things,
Harvard is
'cause I got 100 I know
99%
there's
Asian, 'cause they
100.
like school. That's better. They smart. That's what they deserve.
Here's the
You
way
know, black people there. That's all y'all.
the way I put it was when these liberals tell me that they're like for affirmative action, I said, okay, here's what I want you to do. There's a poor Asian kid who grew up in Chicago. His parents are from Chicago, so they don't know anything else. Tell him he doesn't get to go to Harvard because he looks too much like those people over there.
Exactly.
They're like, it's crazy to me that they're like, I look at your face and your skin is a certain tone. You can't go to the school. That makes no sense.
That is racism.
Right.
That is racism by textbook definition.
Yeah.
We're gonna start wrapping up though.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to give like your final thoughts or anything and shout out whatever you want, we'll go through everybody. Whoever wants to go.
Thanks for having us on. It was,
Nah, it was a
talk.
great time.
No, it was
Yeah, it was
great.
fun.
Come back.
It's great.
Yeah, thank you,
Appreciate
man.
the opportunity.
yeah.
Love to come back again.
No, for
Anytime.
sure.
Yeah, we'll definitely.
It's awesome.
Subscribe to us, Cartier Family on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and get y'all that Can't
Drop
Fold
some new
merch.
Can't
Can't Fold merch. Can'tfold.com right now.
That's a good one. Any final thoughts though? Do you guys have like individual X accounts or anything, or do you have like just Cartier
Yeah,
family?
Cartier Family on X. pretty
Cartier
much.
Family with a Z on X. Go
Rumble.
Check us out. We post all our content there. If you don't like YouTube, we're on Rumble, Cartier Family. I mean, you can find all our personal accounts if you go follow those accounts. They're all linked.
Tim's an awesome guy, man. I
Prepping
used to watch
up
your
the next
content. I'm
video.
out here
Yeah,
like
man.
15K maybe, man. I was like, man, this guy here, this guy's awesome. He's getting some numbers,
I appreciate
man.
it.
And you,
Well, I'll say it again as I wrap up for my final thoughts is like, my mom, I mentioned, I think on the members only that we were having you guys on, and she immediately texted me, like, I watch them all the time. I'm such a big fan. And then she sent me your AC/DC video, and she's like, look, watch this video. So she's super excited. I know she's watching right now.
That's
So,
awesome.
hey, mom.
yeah.
Shout out,
Thank you.
Mom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, shout
That's
out.
how we got on with
He's in the chat,
Vivek
too.
Ramaswamy,
That's
too.
crazy, yeah.
Vivek's parents saw him and sent them to us.
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
We got Vivek.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming on. This has been awesome. It's
Sure,
been a lot of
thanks for
fun.
having us.
Thank you.
So for everybody else, you can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. We're back tonight at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Subscribe to the show, share with everyone you know, and we'll see you all tonight.
All right.
There we go. That's that. Now, I wonder if it'll load up what I'm starting to watch here. No, let's check out this
Last
one. then.
night was the Al Smith Dinner, a big Catholic charity event in New York City that's held every year, but in election years, it's customary for both
See
the
what I'm
Republican
missing.
and the Democrat candidate to show up. and
See if
do
I'm
a
missing
stand-up
anything.
Comedy, make fun of themselves and each other. But this year, Kamala Harris chickened out, as
There
the
we
host
go.
Jim Gaffigan here points out, who, by the way, used to have a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome. So
think he still
maybe
does.
He is making a
I
recovery.
think he
know,
did
this
post.
has been referred to as the Catholic Met Gala. 22% of Americans identify as Catholic. Catholics will be a key demographic in every battleground state. I'm sorry, why is Vice President Harris not here?
This is in New York City.
I mean, consider this. This is a room full of Catholics and Jews in New York City. This is a layup for the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
Chuck Schumer is sitting there right to his left.
I mean, in her defense, she did find time to appear on The View, Howard Stern, Colbert, and the longtime staple of campaigning, the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Donald Trump also cracked some hilarious jokes, which I'll play for you in just a moment. And later, Brian Stelter will weigh in on the dinner, no pun intended, who thankfully has been rehired by the Clown News Network. So stay tuned and subscribe to my channel for news.
Probably really don't need to be making any more of these because I got like a crap ton of them.
Trump's re-election.
Well, no, I
is a
guess I
threat
need
to
500 of
democracy.
these. It's
In
using
fact, they
2
were
every
so
time,
concerned
so.
of this threat, they staged a coup. Ousted their democratically elected
How are we doing here for
incumbent and
supercomputers?
installed Kamala Harris. In other words, all her dreams have come true.
Look at how
Really?
stunned the Democrats are. Chuck Schumer is sitting there, stone-faced. Also, that's Letitia James, the New York Southern District prosecutor who literally campaigned for the position, promising to trump up charges, no pun intended, against President Trump. Let's look at some more because this was really some
Okay,
of the
it's
best
iron
comedy
ingots.
of the entire year.
The media has begun discussing the phenomena of secret Trump voters. I don't know if you've heard about this. People who publicly say they would
Okay,
never
I don't
vote
need
for
to add
Trump,
more of that.
but then when they go in the voting booth, they do. It's a small group. They're called the Biden family.
Even Chuck Schumer's laughing. He knows. Chuck Schumer's nodding his head. Here he is talking about some of the previous Catholic presidents, and wait for it.
Catholic president, right? After JFK, President Biden couldn't be here tonight. The DNC made sure of that. Oh, that's I guess I'm the only one that reads history.
And then President Trump took the stage.
Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't he look glum? He looks glum. But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
That was a good line.
Look at him seethe because he knows deep down
That was a
inside
good joke,
just
though.
how insane his party has become. But wait, there's more.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris. Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Every one of those people is voting.
It's not registering with some of the Democrats. They just don't get it.
Yeah.
I used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz. Tradition holds that I'm supposed to tell a few self-deprecating jokes this evening. So here it goes. Nope, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. There's nothing to say. I guess I just don't see the point of taking shots at myself when other people have been shooting at me for a hell of a long time and they shoot.
Donald Trump did
That
so
could have
well
been
tonight.
worded
Looks like
better,
the
I think.
teleprompter wasn't working because Jim Gaffigan was using a teleprompter, but Donald Trump had to refer to his notes. So I don't know if they only had the teleprompter for the host or if there was some glitch and they had to use the cards as a backup. But obviously, he did so fantastic that even Mr. Potato Head had to admit the truth.
Brian Stelter, what did you make of this performance?
Oh, no, don't ask me first. I thought he was funny. I thought he actually got a few great jokes in. I thought the best moment was when he talked about the assassination attempts and made light of what he's experienced, because I think he's experiencing real trauma, real PTSD as a result of the shootings, but he's still able to have a light moment in this room, and he took advantage of the fact that Kamala Harris wasn't there.
Which is really
Which
the
was
subpoint of
disappointing.
this whole thing.
Exactly.
They're usually supposed to be in the same room.
And while Kamala was too chicken to attend the event, which again is customary for both party nominees during election years, instead she sent in a pre-recorded video skit
Literally phoned it in.
Saturday Night Live star, which got literally zero laughs.
Vice President Harris did have a scheduling conflict, but was generous enough to send us this video. Let's take a look.
It was garbage.
Your Eminence,
That
and
video was
distinguished guests,
terrible.
The Al Smith dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship.
Sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Sorry, Mary Catherine Elliott. Mary Catherine, as soon as to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that.
Okay, I will save you any more cringe because this goes on for another 3.5 minutes. Try to stomach just a few more seconds of it because you got to see Jim Gaffigan's response to her cowardice.
Thank you. May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
Wait for it.
I don't even know what that noise you're making is. Sort of, I don't know. As I watched that, I couldn't help but think of, now I know how my kids felt when I FaceTimed into a piano recital they were at.
She was too busy in the battleground state of Wisconsin.
That's
on a campaign trail with her
150.
new friend, billionaire Rachel Maddow. Mark Cuban.
Y'all here to have a little bit of fun?
Let's throw this in there, and
Pick on Donald Trump a little bit.
Yes, actually,
Wrong
I
way.
do mind because we've seen you attempt comedy before, like on the Stephen Colbert Show, doing whatever the hell this is.
You're shiny, orange, and empty inside. I'd say you're a traffic cone, but I would swerve to avoid a traffic curb.
Perm.
audience is actually laughing.
Donald, do you know that to be a billionaire, you have to have the billion part in your bank account, not just the air.
Tom, you just fell into the Shark Tank.
Okay, that's enough. And the joy from cackling Kamala's campaign seems to have disappeared. Remember how happy they were once they committed the coup and there was a tremendous relief,
update
weight
for
lifted
Discord.
off of their shoulders? Now that old Joe
Thermal
is gone.
propulsion
Well,
rocket.
that was then,
So I need a
and
modular
this is
frames,
Should never
turbo
again
motors.
stand behind the seal of the president.
Yeah, okay, so I need the okay, so the modular engines, because I have this stuff at my base, which I should move out here, but
Teleprompter must have broke again. When she repeats herself 3 or 4 times in a row, that's the clue. I'm Mark Dice, thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you're new here, and if you're a regular viewer, please share links to my videos on your social media feeds and encourage other people to check it out and subscribe. We're gonna have to bypass YouTube's shadow banning manually. So thanks for your support, stay tuned, and I will see you.
it's almost time for Tim Pool.
Have you ever wondered if the orange that I see and the orange that you see are actually 2 entirely different shades of color? And we only agree it's orange because we both point at it and go, yeah, that's orange. What is up, you all? My name is Mikael, aka Michael, aka Not Snoot, and I am one of the community managers here at Coffee Stain Studios for Satisfactory.
Where's the train?
And
Oh,
today,
it's on
I
the
wanna
other side
talk
of the
to you
world.
about Satisfactory 1.0. I know. We did say during the spill, which by the way,
That's
if you
this
haven't
one.
seen that, go check it out. It's only about 4 hours short right here on this channel. We did talk about the fact that we are currently mapping out and developing Satisfactory 1.1 for the near future. On top of talking about Fixmas and just generally where the
Probably
game
fix
might
this
be
one to go
heading
around this mountain rather
so
than
yeah, go check
over
that.
it.
Today, however, I want to talk about 1.0 because
Might go
the game is
faster.
still kind of hot out the oven. And as it turns out, there are features that's been in the game since launch that we forgot to talk to you about before the game launched. Better
I wonder
late
how many of
than
these
never.
things I might actually already know.
Oops. Let's get the big, flashy, and obvious one out of the way first and talk about portals. Because yes,
Oh, right, yeah.
spoilers, if you haven't made it to the end game yet, or Phase 5, Tier 9 of Satisfactory, portals are now a thing in the game. How you unlock these is by completing the milestone Spatial Energy Regulation in Tier 9, whereupon you will be unlocking 2 buildings, the main portal and the satellite portal. You can proceed to place these buildings anywhere you want on the map, link them through the building's UI, and then when you're all set up, enjoy instant teleportation. To build a portal, you are going to need the following. And yes, blatant cheat sheet, because let's face it, I am not building these without AGS anytime soon. You are going to need 5 turbo motors, 10 radio control units,
I can make that.
15 superposition oscillators,
Uh,
25
I have a
sand
feeling that's
fluctuators,
not
and
cheap.
50 fixite Toblerone trigons. When you place your portals
Toblerone
on the map,
trigons.
you'll realize that
Well, I
the
guess,
main
yeah, they're a
portal
Swedish
has
company.
a conveyor belt input attached to it. And this is for an item called the Singularity Cell. The Singularity Cell is unlocked in the same milestone as the portals themselves, and they are used to both boot the portals up in the first place and then keep them online. You will need a single cell fed to the main portal to boot the portals up. When you do so, they will consume 1000 megawatts of energy during their startup sequence, and when they stabilize and are to be kept online, the main portal will require 2 cells per minute and consume 250 megawatts of energy per minute to be kept online. And if you don't, they will shut down and the world will become a bit more boring again. Since we are on the topic of the end game, let's stay here for a while and talk about another feature, one that's been highly requested since Update 7, namely the Blueprint Designer Mark, not 1, not 2, but Mark 3. That's right, team. In 1.0, your blueprint aspirations have expanded to a grandiose 6x6 foundational scale.
Oh, nice.
You unlock the Mark III Blueprint Designer by completing the milestone, well, Fix It Blueprints Mark III. Kinda speaks for itself. To build one of these bad girls, you will need 10 neural quantum processors, 20 fused modular frames, 50 time crystals, and
So I need to make a cooling
100
system.
fixite trigons. We've been hearing a lot of feedback about the spatial limitations of the Blueprint Designer since Update 7, and so we
Don't make
thought
them
that
in
with
these.
1.0 it is indeed time to expand. Not only to the Mark II, which also obviously exists in the game. Coffee Stain would never skip the number 2 in any context. But then also even all the way up to Mark III. So you have the Mark I with 4x4 foundations, Mark II with 5x5, and Mark III with 6x6. That's what you're getting, team. Have a ball. Let's talk about another feature of the game with 1.0 that is available much, much earlier than the endgame, namely character customization. Character customization is available the
Oh,
moment
right,
you have
because I
a
think
hub
I had
placed
one of them was
anywhere
going
on
up.
your map. You access the menu for this by entering your hub's living accommodations and then interacting with the fix-it lockers you find in there. In the customization menu, you will see options for changing your Pioneer's helmet, build gun model, and trinkets.
Oh no, because I
standing off of
made
the
a
build gun.
bunch of,
You will also
or I moved
see
a bunch of
sliders
these
for
things.
changing the color of most of your Pioneer's clothing and the color of the build gun. The color of the trinkets, however, cannot be changed. There is no real cost or limitation
Okay,
to how
yeah, so
often
it's
or
all
how much
going
you
in
can
there.
change your character customization or your character's appearance. So do experiment till your heart's content. If you do find a color
Okay.
mix that you grow very fond of or that you just like on the spot, you can save this as a preset and then load it later if you want to then be able to experiment further. So say you find a style you really like or a color mix you really like, you can save these colors as a preset, experiment further, and if you just want to hop back to your favorite style, which you found earlier, you can just load this preset, save it as a profile, and bam, rock the star. And that's a few things we forgot to talk about that you now know about if you did not already. I'm sure there's more we've forgotten. Again, forgetting information is kind of the act of involuntarily dismantling information from your brain. So if that pops back up from the ether, we'll talk about it. And if it doesn't, we won't. Tough shit. The game is out. Go find it. We really want to thank you all again for the insanely warm reception of Satisfactory since the game launched on September 10th. It's been humbling to see so many pioneers, frankly a shit ton of pioneers, play the game, have all kinds of wacky fun with it, be it early game or in the end game. Every single dev has at some point watched streams, watched videos, seen highlights. If you follow the dev streams, you know I can barely wrap my head around those highlights sometimes, but it's still heartwarming and humbling to see the insane scale of the creative stuff you guys produce. So thank you. Thank you so much for the
All
support.
good there.
We love you all. Actually, it's been so good that Satisfactory has kind of been nominated for the Golden Joystick Award PC Game of the Year, which is kind of dope. So if you would like to see that train reach all the way to home station, please swing by and give us a vote, and let's see if we can fit another trinket in these shelves somewhere. But yeah, that's truly all for now. Again, team, thank you so much for your support. Whether you've been with us since early alpha or since 1.0 launched or even after launch, thank you so much for just sharing this game with all of us. We love you, and we want to assure you, we've reached 1.0, the game might finally have launched, but the journey of Satisfactory is far from over. More is coming.
Well, that really didn't to say a whole lot. There we go. We'll get into the other Tim Pool. The Timcast show here tonight. We'll catch up to where we're at here. 1.5 speed.
Yeah, it's a particularly good day for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris skipped the Al Smith dinner. The last person to do that was Mondale. If you guys know anything about history, wasn't that long ago, but he did not do very well. He lost he lost everything. He won one state. He won Minnesota. Congratulations. Kamala Harris did the same thing. She got booed. She sent a pre-recorded video of her doing this bizarre skit with a former SNL character from the 90s. It's just very weird. And so fine, I guess Donald Trump came out and he said she's a loser. That's what he called her for ditching the event. Now we've got, this is crazy, Nate Silver's predicting that Trump has the edge to win. Not that he will win, but he's at the edge. 538 has now given Donald Trump the edge to win. He's up 20 points in Poly Market, 16 plus in the betting averages. Even Predict It, which was leaning heavily for Kamala, has shifted. And there's a report that some very wealthy individuals, whales they call them in gambling, have placed millions, up to $30 million on Donald Trump to win. So he's certainly loving this. And now Bill Maher is going after Kamala's husband over all the weird allegations where he struck a woman and other things like that. So Trump's enjoying it. Here's the best part though. On The View, they're like, I actually think it's a really good thing that Kamala Harris skipped the Al Smith dinner. It was very smart of her. Yep. No matter what she does, they say it's good. So we're going to talk all about that. Before we do, my friends, head over to preservegold.com/TimPool. Financial experts are urging Americans to prepare now.
Yeah,
With inflation soaring, of border prices affecting cities
trying
and
to
small
set up
towns,
for
and warnings of a
Radiator
recession.
somewhere?
My friends, we are living in insane, unpredictable times. Protect your retirement accounts and 401ks. You should strongly consider physical gold and silver right now. Did you guys see that silver is at like a record? Right now, Preserve Gold has an exclusive offer for my viewers where you will get up to $15,000 in free gold and silver with a qualified purchase, as well as a free guide. Text TIM to 50505 to learn more, or visit preservegold.com/TimPool. Preserve Gold has hundreds of 5-star reviews, millions of dollars in trusted transactions with happy clients. And as I was just saying, it was kind of crazy. I just heard today that silver's at like a decade high or something like this. People are getting worried with the election coming up. Also, head over to gasbrew.com, buy Gas Brew Coffee. Everybody loves it. We got Ian's Graphene Dream and Alex Stein's Primetime Grind, 2 times caffeine.
Heat sink.
Drink
That's what I
responsibly,
need.
people.
Heat
This
sink
Alex
is two
you
things.
don't want to be too much like him, so don't drink too much. But we recommend you buy it anyway. And become a member at timcast.com.
Why are they making
to
heat
support our work directly.
sinks?
And join our members-only Discord. And
Yeah,
share the
making
videos
heat
Monday
sinks
through
at my other
Thursday. Smash
base.
the like button, subscribe, share the show with everyone you know.
Connector,
Leave us a good
quartz
review if you're
crystal.
listening on Apple or any other podcast platform. We really do appreciate it.
Right.
Joining us tonight to talk about this and everything else, we got 2 great guests. Who wants to go first?
Howdy, I'm Joshua Lysick. I'm credibly accused of ghostwriting more than 90 books. I'm currently a known co-author and sometime hypnotist.
Yeah, making
here to
those
talk
at the
about
other
the new book,
place.
Bulletproof,
Okay.
the first and only book about the assassination attempts on Donald J. Trump.
If you look closely, you may
High-speed
notice some
connector
slight subtextual
and quartz
clues
crystal.
that I have left scattered throughout the studio, like a game, much like a game of Clue, that give you the indication that I might have a new book coming out. Just very small clues.
What's it called?
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you actually what it's called. I'm not going to tell you the title, Bulletproof. But for anyone who's listening, boy, you guys are just really missing out on this.
I was about to say, the audio side people are going, what's the name of the book, John? Seamus is here.
Seamus Coughlin, Freedom Tunes. We just released a cartoon today and one yesterday and one the day before. So that's 3 animated cartoons in 1 week. I'm pretty happy with all of them.
I'm kind of making it sloppy. I know.
Earlier, we might watch it on air, but
we are, yeah.
Amazing. So go over to Freedom Tunes right now. Subscribe if you want to be ahead of the curve. You can watch it there first. We're 20,000 subs away from 1 million.
Don't let him get over 1 million, folks. If you were already subscribed, unsubscribe right now from Freedom Tunes. Don't listen him get off. Christ is king. Christ is king.
That's
Christ is king.
Don't try to appropriate that.
Appropriate? What do you mean appropriate?
I'm not turning against my YouTube channel.
I'm not appropriating it. I'm Catholic. I've been Catholic my entire life.
You're using it to besmirch
Christ
the
is
good
king.
name of my
Christ
YouTube
is
channel.
king. I'm just saying,
I
folks,
agree, Christ is
he
king.
will work harder. Look. He is just under 1 million
high
at Freedom Tunes.
speed.
He will work as hard as a Protestant if you don't let him get to 1 million. It is in the best interests of the nation, and dare I say,
and
the world, and
quartz.
perhaps all of our immortal souls if we keep Seamus under 1 million.
There are Protestants on the payroll working really hard right now.
And they will work harder. I mean, this guy
What is
puts
this
out like
turning into, Northern
he puts out like a 1 minute. He puts out a 1 minute. Well, no, it's not turning into Northern Ireland.
It's
because
so funny 'cause
because I think you mean. Excuse me. I think you mean Western England.
Okay, wow. I don't know what I'm more insulted by here. So if you support, I just want to be clear. If you support, quote unquote, Northern Ireland, Western England, as Jack
Western
calls it,
England.
then sure, you can take his perspective on my YouTube channel. If you believe in the sovereignty of the Irish people, go over to Freedom Tunes and subscribe. And I just also want to mention,
There you go, radio
Jack is like,
control
oh,
units.
it's been a day since his last upload, and it's only a minute long, and every animator in the world hearing that is like, what?
I mean,
You did a minute in a
what do you
day?
say about
That's
people who
insane.
can't even control their own island?
Anyway,
how good a job is England doing controlling the flow of migrants into their country right now?
Yeah.
Are you
yeah.
British, Jack?
Last time.
Yeah, why are you trashing Ireland? I'm British.
Last time I was in.
By the way, what's
last time I
happening to
was-
England's a tragedy.
Last time I was in Dublin, I don't even think I met one Irish person.
So Shane's here.
I'm about to crack open the holy water bottle, sprinkle it on these guys.
Please
I
do.
support Freedom Tunes.
Please do.
I support Bulletproof.
Please do.
It's very important. There's pillars of Bulletproof behind on either side of Jack for those listening.
Which, by the way, Joshua is like 100% Irish, the co-author here. So he is like.
I'm Irish too. There's a lot of Irish.
Yeah, he's like, I will just kill you. Like,
I started going to a Catholic church because of his Irish Catholic.
I'm like, for the record, we love Ireland. We love Ireland.
This one's for the Irish.
It's a pretty good place, you know. It's a good place. Shall we talk about news?
I guess if you want to do that,
Okay,
Tim, we
so I
can
got
talk
radio
about it.
control units in there. So basically just parting a lot of this stuff around.
Actually, you know what? Let me read this one. Kamala Harris taps ex-SNL star for head-scratching Al Smith dinner skit that left audience puzzled and silent. I like this one.
So that should go for a while.
Torched for cringe-worthy and historically bad pre-recorded Al Smith dinner video. Because I think you all listening deserve this, I'm playing it for you now.
Oh no, not again, please.
And distinguished guests.
Oh, yeah, it
The Al
was
Smith
cringe.
dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisan.
Okay, so that was that,
Hey,
and
what's going on?
then
Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine. Mary Catherine. As soon as I meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that I'm Catholic, and tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous.
but you're not a part of it because you didn't bother to show up.
That's gross.
So tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts about what I might say tonight?
My feelings about what you should say tonight would be best expressed in a monologue from one of my
So
favorite
got
TV
that
series.
being made.
let's hear it.
I got those
You
done.
see, man, we need a woman to represent us. A woman brings more heart, more compassion. And think how smart
those
she
are
must be to
being
become a top contender in
made.
a field dominated by men. It's time
Probably
for a
need to
woman,
make a
bro.
bunch of
And with
those.
this woman, we can fly.
What series was that from?
Oh, that's from House of Dragons, now streaming on HBO Max.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to
What do I need for
Indeed,
these?
especially with our neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus. And maybe don't say anything negative about Catholics.
I would never do that, no matter where I
Fuel.
was. That would be like criticizing Detroit in Detroit.
Does it bother you that that Trump guy insults you all the time? Because it really bothers my friends and me.
Oh, Mary Catherine, it's very important to always remember.
I just turn it off.
Why is there
more?
Why
are you making us do this, Tim? Why is there more?
I just want to point out the quote that she chose implies that men are smarter. Because imagine how smart she must be to succeed in a field dominated by men. It's like,
what's wrong with that?
Why would that be more difficult for a woman?
So what was wrong with what she said?
She implied that men are smarter. Yeah.
So
I'm
she
just saying.
was correct.
I'm just saying
just
it's
picking up on
interesting
that
she made that
sexism.
implication. It's interesting that she said that.
Seamus, are you saying men are made in the image and likeness of God? Therefore, perhaps women who were made after. Are you getting at?
So I need nitrogen gas.
Adam's side.
St. Thomas Aquinas said that, right?
St. Thomas Aquinas.
See? I've been to
There you
mass.
go.
I've been to mass 9 times. 9 times.
Are you saying that he had like
he's getting Aquinas pilled over here?
Well,
that St. Thomas Aquinas had like a logical formula for why men are smarter than women?
No, Aquinas is referring to the book of Genesis. He's referring to the Bible.
Oh, so he's like straight up the Bible says men are smarter than women?
No, it's not that men are
That's-
smarter. It's
that's
that men are
a-
supposed to be
not
leaders.
smarter, but
men
yeah,
are
men are
smart.
meant to be
Men and women are equal in the sense that we are made in God's image and likeness and have dignity and value, but men are meant to lead.
Can I just
Way over here,
Well, listen,
which
not all
I
men
think
rise
is
to
topped
men.
already.
Not all men.
One at a time.
Yeah, for anyone wondering, by the way, if you're young enough to have not seen SNL in the 90s, this should answer your question that it was not funny back then either.
Okay.
Yeah, this was not
We have
funny even in the heyday.
nitrogen
I like this
here.
about SNL. I'll
These
even
characters are not
I'll even say that I watched SNL like pretty regularly throughout the 90s. I loved like the
Well,
Chris
that's
Farley era going into like, the
close-ish.
Chris Kattan, Will Ferrell era. This very much was Will Ferrell era. SNL were kind of a forgettable, sketch. Like I remember the sketch, like seeing the character. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that sketch. And she used to
Close-ish
smell her
to
fingers,
there.
And there was actually a movie. I think they did a movie of Mary Catherine.
They do a film out of that?
Superstar. Yeah, they
Was it
did.
Jimmy Fallon, the other character, or was it Chris Kattan?
I
Probably Chris Kattan.
honestly couldn't even tell. I
Fallon was
know
later.
Ferrell was in it.
Yeah.
As like the boyfriend character, and that's pretty much the only thing I
Her
remember about
writers,
the movie.
Kamala's writers were like, we need a Catholic character.
But no, so what's going on here is that, and I'll just say this: the theater kids need to be stopped.
100%.
We have a theater kid occupied government.
Yeah,
Peacock.
John Boyle did a video on that. Where he was like,
This
talking-
is yeah, it's like that's literally what's going on. Is that Kamala Harris's entire campaign is being run by theater kids.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anyone other than theater kids who remembers this
Okay.
character or remember. It's
And
like
then-
Molly Shannon. Like, by the way, Molly Shannon is older than Kamala Harris. She's actually, yeah, she is. No, true. It's look it up. So Kamala Harris is 59. Molly Shannon is 6. Fact check me. That she's actually older than Kamala Harris. It's like You couldn't find something just.
Oh yeah, she's 60.
There you
They
go.
should have pulled out its pat for
Like
the trans movement.
a little bit. Oh no, you can't do that. No, and that was Julia Sweeney, by the way. Right. Boom, boom. Keep them coming. I'm telling you, I like that era of SNL. That it just goes to show you that like there and Nick Offerman had like a song this week. Like there, it's like I kid you not, he had a song. He has a song that he put out. So from Parks and Rec, which is even slightly a little bit newer than this SNL character. But again, just they're trying so hard to find ways to appeal to millennials, and it's just so.
That's
what
what I was going to say. It shows like Gen
what
Xers because I was a little kid when she was doing this weird armpit sniffing stuff.
Yeah. I remember it.
Yeah.
Like I remember it,
It wasn't
and,
funny.
and it was like.
Oh, apparently I got a
the
full
character
rack
was
of that
funny.
already.
Beavis and Butthead endorsed Kamala Harris. I might consider voting for her.
Yeah, but Mike Judge would never do that.
I know.
Mike Judge
We're on SNL recently, and those were good sketches.
Because Mike Judge is based.
Yeah, he is.
Like Mike Judge is like friends with Alex Jones. Like he used to go on Infowars back in the day. He's like lives in Austin, I think, now. And yeah, like no, Mike Judge is great. He would never keep in mind that Mike Judge also made Idiocracy, which completely predicted everything.
Yes,
that we are
Idiocracy
living
is
now,
a documentary on the modern world.
Welcome to Costco. I love you. One thing about this sketch too.
I met my wife there.
I mean, they're not the most biting, horrible anti-Catholic jokes you've ever heard, but just the safe, edgy, making fun of Catholics thing. It's so old. It's over. I'm not even just saying that as a Catholic. I think everyone watches that. And they're like, oh, that was so brave.
The Gretchen Whitmer Doritos thing.
That was so
well, and
was
Trump
disgusting.
And Trump turned that.
So yeah,
into
so
a,
I guess gonna head back
turned it into a
to
joke. He said, "Where's Kamala Harris tonight? I guess she's not here. Maybe she's in
the new
Michigan getting
base."
communion with Gretchen Whitmer."
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said that.
Oh my gosh, I missed that one.
Yeah, so Trump actually makes a much better, more
is this
nuanced
one?
Catholic joke than Kamala Harris ever could. And
Yeah,
actually, Seamus,
of course,
I'll
so
throw this out
that
there
this
since
should
I
be-
didn't really plan to talk about this, but here we are. So when that character came out, so in the 90s, the church was much more powerful of a force in society than it is now. And so
Select
she's
an
playing this
icon,
ubiquitous
is
kind of,
aluminum.
schoolgirl type character, which was a stereotype in the 90s. But Catholic schools don't exist anymore the way they used to.
It's true.
They're all getting consolidated. They are getting smashed. They are getting my own Catholic high school. So Tim, like I used to talk about come on here and talk about my hometown, and I'm getting like fact checked about this because I talked about it on the Tucker tour, and so I got this journalist, fake journalist, whatever, was like, is it true that your hospital was demolished and now there's a Planned Parenthood? Like, yes. And so my Catholic high school was actually in the process of being torn down as I was with Tucker on the tour, and I've gone back and I just did a video of it right there. Like you can see the whole of it. So basically, when it was funny back in the day because the church just had a more ubiquitous role in society today, whereas now where like Catholics really are feeling like they're persecuted, which by the way, persecuted by people like Kamala Harris, who said if you're a member of the Knights of Columbus, which is like the most vanilla, these are like the church and the guys who bring you to your pew, like, hey, there's 2 seats over here, there's 4 seats over there. They do coffee and
Shit,
donuts.
this other
and
guy's
other
working
services.
on?
No, they're radical Catholics, Jack.
And she was calling them radicals and saying that you were like she was likening them to the KKK, which if you know anything about
screwing
history-
around.
Which, if you know anything about the history, actually the Knights of Columbus were they were actually instituted to protect Catholics from the KKK. Or whatever, Trump's a real racist. It was so because and then traditional Catholics like Latin Mass Catholics or Trad Cats are actually being persecuted by the likes of Kamala Harris and her administration right now. That's why it comes across as mean-spirited, even though and I'll just be fair, like I don't think that Molly Shannon was like being necessarily anti-Catholic. Like she was being very cringe.
She probably didn't even think about it, but that's my point. That's why it's safe edgy. It's just totally anodyne. Jokes about the Catholic Church are bland.
But that's what I'm saying though, is that the power differential is totally changed from where it was in the 90s to where it is now.
And even in the 90s, they were faking it in a lot of ways. This idea that the Catholic Church was in charge of everything as an institution. Like, yes, let's punch up at those nuns.
I could realign
Let's,
the
uh,
railway
let's- Let me
system.
pull this clip from Trump. I want to get his response in here because you guys are going to love it. Trump War Room posted this video. I hope you guys enjoy it.
She doesn't go to any.
Wait, let me start it over. Sorry.
Kamala Harris said she thinks you're exhausted. That's why you're canceling events. Are you exhausted?
What event have I canceled? I haven't canceled. She doesn't go to any events. She's a loser. She doesn't go to any events. She didn't even show up for the Catholics last night at the hotel. It was insulting. All they are is sound bites. So today I was at Fox and Friends at 7 in the morning. I then went to 2 different other appearances. I then made about 15 phone calls. I've gone 48 days now without arrest, and I've got that loser who doesn't have the energy of a rabbit. Let me tell you something.
The energy of a rabbit.
For the Catholics. So all they do is put
He was
out
up at 7 a.m.
sound bites.
Yeah.
Like live on air.
Take even a little bit of a risk. Not only am I'm not even tired. I'm really exhilarated. You know why? When
Exhilarated.
Because the American people don't want her. She didn't pass her bar exam. She's not a smart person. She's not a person that should represent our country.
Jesus, Trump is not holding anything back.
To let you know that.
I did like it when the second time he called her a loser and said she doesn't have the energy of a rabbit.
This reminds me of his.
Okay. Oh, we got tons in here then.
She's
Okay,
got
good.
the face of a truck driver. Like, but there is actually.
Okay, so there's nitrogen around here, right? So I'm right here, and
there's some truth to
nitrogen
the question that is
is.
being asked about why have some of the events that were on the public schedule that have been taken off, and different rallies have been or events have been changed
More
from
over
rallies
there.
to
Yeah,
messaging
pretty much
events or,
pointing at it.
Stuff that
right
was done
there.
like in my hometown area, so Doylestown. I'm not from Doylestown, Norristown, but it's like 30 minutes away. He was going to do this event, this huge public event. Seamus, I'm sure you've heard of it. He was going to go to the Polish National Shrine.
I might as well then take the power pole.
And yet suddenly it was just taken off the schedule at the last minute, and the question was, why was this?
Because they keep trying to kill him.
Well, and so the media narrative has been like, oh, he's exhausted, that's why they're doing this. No, number one, they're throwing crazy amounts of events out there, and that's why it doesn't hit with the narrative. But the truth behind the matter is that there have been a lot of security concerns, and one of the reasons that they've been taking a lot of events off is these security concerns, or are these security concerns, and the Secret Service coming in saying like, hey, we don't think we can keep you safe at all of these various things. And so that's why they've been truncating certain things from a public event becomes a messaging event and it's press only, or you have to cancel that. And we just, by the way, we're chasing ballots over at Our Lady of Czestochowa. I went to the Polish Mass. It's awesome. So they have Latin Mass there, English Mass, and Polish Mass all in the same morning that you can all go to. And it's incredible.
So we gotta go.
That's really what's going on. And obviously, I can understand why Trump
over
doesn't
there
want to say that
somewhere
publicly. But that's actually what's going on. So the media's just lying. They're saying he's exhausted when it really is.
They're lying?
That I know, right?
Can't believe it.
But when it
Oh,
really
yeah,
is that,
right there.
that Democrats
Oh, there it
keep
is.
trying to kill him.
Yes.
And that's why. And by the way, they've already taken out one Trump supporter this year named Corey Compatore by an Act Blue donor, and that's one of the reasons that they've had to be really careful with the schedule.
And if
And
these
he's also
attacks
done
were happening to
Might as
Kamala,
well,
they would have locked down the country.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
we
gosh.
did a cartoon
all the
about
time.
that. Yeah.
Insane.
Well, they also let's mention this. It's not even something we have to explain by saying that there have been attempted assassinations, even though that's relevant information, because he's still done way more events than she has. He's done way more appearances than she has. He's done more town halls than she has. He's done more radio interviews, more television. On every single metric, he has done more than her by a significant
Joe
margin.
Biden campaigned from the basement, and he still won.
I mean, maybe we should
But
stop
did he-
considering that.
but
Trump
did
statements
Biden
are
win?
opinions and that there's actually a fact basis to calling Kamala a loser.
Objectively.
Yeah, she's an objectively.
What has she ever won?
Well, she was given the nomination.
Well, there was that primary, that she won.
I think
remember
I
the
got
one where
all
she,
of it. Nope, there's
where
that
she
one.
won all the votes
Right, she
of the
won those
Democrat
changes
Party.
that she made.
The big democracy, and they've actually pointed out that she hasn't had a competitive election in years, unless you count the primary of 2020, which she resoundingly lost. In fact, every single one of us in this room got exactly.
So that's
as
all
many,
of them, and I'm pretty
nomination
sure I
votes
have a
as Kamala Harris in
chest of this
2020
stuff
and 2020.
I left over
Yeah,
here
we're-
somewhere.
So we're doing well. We could run as Democrats. I liked when Trump was like, he's like, Chuck's here. He calls it the Democratic Party because he thinks it sounds nice, but I call it the Democrat Party because it sounds worse.
Patting him on the back.
And he's like patting him on the back. What's really funny though is like it's very clear, and you can. Which by the way, like Governor Hochul is like sitting right there. Letitia James is up in the back and is clapping. Who is currently trying to put him in jail right now? And by the way, if he loses, if he's still alive, that because they keep trying to take him out, that he will be put in jail, right? And this is why like everyone needs to be voting like right now, like stop what you're doing. And
I mean,
vote.
yeah. How many states have voting on it right now?
A lot of in swing states, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, North Carolina have it all open. So those are like 4 of the top 7, I believe, and Michigan as well. I know has it. I don't know if Wisconsin. I think they do, but
Gonna go through all my
so those
all my
that's the 7
filters
right there.
here.
So your Rust Belt and your Sun Belt basically, and then Nevada. And so
I'm positive I
Letitia James
put
is,
a
like, currently
chest
trying
down
to
here
put him in
somewhere,
jail, and yet
radiation
she's up there
stuff
clapping.
too.
It's like, you know what it reminded me of in a weird
I think
way?
it's right there.
It reminded me of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. So, do you remember at the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, that moment where they let Kyle, like, walk up to
There we go.
the judge and actually stand right behind the judge when they were watching that piece of
I
footage
remember
and they
that.
couldn't get it up on a certain monitor? And it was like, wait, hold on a second. This guy's on trial for double murder, and nobody seems to have a problem
No,
with
he
him
was only
just
on trial
standing
for
right behind the
double
judge
murder.
like
Never
that.
mind.
Think of the subtext here. If this were an actual hardened criminal that people thought was a real murderer, you would never let him do that.
Yeah,
You
the
would
bailiffs would never
Ted
get
Bundy or, like,
close.
Norman Bates
Never
or
let him get
something.
close.
Like, you would never let him just stand behind the judge. I watched like all the psycho movies this week. And then I watched Kamala Harris, so it's very similar. Like, Trump is still in office. He's been in office for 10 years. Like, no, sweetheart, you're the one with the bloody knife.
He's been running.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
Joe Biden
but he's been running.
He's
You
been
know what
running.
I'm talking
Right. So that's kind of like what this was in a weird. So basically, in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, you knew that was the moment that everybody sort of knew that this kid was innocent. Like, nobody actually thinks he's a killer, or else you'd never treat him this way.
Be in shackles.
Yeah.
He'd be in shackles. They never.
And
let you
everyone's
that
there in the
way.
room with Trump because they don't think.
Because they number one, they don't think he's a criminal. Number two, they all know that he's the real president, and they all just sort of deferred to him in that room as.
Oh,
if
there's
he
another. Oh
was
no, that's
the
iron.
leader.
And his jokes
Because they
deflated
know
all of
he
that
is.
pressure.
Exactly.
And they deflated even the attempts at enter your book. His jokes cut through all of that. And then that video from Kamala, I can't even imagine those jokes being told.
She got booed.
Well, it's like when you survive,
You know
when
what?
you survive 2 assassinations, like you pretty much, it's like, what are you gonna do after that?
Destroyed.
So you just walk right in and with no fear.
And Gaffigan made fun of Letitia to her face too.
That was great. He was like, "Don't worry if you don't have any allegations. Letitia James is sitting right here."
Oh,
was Eric Adams in the room?
Yeah, no, Eric
Yeah.
Adams was there, and
He was
I was like, he's like, Eric Adams is here. I know he's got a special diet, but maybe we can serve him some turkey tonight.
Wow.
Oh,
Dude, it was great.
It was very good.
I think the reality is Kamala couldn't go because she doesn't have the wherewithal to speak publicly like that.
Well, so here's the thing, right?
he's not good at it. No, it's
She's been challenging Trump to a debate publicly. She's been desperate to have it. Debate me. Why won't you debate me? Debate me again. Debate me tomorrow. Debate me Tuesday. Debate me Wednesday. I'm gonna be outside of Mar-a-Lago, lying in the bushes like this Ukrainian foreign fighter guy, with a Kalashnikov, waiting for.
Okay,
you
so
to debate
I've
me.
never built one of
And
these before.
She could have just showed up, and that would have been like a quasi debate. And yet she chose not to. And
So
this
is it
the
an
reason.
extractor?
And, Seamus has the cartoon, and we all saw this week. This is what happens when you put her in an uncontrolled environment where she has to stand on her own 2 feet, where she doesn't
Guessing
have
it's this one,
mainstream
actually,
media blockers and tacklers
Resource
running
well,
interference
it's
for her.
actually
She can't hang.
She can't
just
fake
straight
humor.
up
She
can't
can't.
hang.
Well, yeah, fake authentic humor.
I'm so optimistic right now.
She can fake authentic anything.
With like everything we're seeing right now today with the polls and Trump is winning every battleground state right now in aggregate. Okay, so this is not just a single poll.
and then this
All
goes
the
on
polls
the ends.
combined and averaged out for every battleground state have Donald Trump up, beating Kamala Harris.
Well, and I want to preface what I'm about to say with this. Get out and vote. Statistics don't vote. Polls don't vote. Gambling odds don't vote. Our opinions
Gonna
don't vote.
guess
You
I'm
gotta
gonna
get
need
out
a
there
lot
and
of
vote.
power.
That said, I think part of why Kamala is such a particularly horrible candidate is because we got, or I should say the Democratic Party got,
That's
the
kinda cool
worst
looking.
of both worlds from the primary process with her. So one of the difficult things about presidential primaries is when you run in a primary, you have to signal to the most extreme faction
It's
of
basically
your
gotta
party
jerk it off.
that you are going to be the person who they want to nominate for
Yeah,
president.
basically
and
it's
then as soon as
spanking
you start
it.
running for president,
Gotcha.
if you get the nomination, you have to abandon all of those things. You have to distance yourself from those things and say, no, I'm actually a moderate. I'm going to appeal to normal Americans. I'm going to try to appeal to the other side to some degree. But the advantage is supposed to be that you have sharpened yourself by debating other candidates in the party to the point where you were able to get votes and delegates from people in your own party because they saw you debate and they said, this is someone who can go up against other people. Kamala did a whole lot of the signaling to the far left in her party that she was the person they should pick, and she did basically none of the successfully arguing with people who are trying to tear her apart part of the primary process. And now she's the nominee.
Yeah, this is
so all they have is
So I just connect all these together.
they have from her primary process is the baggage.
Let me play this clip. I gotta play this clip from Donald Trump at the Al Smith dinner. Take a listen.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen
Oh, I
this?
like this
White
joke.
Dudes for Harris. Anybody know it? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris doesn't sound like it. I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me.
That was so good. That right there,
just
a single joke perfectly exemplifies why Kamala did not show up.
Yeah.
When he says white dudes for Harris, the woman yells and he goes, "That doesn't sound like it." That is quick wit. That was funny even outside of the joke he had scripted. Trump knows how to play a crowd. This is why The Apprentice did well. This is why Donald Trump was a celebrity, because he knows how to entertain large groups of people, and that wins elections.
Norm Macdonald actually, the late great Norm Macdonald actually praised Trump for this once, and he did this interview up in Canada, and he was talking about, and he kind of catches himself. He's like, I went to one of these Trump events once where he speaks to these large halls, and just to see how it was. And it's like, of course, caveat. And he said that what he's doing is an act, and he's doing an act the same way that, Norm comes from the stand-up world, and he's like, this is the same kind of act that anyone would be able to do, and he's actually quite good at it. And if you're someone who doesn't like him, then maybe you should try to understand why it is that so many people, like it, and it's clearly very effective. And he pointed out that one of the reasons why current SNL isn't able to do a good impression of him is because to do an impression of someone, which, by the way, Dana Carvey's Joe Biden is the best one he's ever done, is because to do a good impression, Norm said, you have to actually like the person. And what does that mean? Is that because nobody hates themselves. Right. So if you hate the person and you're doing an impression through that, which all of Kamala's humor is, because it's all mean-spirited, and this, Seamus, humor better than anyone here, that if it's mean-spirited, it will come across in the art and it will not be funny.
So take a look at when Alec Baldwin was doing Donald Trump. Right. It didn't make sense. He was just making weird faces and going, yeah. And it was like, or when Family Guy mocked Trump, it was over the top, a clown with an orange face and tiny hands fighting Trump. And it's like, but these aren't, like, here's the problem I have with this is, make fun of Trump by exaggerating the things that we know he does. So when I do the Trump voice, I always just go cartoonish with it. The radical left. And then I always say, everyone agrees, at least that's what I've been told. So it's like, take actual characteristics, exaggerate them, and people understand the joke you're making. What we see with the liberals and SNL and the left, when they mock Trump, they make up fake things about him and then make a character based on the fake ideas they have about him.
Yeah, exactly.
Shane Gillis has the best Trump impersonation.
He's great. It's great.
I think some of the best Trump impressions, and by the way, Trump is far from my strongest. I do the Trump impression because I'm the person available to do it for the cartoons. But one of the issues with the most Trump impressions is they're making fun of this idea. It's not even just that they don't like him, it's that they have no idea who he is. They have this idea
that looks
of
gross.
what Donald Trump is in their heads that doesn't correspond to reality. So it's like, I love Russia and Putin, and that's the joke. It's stuff like, I'm a fascist. All of the jokes are really lame and overly political and just trying to make a point rather than just riffing on some of the silliness that you can get out of a Trump
Alec Baldwin kept doing a weird thing with his mouth, where he would like squeeze his lips together and go like this.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't do that. But the reason why he was doing it is because the photos that they use of Trump are mid while Trump is speaking, and he'll be talking, and then he'll go like this, and then they'll freeze that image of him and use that. So in Alec Baldwin's mind, he doesn't watch clips of Trump. He doesn't listen to what Trump has to say. He sees pictures in the liberal press over and over again of Trump making that face, and so he makes the face. Then anybody who actually watches the news is like, why is he doing that face? What is that?
That's what, in that interview you're referencing with Norm Macdonald, he talked about something him and his co-writer did not like, which was they called clapter, which is just easy jokes.
John Oliver.
It wasn't John Oliver, it was Jim someone. But that's what John Oliver does.
Yeah, that's John Oliver's whole career.
Terrible, but specifically they were talking about Seth Meyers, which is the guy who took over Weekend Update that Norm used to do. And they were saying they just make jokes based off headlines, because they're buying into the caricature of the person, not the real person.
And the point is to entrance people and like, this is the acceptable opinion, this is okay, this is what we believe, this is what we agree. Right. You continue to clap for it. And the point is not for it to be funny, it's not to be factual, it's to create a sense of tribal coherence so that you identify with the political positions, you identify with the philosophy, and none of it is based on reality. It's that meme, remember that meme that Elon shared, that low testosterone males, they don't look at, well, what's true? They say, what are okay with people, what's okay for the vast majority of people to think I think is true, what's okay based on that. But the reason why this particular video is funny, making fun of the white dudes in Paris, is because, and this is why humor is like 150% of the truth. The reason it's funny is because the vast majority of polyamorous males are liberal. So, so the white dudes for Harris, they do actually have, honey, get in here, Kamal's killing it, bring your boyfriend, because that's actually
your boyfriend. They got him. They got Trump.
Do you think? And I haven't done any reporting on this, but do you think that he had any like professional? He's got a lot. Obviously, he's going on like Theo Vaughn and a bunch of these different,
now, which way do I want to go?
So do you think he had anyone professional?
I think Barron is sending in memes.
Yep. I think Barron had to have helped them with the wives and the wives' lovers. And I wouldn't be surprised if Barron said cuck and they went, I don't think the people here will understand what that is, so let's say wives.
I wouldn't be
lovers.
surprised if Tony Hinchcliffe wrote a few of those jokes. Some of those were so sharp and so like roast worthy, like new school Don Rickles type, that those guys, that crowd, the Theos, the Kill Tony crowd, I think they must have written a few.
Trump has not gone on Kill Tony.
No, but we're manifesting it.
No, we can manifest that.
Well, no, that's
he's got there's 2 weeks, 2 opportunities for him to go on Kill Tony. That would be the biggest podcast in the history of podcasting.
He was on with the Undertaker today.
Are you sure he wasn't on?
Oh, really?
He's on the
I thought he was on. Okay, so Shane Gillis was really good.
Donald
Gillis
Trump
and Trump have to do
Tony.
It has to happen. After his showing last night, I think he'd hang. And he could take it. He could take the jokes.
Oh,
Kamala
dude,
can't sit
he
up
can
there
take it and he can dish it. What would Kamala do? I made a cartoon.
Wilt.
About what she would
It would be the one time she wasn't laughing.
Yeah. Oh, who was it? Oh man, I think it was actually maybe Mark Normand who said this. He had a really good point. He's like, one of the ironies is Trump is very funny and he never laughs, and Kamala's not funny and she's always laughing.
It's a great
and
point.
I can't get that out of my head now that I've noticed it. It's so true. She laughs all the time. She doesn't say anything funny. Donald Trump is hysterical. He has the whole room in stitches and he's just standing up there like.
Yep. Confidence, and he's more authentic. Than
Probably
most
go
other
almost
people.
straight
I must have
that
watched
way.
a video of he and Melania putting the chocolate bars on top of the Minion child maybe 15
dude,
times
it's
in
so
a
good.
row.
And she follows his. Yeah, he does it because the Minion's got a bag, but the bag is
The bag's
like
not open. I realized that's
no.
why he did that.
I've gone like full
I haven't
Zapruder
seen
film.
this one.
Like so. By the way, like we wrote the whole book on the assassination.
I
Right, by
zoomed
the way.
in.
But I
Yeah,
probably
too.
did like just as much research on this video of the Minion on Halloween at whatever year it was in the White House, and it's just the funniest thing because this kid's dressed up. It's one of those like. You know how they have like the inflatable costumes now? So it's inflatable, and he goes for the bag, but for whatever reason, the bag isn't. It's like not open.
It's in his right hand, and the kid's like waddling.
And the
up
kid's
there.
like waddling, and it's
Waddling up
just
there like this.
awkward. So Trump just kind of looks at him, sizes it up, and he puts the candy right on the head.
But he doesn't just put it on his head.
And then he
he taps it on.
Then he taps him on the head, and then Melania follows up. She's like, "Well, if that's what we're doing."
And then the boy, he takes the L like a man.
He just takes the L. He just takes the
That
L.
wasn't an L. That was a win.
That's a win.
Well, it happens.
Yeah, of course you got little arms, right? Trying to grab your head as a minion.
He turns around and he just walks away, and then a mother, it looks like, scrambles over to pick it up.
So
good.
he bounces it on the head. So good. He's a funny guy.
He's hysterical.
You remember he looked at when he looked at the solar eclipse?
Oh yeah, but they made fun of him for that, and I'm like, he looked up and glanced and looked down. It was a split second.
No, I didn't know it was, but
It's
still,
a photo.
it was
They
this
take a
whole, like,
photo
It was
and
this
they
whole
turn
like,
that
don't
into
do
his
it,
story.
don't do it, don't do it. And he said, I'm gonna.
I still think one of the best things ever is at the Butler rally when he started with, as I was saying.
That was hysterical.
Wow, dude.
Well,
That was pretty. I mean,
as I was saying.
This is
because he said he was going to do it, right? He said over and over, and we were all. So you were there, I was there, Joshua was there. Were you guys there at all? You guys that because he kept saying that's what I was going to do, and what was great about it was he didn't just say. As I was saying, he actually did like the full paragraph of the speech of whatever was going to come next. Like he completed his whole spot. Everybody was clapping over it in the moment, so you couldn't really. It's very emotional, obviously, and you couldn't really like get it all out. But I noticed that he went and did like the full. Completed his thought. Biden was here, and then it went down. And then he came in. I was counted, and it was down. And then Biden comes in.
Yeah,
and
that's
up,
what did it. It did
and
make
he-
it a
he
little.
Finished his entire thought because
A little
in
more
his head,
entertaining.
in his mind, when
So if I should
J13
probably bring
happened,
that down
he
here.
was in the middle of a speech, and he there's some sense because he always gives speeches because he always
And maybe
has
put
been
it
for a decade now.
right
and,
down
you know,
in
Kamala
here.
is right about that. He has been giving public speeches for a decade. That he just wanted to finish.
He
his
even
speech.
turned that into a bit.
And he
like
turned that
that's
into
a bit.
Yeah.
A bit was interrupted by an assassination attempt. He returned to the place.
And he was like, I'm going to finish that.
Well, this is
Great.
also the difference between somebody who is a performer who made their living in the private sector and built a brand around their own name.
And then
as
I just have to
opposed
get
a
the
politician
reinforce.
who has focus grouped every aspect
They're at the
of
hub.
their personality, and who you have to choose from a set of other politicians who are also not that interesting or funny or good on their feet. I mean, our political leaders are so mediocre in every single way. It's not just that they're not very intelligent. It's not just that they're not very moral. They're just not that entertaining either.
Right.
I love my favorite part of his.
Yeah, they don't
whole-
have that much charisma.
My favorite part of his remarks last night was when he told the story about doing this dinner last time, which is when he was running against Hillary.
Right.
And he said, "I was going pretty hard on her. I was being really mean. Even my side was saying, you're going too tough. You should stop." He goes, "I'm going to do it anyway." You know, I love that he's just.
Do you remember what he did?
so
Do you
down.
remember what he did in 16? And Hillary was there, sitting like, I think it was like Trump, then Melania, then Hillary, if I remember correctly.
No,
And
it was
what
some
Trump
other
did was
dude, then
he
Hillary.
had a routine that was already worked out, and he goes, I'm not really gonna. He did a little bit of it, and he said, I'm gonna cut this short. He's like, because I got something else I want to do, and he just reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a stack of WikiLeaks that he had printed out, and it was Hillary's own emails, and then he just landed that down and started reading her own emails back to her from WikiLeaks.
I want to pull up this story. This is from the Post Millennial. The View host praises Kamala for skipping Catholic Al Smith charity dinner. I love it. And you know what? This is the story.
Love the ad
okay?
up there too. By the way.
That's a great ad.
I love that.
The Al Smith dinner has not been skipped by a candidate since Mondale, and Mondale lost 49 states. So I think we've got this phenomenon where no matter what Kamala does, no matter what she does, there is some weird
pick up
alternate
the
reality
stuff.
where
Come
what
on,
she's doing
pick
is
it
good.
up.
And
Pick
to
it
better
up.
explain this, I want to play for you a clip from Freedom Tunes.
We just made this one.
So this is.
Is this the actual interview or is this the cartoon?
So this is the cartoon.
Okay, thank you.
This is
So you guys-
Thank you. We worked hard to make it look as realistic as possible.
It's very hard to tell.
This is a 1-minute rendition of what it's like when Kamala engages the media.
Ms. Harris, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Brad.
Thank you.
We'll see how this goes for you.
Mrs. Harris, how many people do you believe have crossed the border since... Miss Harris. Kamala, please. Mrs. Vice President, it's a simple question.
I'm speaking. Excuse me.
It's an injection. Wait, it gets better.
Why
Wait,
does she have an
listen.
injector? All right, well, I'm just going to say it. She destroyed him. Oh, my gosh. Oh, golly, he's so embarrassed. I bet those Republicans are regretting that one. Kamala, Kamala, Kamala.
So, Jameis, masterfully captured.
Thank you.
The exact point that I wanted to make with this story from the Post Millennial is that
funny.
So I'm hanging out today with some friends who are not very political, and they were like, "Yo, that interview, that was crazy. Like, it was terrible." And I'm like, "Yeah, well, for some reason, when you go to these Democrat pundits, they're like, what? That was the best interview ever done. She sure showed him."
Which is so nuts, right? Because, listen, obviously I want Trump to win the election. I think he's a lot better than her. But when he doesn't
Again, I
have
need
his
a
best
blender.
showing, I don't pretend that he did. Even in the debate where Biden ended up dropping in the polls massively and needed to drop out, I thought Biden did terribly, but I said, it's not that I think Trump had a phenomenal showing. I didn't think it was his best appearance by any stretch. Biden just did really poorly. They can't say the same thing about they are incapable of saying, yeah, you know what, that was an off day for her. She didn't do a great job.
Look at the second debate. So the second debate for Trump, the first debate for Kamala. I don't think you found a lot of Trump supporters, myself included, who were like, "Oh my gosh, Trump did so
No,
good."
I didn't
there
feel
were
that way.
there were certainly moments where you're like, "Oh, that was a really good moment," or "That was good." But I think there were a lot of people pointed out that she did better than a lot of people expected.
Yeah.
And really, most people were just kind of focused on the moderators interjecting the whole time.
The only like crack in the glass that got through was when Biden was miserably performing, and they all just collectively went, holy crap, it was so bad, there was no denying it.
But even after that, they kept saying sharp as a tack. It was not until the new party line was issued that they were willing to acknowledge that. Once they went, okay, this is, I guess, too ridiculous, which is strange to me that they draw the line there when they say men can get pregnant. But at the same time, she performed absolutely horribly here. Her party's still trying to say she did well. And I want to shout one thing out related to the cartoon that we made here. One of my favorite comments, you'll notice at the end, Chaz he's cheering, Kamala, 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 and then she crashes through the ceiling and crushes him. My favorite comment was, they timestamped that and they said, he made the mistake of chanting her name 3 times and summoning her.
So you guys should definitely subscribe to Freedom Tunes. About to hit 1 million.
Yeah, we're 20,000 subs away from 1 million.
Beetlejuice
Get on over there, subscribe, please.
In the Trump-Kamala debate, I said right away, Trump got flustered. Kamala went right for him. She attacked his ego. Trump went right for it. It was predictable. And that was not good for Trump. However, Trump won. You know why? Kamala needed that opportunity in the press to say, here's my plan for you, the American people. Here's the economic plan. Here's your health care plan. Here's your immigration plan. And instead, I will throw it to Ian Crossland for the best example of what that night ended up doing. Ian comes in the next day being like, I hate them both. I hate them both. Trump was just like, oh, my rallies.
See, that's
my
the
rallies.
alternate.
All Kamala did was just insult him over his rallies. And like,
But I don't
she
have
wasn't even
that
doing
stuff
anything.
where I can
And so
do
in the end,
this.
yeah, the people who don't like Trump don't like Trump. But Kamala needed to offer something to people like Ian, who was sitting there being like, please give me a reason not to vote for Trump. And then I said to Ian right away, do you like RFK Jr.? He goes, yeah. I said, well, RFK Jr. says that if Trump wins, he wins. And Ian's like, yeah. So right now the edge is for Trump, and Kamala lost the opportunity with that debate. But I don't think anyone's under the belief that Trump masterfully handled it.
No, well, so I thought he was crushing her at the beginning of the debate, and
Is that
then
it backwards?
he let
I think I
her
do.
get to him when she brought up the rallies. And as soon as she baited him into that and he got angry, I think he started performing really poorly. At the beginning of the night, she was really, really nervous. He wasn't. He was calm and composed. Then she got him with the rallies. He started getting upset, and then his optics were downhill after that. I have not heard or seen a Democrat give a similar analysis of Kamala completely floundering in her conversation with Brett Baer. None of them have said, okay, well, you know, she said this thing or this thing that I thought was good, but when he pointed out that 79% of Americans think the country is going in the wrong direction and that she is the vice president of the administration they're blaming for that, you know, maybe her response shouldn't have been, well, Donald Trump is running for president, so it's his fault. Like, why?
She didn't say that. She just went, but Donald Trump is running. And he goes,
yeah.
what?
It's
And
like,
she's
why
like, you know what I
can't there
mean? And he
just
goes,
be
no, I don't.
that level of intellectual honesty to be like, no, it was really bad for her.
I think
It
they're
looked really bad for her.
overcompensating.
So
they're in a real pickle.
I can also explain a little bit about why that is because she is very vindictive as a person, and I think that yeah, I know, right? And I think that what you're seeing as well is that a lot of these media types are hedging their bets because they know nobody wants to be the one person who kind of goes first in order to do this, because let's say that, and this is a very close election, right? Trump's got a lot of momentum right now, clearly, but it's still going to be very close. The Democrats still control the ballot centers and those ballot machines in the big cities, Detroit, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Philadelphia, the one, Las Vegas. Las Vegas is in the swing state, right? Phoenix, you know, shout out to Turning Point Action and the good work they're doing. But all of these early votes, they're coming in, and we're seeing a lot of Republican support there, much bigger than we've seen before.
I thought I had
for the
that
early voting.
auto loading from.
Elon's doing a bus tour. He's there. My brother's with him right now, but still, it's going to
I'm pretty sure
to
that's
tighten
at the
up.
hub.
And so what they're doing is they're hedging their bets because they know that
Okay,
if she gets
well,
in
guess
and
not.
she remembers that you were the person that was trashing her after the whatever it is, the debate or the interview. Now you're not getting invited to the White House. Now you're not at the Christmas party. Now you're not getting on the plane. Now you're not getting the interview, the sit down, etc., etc.
Good point.
That's exactly. No, I was told that earlier today. That's exactly what's going on.
Access journalism.
Yeah,
that's pathetic.
What it seems like is a sort of cult of personality. Like if you examine
I might as well go up there.
behavior and formation of, I like to call it, mass formation hypnosis is the term that I prefer to use. What we see happening around her is focus on identity. So when I talk to Kamala Stans supporters and enjoyers, why they like her, they just, well, let's see. First of all, so her name is not Donald Trump. So she's not white like Trump. She's Democrat, and Trump is not. And everything goes back to who she is not, and what she is not, and then okay, so and then they become a Planned Parenthood ad. Have you ever seen a Planned Parenthood ad? What is it? It's 3 words: abortion, abortion, abortion. Planned Parenthood ad.
Right.
That becomes the message of Kamala and the Democrats. And I have a tweet that I like to keep putting up because it keeps going. I'll say Republican plan, and it's safe neighborhoods, good jobs, strong communities, not total abortion access. And then Democrats, not safe neighborhoods, not good jobs, not any of the above. Yes to total abortion freedom. And that seems to be what it is. And that makes me go back to that Al Smith dinner bit that she did, where it was the demographic who resonates with that Planned Parenthood ad, and like throwing a bunch of Easter eggs of things that demographic likes. So they randomly mentioned House of the Dragon on HBO. Like that came out of absolutely nowhere.
Commercial within a commercial.
Yes, and it was. Let's see, who's the demographic that watches that? Well, so it's the wine aunt and her husband and her boyfriend. The three of them watch it together. Okay. So we need to work all this stuff in. So it's like a market research by committee. Like, what do you people like? So polling her supporters and try to put all of that into one thing. Like, okay, you watch SNL. Okay, so it's a Catholic thing. So is there anything Catholic related to SNL? And they go dig up this old character from 30 years ago, and they mishmash all of it together. And so it's like product design by committee, that if that process were to create a software product, the software product would be unusable. Whereas Trump's messaging is just like the Shazam app. The Shazam app, it's like one button. You open the app, you hold it up, Shazam, and it finds a song.
And you know what? And I bet they pat themselves in the back too. They're like, oh, we found the it's Catholic and it's SNL. We're putting them together. Kamala's gonna crush tonight.
All high fives at the end.
Yeah,
and we found a way to work in Game of Thrones.
Hear it. You can hear it in the, and there's even a West Wing like almost reference that they do, where and I've caught the Biden administration a number of times just trying to copy West Wing plot lines, and we're gonna backfill the Ukrainian.
We've got our nitrogen
F-15s
gas in
with
here.
our own F-15s, and we're gonna get them from Poland. I'm like, that's literally from a West Wing episode, but it was about Taiwan, and it was like, well, the Polish F-15s are gonna go here.
Let's
and
put
theater kid occupied government.
Exactly. It is the theater kid
occupied government.
Patrick Bateman. Like that's literally me. They watch Martin Sheen in that film. Like, that is literally me. No, it's not.
Which West Wing.
And he's also not someone who got
was another 30-year-old premise, but this was sort of like the liberal
that should work.
Of
I might have to move it back.
What they wanted it to be, this wonderful high-minded thing, and they constantly do this where they force meme. They try to like tell you what this is my catchphrase. You're gonna repeat it. Remember the coconut thing?
The
coconut thing.
Remember the coconut dances?
I didn't just fall out of the coconut tree, and everyone's like, "Is that like racist?
Do people say
is that like a thing?"
So it
like,
actually
what
is a racial. So there was a viral post, probably not true. I don't know. But there was someone saying that in Eastern Europe, accusing someone of falling out of a coconut tree was a racist reference to them coming from a region.
I can do this.
Oh my gosh! A specific region where people were consuming coconuts.
As the resident Slav in the room, I've not heard that one, but I can ask Tanya.
I don't know. It was like a viral post on X. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Probably not true, but someone was like, to imply that someone fell out of a coconut tree was it like a racist reference to the migrants that are coming to.
Yeah, like you're a coconut eater, like
things like that.
Yeah.
So it was kind of weird. But remember the coconut dances?
No.
The women were doing those like dances.
Oh gosh, Tim, I have tried so hard to like take an ice pick to my head and just like kill all the brain cells, and I don't drink.
I'll bring it back.
Why are you doing this?
The people must know.
No.
They must know of the horrors.
Well, it's interesting though, because in the same way that we see, here's one of the problems with liberalism. One of the many problems, and I don't just mean leftism.
Just one of the problems.
Yeah, one of the
Seamus,
problems.
yeah.
I don't just mean leftism, by the way. I mean liberalism, generally speaking, is belief in it is contingent upon a total denial of obvious realities, and so they don't know how to market to men or women properly, because they can't acknowledge the actual differences between the sexes.
That's right.
So when they try to market to women, what they
I need
basically
50.
do
Hey,
is
wow,
they
that's
put
going to be a
together these
hungry
marketing
little
campaigns that
machine.
actually only appeal to terminally online homosexuals, like the brat thing, the coconut tree thing.
I'm sorry, I'm playing
None
it.
of this stuff.
Here you go.
No.
Watch this. This is like an MK Ultra trigger.
Didn't it come out that like a bunch of this was paid?
I'm sure a lot.
Probably.
Yeah, it's one of the influencers have been approached with money.
It's just not.
At least they're cute girls.
You're eating the dogs, you're eating the cats had better.
What? I can't
So,
believe
and that really was, we were talking about the Trump debate. So we were talking about the Trump Kamala debate, and I remember, so I can remember when I first went on, and I guess I saw on X that there was a song about eating the dogs, eating the cats.
So good.
And I initially was like, oh my gosh, and this is on Twitter or TikTok. This is on TikTok. Let me check this out. So I go over to TikTok, and I've got like a burner account just so I can see like what's trending and look up stuff. And then I look it up, and I see people posting all over it. And there were certainly some people who were anti-Trump about it, and there were also people who were saying that it was it was the new lesbian anthem. And there were also, just leave that where it is. And then I was like, no, I'm gonna post this. And people are like, are you sure that's pro-Trump? I said, look, what they're doing is they're using Donald Trump's voice, right? And Joshua, it's like you were saying about hypnosis, right? It's Trump's voice. They're dancing to it. They're smiling. They're happy. They're associating Donald Trump with a positive feeling. Even if you tell me that it's anti-Trump or like it's intended, that's not the actual.
Above all that, it is also kind of dystopian. That there's people dancing about Haitian immigrants.
Well, and then it's all
eating
true.
cats and dogs.
And
in
the fact
Ohio.
that it is directionally accurate, but directionally accurate, you know.
Which, by the way, Joshua, I should have said this, and you even said it, that you live like right down the street from Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, so I live in Dayton, and then Springfield is the next town over, and I went there for the day Grandma's mommy had the town hall, and I talked to this little gentleman from Politico, sassy personality, and I tried to be gentle with him, very gentle, and a rather smarmy attitude. I'm going to do an impression. He was like, no, they're not eating the cats. No, they're not eating them. No, that's not true for that. So this is the face that he's making at me, and I'm like, oh, okay, right.
Okay, so this one looks like it's
No,
working.
dude, I live here.
Well, that's their entire playbook. It just in the.
Okay, so now I gotta head back to the hub.
Possible, you have to scoff at anything anyone brings to your attention that upsets. Like, and you're like,
No
shut
truth to
up.
that. And you're like,
it is so obnoxious.
you're like,
You should have just been like, but I'm eating the cats too. Like we do it together. We're neighbors. We've been like, what?
trust me, I don't always go. You know, he's always frying them up, and you know, sometimes I got
great cat cook-off.
I got other stuff.
Well, I say
that got
directionally
going
accurate.
on.
I think that's the subtext is that it is directionally accurate. Over the top claims. But I have had customers from Haiti, and years ago they described how
trains here.
Yes.
Okay.
With nonchalance.
Boom!
Ah!
So I think the train's a little faster than the Hyperloop.
A video of cats on a grill.
A little bit.
And then the media,
Dayton, by the way.
And the media claimed that it's been debunked. And then I was like, well, let me read this. And I read it. There's no debunk at all.
No, never.
They were just like, when we asked the people afterwards, they said, no, we don't do that. What are you talking about? That proves it was wrong. And I'm like, or it proves that they're terrified that they're going to lose status or.
That's what the little man from Politico said. Little man from Politico. So he said, with that smarmy voice, shaking his head, kind of twitching a little bit. He said, it's been debunked. It's been debunked. And he used the passive voice. So the way that liberals and leftists, the way that they communicate is, Scott Adams refers to it as word thinking. So they think in words, not in reality, because it's like they live in a socially constructed reality. And so the word choice that they use is so important.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Upfront was making those
literally said
reinforced. So I think I just have to add a forever or a prison wallet thingy to it, and then
I haven't been over there. I'm not a boots on the ground reporter. I haven't done that. What
have it load onto the train, then do a splitter
my publication
there.
Asserted it's not true because they didn't find evidence because they didn't look for it. Therefore,
right.
Everything they say is literally an appeal to authority.
Exactly.
Might have to look at how much storage I do though.
It is de fide for them that immigrants can't cause problems anywhere. It is de fide for them
Get
that
the
third world
munchies.
immigrants coming to a developed Western country can't cause problems for anyone ever, and anyone who alleges otherwise is the big bad racist.
Okay.
That's their religion.
I got nothing to munch on. Well, no, I have sunflower
Because,
seeds.
as you mentioned, it's known that in certain parts of Haiti they will eat cat. there's people in Ohio where 20,000 Haitian immigrants were dumped saying, hey, they're taking pets, they're eating cats.
You guys are awfully quiet in chat. I got 8 viewers. Right, muted.
This is what's hilarious about this is, so
make sure.
we
No,
know
I'm
that
not
they'll do it in
muted.
their home country. People say they're doing it here. The same liberals and leftists who will tell you that the border is just an imaginary line will tell you that it magically stops people from.
Yeah, and I only have 2 users in chat, so I have a bunch of what not.
I think the song is funny. I don't care if they eat cats or dogs. I don't. Look, you know what? I'm gonna say right now, it's fake. It's been debunked. I accept that. Guess what? Trende Aragua took over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado, and the media ran full speed. It is not happening. Yep. And now they're saying it's only a handful. And now they're reporting also they took over 4 complexes in San Antonio as well. So are they probably lying about the cats and dogs? Of course they are. But now they have no choice but to admit police are actually engaging in raids in San Antonio right now because Trende Aragua took over 4 buildings.
And when are we going to be hearing that it's happening? But it's good.
Yeah, well, it's only a handful.
The conservative case for Trende Agua.
I can't wait till David French puts that one out.
As crazy as it was that Jocelyn Nungary, the 12-year-old who was raped and murdered outside of Houston, which of course Brett Baer was asking Kamala Harris, like, would you like to apologize to the mother? Just have a little moment of show some humanity, please. And it turned out that they're now finding that the 2 individuals associated with that have direct connections to Trende Aragua.
I think a lot of this, a lot of the problems we experience in this country are related to the inability of these liberal millennials to empathize with other people. So, for example, a 12-year-old gets raped and murdered, and anyone of good conscience is terrified of it. In fact, I question if you played Sound of Freedom to a liberal, are they going to cry in the opening scene? Because that one's hard to watch. That's a very difficult thing to watch. And I think they don't know or care what a parent feels for their child when these stories happen. They don't care at all.
I don't know if that's the case because there are a lot of, well, particularly white women who.
Ricky's over here.
And they're Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I don't know that they can empathize with other people.
I think that might be part of it. We do know that liberal women tend to be diagnosed with multiple more psychiatric disorders and mental illnesses more than like any demographic, and it's not even close. So mental illness could be part of it. I think, in my personal opinion, Trump derangement syndrome is.
Going straight to the hub, I guess.
Of pre-existing mental illness. But it's this sort of, how do I feel about that person? I feel like that's so bad, no one could do that to another person. That has to be exaggerated. Like if you have conversations with white liberal women who have children, and this is pretty universal in any state, in any age, even if you ask people in the liberal women.
Hub drop off. What's it dropping off the hub? Rubber.
I feel bad.
And it goes all the way around to the power station.
I feel bad that you showed me that.
And then all the way around to my factory.
And then they'll say,
And then call me out. So I need to figure out how to make that a little more efficient, maybe.
That they're doing are so, and the things that they're supporting are so disgusting and so horrible that often it sounds.
Because it's sharing the rubber between my base and the Call Me Out station. Because my base doesn't use enough rubber. And the other one apparently is not using rubber at the moment either. So I need to move some more rubber or more of that other stuff.
Threw him away for filming it.
Look. She did prosecute them. Donald Trump, at the debate with Kamala, says she wants transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants who are detained. And the liberal media went, Trump is crazy and making these things up, despite the fact it was CNN K-File that reported that in the first place.
Yo, have you noticed that almost all of like the NFL ads that Trump is running are about that?
Oh yeah. And then Kamala got asked by Brett Baer, and she's like, I'm going to follow the law with it. She's like, okay,
I will follow the law.
That's not what
she said.
That's what they did in Springfield.
That's not what she said, Seamus.
She said I have followed the law.
No, she went.
That's right.
See, I'm mixing up the cartoon and the real one again. I keep having issues with this, but no.
Yeah, door 3. Okay, let's go see what's down at door 3.
It's also, I think it's also that they will have like the toxic empathy and shout out.
I think I got a lot of bots.
And
I think that's what I got going on.
These out groups But when there's a
Okay,
group
so what
that
are
is
you making
closer
here?
to them, and you've seen this in studies as well of liberals, that they empathize more.
Kind of
with
confused.
outgroups and further
What's
outgroups
this?
than
This
they
is
do with
all
closer groups.
screws.
And you see this with the complete lack of information. They've just dropped the narrative about Asheville.
Yeah, can I totally interrupt you on that?
Okay, and this is
bell for me.
all
So,
of these.
In evolutionary biology, there is this concept called the extended phenotype. Extended phenotype would an example of that would be a bird, a nest.
So I
The
got
nest is
that.
extended
So this
phenotype.
needs to go
Michel
down.
Foucault, I think, coined this.
So what does that mean? Elaborate.
Yes, so it is an evolved activity, behavior that the critter does with its environment to create reproductive success, or odds of that. So beavers build dams, for example.
Squirrels bury nuts?
Yes, the dam making
That's survival,
behavior.
right?
Yes. So one could posit that the liberals' toxic empathy is the extended phenotype of these hyper masculine, low time preference individuals, because they benefit from it and they engage in
hyper masculine.
Yes.
No, so he's saying normal men, or our hypermasculine men in this case, benefit through the evolutionary strategy of this seeing. Like,
I'm talking about
he's not saying the leftists
male migrants whose actual quote unquote toxic masculinity behavior, where they don't take no for an answer, they take what they want from women in these host countries.
Invaders.
They invade. They do what they want. Right. It's like
So it's almost like a mating instinct, is what you're saying.
Yes, but it's at the expense of the people who are
literally
doing
everything.
that.
Well, it's
That's
again.
interesting.
This is why there's an important principle I know Jack's familiar with called subsidiarity.
Yep.
You got to help those closest to you. That always has to be your primary focus. And it's good to help other people. But if you have taken on the responsibility of caring for other people, your wife, your children, your family, and you start helping strangers, that's all well and good until and unless helping strangers gets in the way of feeding your children. And then at that point, what you're doing is actually morally wrong. You have to pay attention to your children and help your children and your wife and your family first.
It's too
And
okay.
this
let's
toxic
bring
idea
this.
that there is some virtue in caring equally for people you have no relationship with as you do your own family when you're responsible for them is so pervasive that we have Tim Walz on national television bragging about the fact that he's so in touch with reality and so down to earth because his 90-year-old mother needs Social Security to feed herself. Imagine the blind spot of openly admitting that you are a deadbeat son on air. You're a wealthy politician. If I'm a wealthy politician, my mother's not living off of Social Security. My mother's not feeding herself on government assistance.
How am I
It's
getting an
disgusting.
invalid
But
belt
to
shape
him,
when I'm so freaking...
foregoing all of the status symbols and indicators of wealth, you see him on camera
Excuse
very
me.
expensive classic car. He's got all these nice toys for himself because
Excuse
he
me.
presents himself as this knucklehead kind of guy who doesn't know that much about stock markets and doesn't know what an investment banker does and doesn't have investments. And his mother just happens to be living off of Social Security even though he has every opportunity to provide her with a decent standard of living. It's disgusting, and people vote for that.
I would also say lockdowns and the George Floyd riots were another way of accelerating people's need to help, quote unquote, help other people outside of their communities.
And
sending them money to burn down cities. And I also saw people in cities near me in New York saying, we forgive you for shattering our windows of our small business that you just.
I just want to make one. If you are watching this and you're like a middle class or lower middle class person who doesn't have means and you have family and Social Security, I get it. But for a wealthy politician to brag about that, it's like, what's wrong with you? Sorry.
This is also one of the reasons that when when Joshua and I put this book together and we wrote it like really fast, like in the middle of the month, you'll hear when Kamala Harris talks, she'll say, oh well, Trump's rhetoric is dangerous and Trump is dangerous and he's going to go after opponents, and I'm sitting there like, a Trump supporter was just murdered at a rally by an Act Blue donor. And that just happened a couple weeks ago on national television. I met his family. Joshua met the family briefly, They're like, no, we sat down.
They were not having a good day. They were not having a good day.
They weren't. But the point being is, though, is
Okay,
that
so
why
that's
is that
good there.
It doesn't even enter into their mind. And I see our copy of Unhumans is here. That it really comes down to the fact that they don't view conservatives or Trump supporters as people. They don't view you as anyone who counts. Steve Bannon is in jail, and yet Kamala Harris will sit there and go, Donald Trump says he wants to lock up opponents. And it's like, You have his chief strategist in jail behind bars right now. Bannon sitting there sends me an email yesterday. He goes, you know, my lawyers tell me I'm eligible under the First Step Act, and the DOJ won't even let me out.
Explain First Step.
So the First Step Act is something that was passed by Trump 2018. The idea was criminal justice reform, that basically if you're a first-time offender, a low-level offender, that you were in federal prison, that if you were
what was there? There's another one he needed to feed, right?
Work or conducted education credits.
That might be at my base.
For early release, basically, to try to help people get that sort of leg up or a quote-unquote first step. And there's been some controversy around it, that it affected people who were actually were violent or were much more beyond what the marketing says. But that's what it is basically.
Fuse modular frames. Cooling system.
Charge. He was obviously non-violent, first-time offender, 70 years. And by the way, it also affects the elderly. And sorry, Steve, but I gotta say it. He is 70 years old, so he's obviously
alternate cooling device.
All of the brackets,
what does that need?
And yet the Biden administration, the DOJ, refuses to enable or enact the First Step Act for him. So Kamala Harris, you are currently illegally
nitrogen. So okay, so I could make one of those. Yeah, because I think I'm making those there, aren't I? I am. Okay, so I can get that being made over there. Sweet. So I need another blender.
A person who is something more akin to an invasive species.
What if David
Dorn in your way?
What if David Dorn died at J6?
Yeah, if David Dorn died at J6, I mean, they say never answer hypotheticals, but they would have said they would have said that he shouldn't have been there.
Right.
They would have said he shouldn't have been there, and he was a criminal, and all the rest.
They can't politicize your life or your death, and you get in it.
Right.
Well, listen, I mean.
Okay, so let's go to my base, because that's the fastest.
And tries to kill them, and then the officer has to defend themselves, and this person ends up dying in a clear-cut case of self-defense. They have every single excuse in the book for why that person couldn't help themselves. They had to do what they do. When Ashley Babbitt gets shot, or anyone else who's conservative ends up on the other end of the law and is mistreated by police, when J6ers are locked up and the Geneva Convention is violated, these liberals who are so compassionate come out and dance around their body like Oompa Loompas, singing about how they could have done things differently, giving us the little morality tale on how they shouldn't have broken the law.
I got a question for you guys, because I need some religious expertise in this one.
I'm no expert, but
well,
I'm a little bit. Yeah, I'm not even a little bit of an expert.
More than me. I'm curious about miracles. Because you remember when that painting of George Floyd exploded?
Lightning hit it.
I'm not kidding. It was a double-layer brick wall, and only the outer layer with George Floyd in the middle of the wall exploded.
Yeah, I remember that.
On a cloudy day, a storm formed over this mural. Lightning struck exactly the middle of a brick wall, which seems really weird to me.
God doesn't like golden calves.
And George Floyd's picture exploded. And I'm not exaggerating.
God is a jealous God.
Is that a miracle? And a miracle doesn't. I don't think it needs to imply like a good holy thing where lives are saved. It's like
a miraculous, a supernatural act.
A supernatural act, I mean, basically.
Well, so yeah.
Obviously, the lightning strikes exist in nature and all that.
Okay, before you guys answer, so where I'm from in Ohio, everyone who's from Southwest Ohio will remember Touchdown Jesus. Remember Touchdown Jesus? Okay. What is it? Touchdown Jesus.
Notre Dame?
There is, unfortunately, no.
What is that? I don't know.
In Southwest Ohio, there is a mega church just north of Cincinnati. I believe it's called Solid Rock Church. And for a number of years, more than 10 years,
I could realign this up in here, too.
Jesus statue, maybe 100 feet high or so, with the arms outraised, just over the top, sort of televangelist, prosperity gospel preacher, and people joked it was Touchdown Jesus. And it got struck by lightning and burned to the ground.
Wow.
Right. So I tend not to postulate when natural disasters occur with religious iconography.
Well, I'll just put it this way. Regardless of whether you want to call something a miracle.
This was fun to make, though.
There's something you have to consider, and this is something we lose.
Though it should have been far more challenging, but for whatever reason, mobs don't spawn. So
God is constantly sustaining everything that currently exists in existence at
so actually, you should check the website.
Everything that happens is either part of his active or permissive will.
So we have this photo.
So it's all part of the plan.
My earplug?
We have this photo, and
the only part of it is.
Well, so I mean, look, forgive me for my ignorance. I'm not a physicist. I have a cursory knowledge of basic physics when it comes to lightning and stuff, positive, negative charges, etc., friction in the atmosphere. Is it common, or at least common enough, that lightning strikes the middle of the side of a flat building? My assumption.
I would say not so much.
The highest point. And so when you're standing in a field and you are the highest point, the charge moves to you because the path of least
not quite.
Resistance is the path that electricity travels through. So for me, I just look at this photo, and I read the story, and we covered it quite a bit, and I'm like, why would lightning strike up the side of the middle of an equal flat wall?
Okay, so what do I need here?
Only the picture of George Floyd and only the outer layer
Cooling
of brick.
systems,
pull
which
up
I
the
don't
picture
think I have
of
yet.
The original icon that they created him, because if I remember, it was very saintly.
Oh no, I got a bunch. Okay.
He had a crown.
They put him in
Like a halo, right? Halo?
I believe that they were trying to. It looked like it was some kind of religious imagery
They
made
do
to
that.
mock
They have Fauci
Christianity.
candles they pray to.
It's humiliating. It's embarrassing for them. They think they're embarrassing us, but they're the ones who end up looking really, really bad as a result. But that said, if this is true and this is what happens, then we can actually create.
Take a look. I'll try and find a better one that put a crown on him.
They put a crown.
Yeah, he had a crown.
So, I mean, I don't know, but I do know that there was
incoming
an
ad.
miraculous act that we saw earlier this
Hope
year.
you're all actively watching.
Turned his head.
Oh man.
At a field in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th, 2024 at 6:11 p.m. And Seamus, I think you'll appreciate right on in here on the front page it says for Corey Compatore, and right under that we have Ephesians 6:11.
Amazing.
Put on so Tim, Trump was shot at 6:11 p.m. and I remember watching the video over and over.
Is that right?
And you can see up in the corner, because they have on live feed on the news, they always have, you know, the time is usually there at whatever the local time is. And I don't know, we all watched the video a million times, I'm sure, but on one viewing it struck me. I said, wait a minute, that says 6:11, and in my head it just, and I had this tweet that went super viral that said, I was like, wait a minute, Ephesians 6:11 is, of course, put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
That came to your mind right when you heard it was 6:11?
It did, actually, yeah.
Nice.
Ephesians 6 is just one of my favorite books of the entire Bible.
Good for you,
It's
man.
just incredibly written. It is, you know, the Apostle Paul writing that, just fantastic. I mean, I was actually at the Bible study where I met Tanya Tay. One of the major focuses that we were in on was Ephesians and what the entire epistle, but you know, Ephesians 6,
Wow,
I mean, you
dude.
could spend
There it is.
weeks.
6:11 Eastern.
Well,
6:11, right there.
Butler,
this
PA,
is
6:11 p.m. Eastern.
This is one thing I mentioned after the assassination.
And
The left
by the way,
keeps-
just not just that it was 6:11, right? That's not the miracle, but just to finish the thought is that, I mean, Tim, you know, you shoot, you're a gun guy. We're all gun guys, I think. Here is that's and Joshua, you know, we've been there. Tim, you've been there now. That's not a hard shot.
It's not far away at all.
It's not far away. That's like a boot camp shot. And when you go there, it just seems smaller. And like the whole
Yeah,
thing
and
just
if Trump
seems
didn't
smaller.
move his head,
Not good.
it would have been excavated. So
it is not hard to make the target.
No, especially
Might
with
need
the
that now.
dialed-in EOTech, which by the way, and the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks went to his range, and we've got so we don't trust the federal government, so we've hired our own private investigators that are actually looking into him. And by the way, that's ongoing. So when people get the book, we are going to be releasing updates. So this is the first iteration of our own independent report.
Did you do target practice at the same place that the Homeland Security went to?
He did, and in fact, we've got in the book not just that. We actually have the sign-in logs of his. No, we're not.
Okay,
we're not
so
like
yeah,
doxing
so I have
other
to go
people
to
who
the
were
other.
there, but we've got the sign-in logs. He was there 43 times, including the day before. He was there at the range, and so well, we do dox some of the police officers.
That's crazy that Trump tilted his head a couple millimeters.
Just at the right moment.
And by the way, that 140 yards, that if you're a pretty good marksman with a handgun, you can make that shot. You can go look up YouTube. There are YouTubers who
The handgun?
yeah, 100 yards.
I'd never make it.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is
said
like,
if you're decent,
it's at the higher
I'm not good.
at the higher end with a handgun. There are people. I've seen Navy SEALs who can make that shot, or or shooting steel, something like that at 100 yards. Yeah, at the higher end with a handgun, you can definitely.
Yeah.
Who's the T-Mask guy on Instagram? Do you know him?
No.
What's his? I don't know. He's got a guy. You can go search for him. But that dude is super good with a handgun. Watching those videos are incredible. I mean, Keanu Reeves is good with a handgun.
Yeah, and I'm sure any of those guys would be like, yeah, 100 yards, 140 yards, yeah, like we could make that shot. So if you've got a sighted-in EOTech, if you're someone who goes to the gun range regularly, if you're someone who knows exactly what you're doing, and by the way, you've got a completely unobstructed view of your target, it's just not a hard shot.
He had his target in his sights perfectly, and then Donald Trump tilted his head.
Well, and so what I say in liberals to response to this is, if you want us to stop bringing God into politics, you have to stop asking him to do the Secret Service's job for them.
Exactly.
That's something that I didn't know until I was there, and they had reconstructed the stage exactly as it was that day for the second Butler rally. Is the way that the stands are set up with the stage, and where Crooks was, the stands make a V shape leaning in right to where Trump was. So where Crooks was, it was as if he had like everything blocked off and the target right there in the middle. Now it's also interesting.
Well, have you heard of they call it the Pac-Man perimeter? Have you seen
Right,
this?
right. Yep. The one area
because there's one area where it kind of divots in, so it's like a circle all the way around the stage, except for the AGR building. So there's this one triangular area which directly bisects the AGR building where Crooks was, and which he utilized with the sloped roof, so no law enforcement or anyone else could get up there. Somehow he was able to shoot off a sloped roof, which we saw it's not that sloped.
Is it true that the counter snipers were there for the first time that day for Trump? That was reported on.
Every indication that I mean, not for when he was president, but for one of his post-presidential rallies, every indication I've seen is that yes, this was the first time counter snipers were there.
We talked about Crooks' body disappearing.
Yes. We talk about all of it. We talk about all of it.
Story.
The body, and not just the body disappearing. And when I say disappear, it was taken by the FBI. The FBI then released it directly to the family. Did not go back to the Butler coroner to allow him to finish his report. So they have like a preliminary tox screen and a preliminary autopsy for him, but they were not, they did sort of your basic workup, but they were not able to go and do anything further with him. So they cremated it, family cremated the body. The coroner had said he would never be willing to do that. And what's even more potentially suspicious is that the FBI, for the first time in, as far as we know, in FBI history, cleaned the site of the roof. So everyone knows about FBI for CSI and crime scene investigation and all this forensics and the tech and Dexter and all this stuff, but you never hear about them cleaning the site. That's usually farmed out to some local. And typically, by the way, if you're God forbid, but if there's a crime like that, usually law enforcement has nothing to do with the cleanup. That's they give you a card and they're like, hey, here's a guy in the area who cleans up biologics, and there you go. I've never in my entire life, and almost a decade in the intel community, I've never heard of the FBI.
I don't want you to give away more stuff in your book, but I'm curious if you wrote about or looked into the story about the guy who was randomly on the rooftop taking pictures.
The man in the gray suit.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, so the man in the gray suit, who I have identified through reporting, and Pennsylvania is a state. Interestingly enough, just the state that that I'm from, that I have really strong networks in. That was an individual, and Senator Ron Johnson initially was the one who had reported this out. So the man in the gray suit was an ATF. This is their story on the man in the gray suit. Their story is there was a man who was not on duty at the ATF, but he saw what was going on, that he was in the area close enough to get in, that he drove there on his own recognizance and his own initiative, decided to go to the rally, started taking pictures, and he wanted to send the pictures back to the FBI, or to the ATF rather, so that he could conduct facial recognition, even though Crooks's face was shot in the mouth and it came out the back of the head. Right. So I'm not sure if actually he would be able to do that.
It's a good shot
on the autopsy. And he, then after Johnson, found this all out, when they tried to reach out to the ATF to say why was this guy there, totally stonewalled him.
It's super weird. Wasn't he telling people like text me your images or text this certain number your images?
Right, and so he says that, and what's interesting, so he said he was in the Pittsburgh office, but the number he gave was a Philadelphia area code 215, whereas Pittsburgh is 412. And people are saying, why is it a Philly number? It's at the Pittsburgh office. Like, the story just didn't match up. It didn't match up at all, and now it's just gone, total ghost.
So much doesn't match up about it. Now, one of the things that we call out in the book that I haven't seen elsewhere, it might have been mentioned elsewhere, but it's a sort of the dog that's not barking, that concept where a dog that usually barks just stops barking. Problem. What we notice, all the footage, both video and images, and also the accounts, eyewitnesses of Thomas Matthew Crooks that day, is he is acting calm, cool, collected, confident about what he is about to do. Now, this is a youngster who is, we understand, planning to kill the most famous man in the history of civilization.
I actually have something to tell you about this. That, so, Tim, do you remember when we were at the event in Bucks County last week? And, great speech. But was that your first, political, speech like that for
Probably,
a candidate? Yeah, that was cool to see.
Yeah.
And so I spoke with Noah Formica of Turning Point Action, who was there that day. And if you look, so there was that TikTok video that we found of Crooks walking by some of the stands. Well,
there's that.
I was watching the video. I said, wait a minute, that's the Turning Point logo
we talked about
in
this.
the background. And so I'm like, I know that guy. So I called him up immediately. I said, Noah, did you talk to the killer? Like, did you actually talk to Thomas Matthew Crooks beforehand? And he said, I got to think about it. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously he's, been through a trauma. He was there at the shooting. So, it was pretty traumatic for him. He actually called in when we were on live stream that day. And so talking to him later at the rally that you and I were at, Tim, in Newtown, in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, he said, look, I went back with my team and we were, so we were sort of discussing it. And we realized that we did talk to him.
Wow.
So he came up. So he said he came up to the table and I said, was he asking questions? Was he inquiring as to who you were? That were, probing anything? He said, no, it wasn't like that at all. And Joshua, it's like what you said. They said he just seemed arrogant and, kind of had his nose up in the air in a way, and
like he possessed asymmetric information.
Like he had some information that they didn't know what was coming, and they said he seemed really weird. And he said of all the people, and look, there's all sorts of
hindsight's always 20/20.
Anime cosplay in the same video. That's at the seriously on the same TikTok with Thomas Matthew Crooks. Not like talking to him, but you just see her in the background. And the things you see when watching a Trump rally in Western Pennsylvania. But they said they all noted him as his behavior was just off. That something was very off about him. And again, he had that aloof attitude. And of course, they're asking, hey, do you want to register to vote? Do you want to vote early? This is a big thing. They're just doing their job for Turning Point. And they said that he seemed like he was scoffing at us in a way, as if he had some, like you say, secret knowledge that, obviously we know what happened afterwards, but they all remembered him as being that. When I showed them the footage, because that's something else where, there's all these images of Crooks as a kid, and the media always does this, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
As a kid that do not look like what they looked like on that day. So as he grew, he was 20 years old at this time. His bone density was much stronger. He was physically more imposing, and you could see hard jaw, hard features, but at the same time not particularly anxious or worried about anything, as if he knew that his plan would go off without a hitch.
Wow. And there's a description from June 22nd, Air Force veteran Bill Jenkins, that this is from day 2 of the chapter, or of the Bulletproof book. So one of the Keystone Shooting Center classmates, who is a class with him, that
I think this is, it's all these things, I thought.
He says, eventually I got into politics. And this is the Air Force veteran Bill Jenkins describing about having a one-on-one conversation with Crooks. He wasn't saying anything. He remained quiet. So I was kind of, waiting to see what this kid would do, because he was getting a little tense there. And he never said a word. He just sat there, kind of smiled, looked, and didn't say anything. So I was surprised at that, not knowing what was going to happen in the future. But even like, how come this guy isn't saying anything? Yay or nay? So what that...
Was that the guy, he was at the gun, they were in a gun class together, and he was sort of peppering him with political questions, talking about Trump, talking about Biden, talking about Kamala. Actually, well, Kamala, keep in mind, wasn't switched out yet, and actually one of the things that we argue for in the book and detail in quite depth are the 9 days between the failed assassination, which we say is a failed hit on Trump, and the pulling of Joe Biden as the nominee for president.
So what do you guys think is what really happened? Do you believe there was an official capacity behind it?
We lay out 3 scenarios. So the first scenario is the official story. We have an unstable young man of unclear motivation, totally
impossible. So that's the lone wolf.
Totally and completely. Yes. So we say that is the least likely of all the explanations. And then the second hypothesis, that there is an Iranian plot, and we say,
Man,
well,
my
this
FPS
is
is just crashing here.
Maybe
What's going
possibly
on?
what are in those emails and those group chats that he seems to have been participating in? Those
particularly with
not been released?
the IED construction.
Yes. So was he talking to an agent or representative or with individuals hired by Iran? Because there had been some attempts previously, and
I just need what regular motor
to take out Trump by Iran. So maybe it certainly that's more likely than the official story.
But there's no definitive evidence.
That's right. Now our official hypothesis, and I've got the page earmarked right here.
So the third is inside job.
That's right. That's right. We say the numerous United States Secret Service security failures at the rally seem to many Americans too severe and too numerous to be merely coincidental. Crook's presence was known to law enforcement approximately 90 minutes before the shooting.
He flew a drone over it.
Yeah, and if he had wanted to, if he had gone, full Azov battalion, just like, by the way, the second assassin was directly associated with the Azov battalion, which I was able to find in a.
Excellent.
I have the ability to,
Thanks.
use facial recognition to scour the internet for someone.
Rail, thank you for the follow.
Not all the time, but I have a way to do that.
See if you're a bot or not.
Kind of.
It's clear view stuff.
And so when, I'd rather not say. But, because I don't want to give away.
Okay, so he needs a little less nitrogen, so we're still doing good.
When Ryan Wesley Robbins, I was just looking for his social media, right? His social media profiles, and I was like, this is the picture, let's look it up. First page is a propaganda video for the Azov battalion. Wow. And he's right there, right in Maidan Square of Kiev. I'm like, just pulling out my Alex Jones was right jar.
Yeah.
Like, so the CIA-trained assassination team from Ukraine is directly associated with this guy who had a Kalashnikov outside of Mar-a-Lago and West Palm Beach. Okay, so like just calling up Alex, like, hey man, you're right again, brother.
And he had a Biden-Harris bumper sticker on his truck.
And the Biden-Harris bumper sticker. But thank God, by the way, that Thomas Matthew Crooks did not go Azov Battalion and strap one of those IEDs to that drone. Had he done that, and look, Tim, you saw the situation there, and imagine the drone wasn't there. Imagine the Overwatch wasn't there. The Connex easily would have taken Trump out if he had used a kamikaze drone, and he had the ability to do so. He decided not to. Maybe he didn't.
Let's go see what this.
Proficiency of the drone, something like that. I don't know.
It could not detonate,
but it would have worked. It easily would have worked. And so we conducted a little bit of a social experiment, and this was Joshua's idea. So we took what we identified 12 independent failures, security failures that day, or failures, or potentially successes.
That's like winning the lottery twice.
See what it is. So, and we said, what are the odds? It's funny you say that because we said, what are the odds? And we've got the.
So I'm wondering.
Well, equation here.
I have three of these, so.
Okay, what are the odds of
plus those things are going crazy, so I should be okay.
Same day that, as we say.
I mean, cause it's knocking out 50 at a time, so.
With intent to kill.
And wait, did you add to that the day before the FBI informed?
Well, I got multiple thousands here, so I think we're good.
That's in here. Yes.
I think that is in here.
Add it to the equation.
Yeah, there are a dozen, but we picked the top 12, and the idea is that this is a conservative estimate, and the idea is we picked 12 that if only one of them had not occurred, the security failure had not occurred, Crooks would not have been 140 yards away from Trump to be able to take.
So what are the odds? Like 1 in a trillion?
Oh boy.
Close.
Probability of all 12 security failures taking place independently from one another, yet simultaneously, together with the presence of a capable marksman with intent to kill, is 1 times 10 minus 27th, or 1 in a septillion, 1 followed by 27 zeros. Let us say that again. The odds of all 12 failures happening on the same day as an armed man with malicious intent happening upon that situation without prior knowledge and assuming these events are independent are at minimum 1 in 1 septillion, and that is being extremely conservative.
So it's like
I say the fact that we learned about this was his name Merchant, the Pakistani guy.
Merchant. Well, yeah,
Asif Merchant or whatever.
Asif Merchant.
The fact that he got arrested the day before, the FBI said they informed Secret Service of a plot to kill Donald Trump, and the Secret Service replied that they would be increasing security. Triple it.
And they refused. So
right.
that's
triple
those odds. That's the same as flipping a coin and coming up heads 93 times in a row. And so, but then,
I wish
so we took this a step further, and Joshua did this. And I still remember the night that you texted.
I was like,
me.
bro,
You were
bro,
chatting,
bro,
like, dude,
bro,
you guys
bro.
see- So we
Like 5 times in a row.
So
text.
Tim, we took all this. And we
Oh,
put it
should mean this
into
smart splitter.
GPT-4 Omni, and we were like, okay, what does, and that's like the latest iteration, OpenAI, whatever proprietary thing. So like, what does AI say? Not us, right? What does the computer say? So I'll credit to you, Joshua, because this was your idea.
This suggests the 1 in 1 septillion odds. This suggests that the occurrence of all these failures in the presence of the shooter is extraordinarily unlikely by chance alone, raising serious questions about whether these events were
Oh, did I smart splitter it?
That's the
I
answer
probably
from
did.
GPT-4 Omni.
You know, I appreciate the math and asking the AI, but unfortunately, even a simple, rational human would be like, there's no way that the guy flew a drone, walked past security, there were text messages about him sneaking in, the Secret Service had counter snipers, we're supposed to have people on the roof, hour and a half, 27 minutes,
Full
10
text
minutes.
messages, which we have printed out that everyone can see, jumping from roof to roof.
You take one of these. You say, did you know that the cops said, hey, this guy snuck in? And they're like, what? Why didn't they do anything about it? Hey, I don't know. Sounds weird, doesn't it?
Yep.
The one for me that really sticks with me is the conduct of the ESNU sniper, Officer Greg Nickel. And
That's do it as
he
a two.
claims that it was a mistake, but at around 6:04 p.m., this is the guy. So Tim, and then it was blocked off when we were there, but the AGR building that Crooks utilized is actually just a one-story building, and where the snipers were was a two-story building behind that. So they're in the second story, they're in the window, they've got the sniper rifle in the window overlooking exactly where Thomas Matthew Crooks was. At 6:04 p.m., remember we've established 6:11 p.m. is when the shots took place. At 6:04 p.m., Nickel drops coverage,
There we go.
leaves the overwatch position, and says, oh, I heard there's this suspicious guy, I'm going to go help look for him. When we know there's already foot patrol that are there supposed to be doing that job, he's a sniper.
Yeah, that's impossible.
His position. He leaves his duty station.
He leaves his position, which is explicitly for when a suspicious person is seen in the area, for him to be watching over with his weapon. That's impossible.
And then says
it's him saying,
he forgot his key card and wasn't able to get back in.
Yeah, there's no way.
Well, we all make mistakes. Wow. Right? It's insane. I mean, the fact that, firstly...
And then, oh, by the way, 2
involved
months
in
later, they
dropping
try
the
to kill
ball.
him again.
Yeah, well, exactly. So the idea that
Because of his violent rhetoric, right? Words of violence.
The ball
yes.
here, the idea that everyone who dropped the ball here hasn't been fired tells you something.
Well, they started retiring, right? They started retiring.
A lot of the higher ups at Secret Service have been retiring. Kimberly Cheadle, who was the director, she was out almost immediately. But Ronald Rowe, who was her operations chief, is now the acting director of the Secret Service.
Do we know who was in command that day?
So the New York Times has the latest piece on this, and this was referring back to the report that Congress has put out, their first iteration. And I don't have the unredacted version of that. I'm in the process of getting it. So they say there was no one official site lead, but the person who was the highest positional authority that day was a female agent who only had 4 years on the job. So 4 years out of FLETC. FLETC is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center down.
Okay, so we got all that.
Secret Service and NCIS and a bunch of different 1811 special agents go through. That 4 years on the job. That's it. Was put in charge of an open-air outdoor rally with a former president who is, probably the #1 target of any assassin in the entire world right now. The day after, Tim, as you mentioned, the FBI had just arrested someone who was involved with Iranian.
What, full of rubber here or something?
Oh, by the way, the drone tech that they had for the day was a guy who had only taken an online course in drones and spent, I kid you not, several.
Well, at least this
hours
is
on
going to
the
start
phone with
burning
the
through.
1-800 number tech support to try to figure out why his Secret Service drone wasn't working.
So he was as qualified as Matt Walsh is to
Or
be
maybe.
a DEI instructor.
Precisely.
I'm glad he's doing our
Grassy knoll on steroids.
But less paid.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Less paid.
Unsexy.
Right, and then after that hit fails, and we do view this as a failed hit, the second hit takes place, and there's something very interesting, which, by the way, this is in the news today because Ryan Wesley Routh, I don't know if you've seen, has, so he's drawn Eileen Cannon, who is the Trump appointee down there in the Southern District of Florida. She was the same one who was on the classified documents case. His lawyers now, which we can't seem to figure out exactly how he's paying for these lawyers, the same way we can't figure out how he paid for his travel to Kiev, Ukraine, and Istanbul, Turkey, and Taipei, Taiwan, and all of these trips that he's taken, but he claims he has no money to his name whatsoever. They are asking for her to recuse herself from the case because essentially they're saying she has a conflict of interest because she was appointed by the person who was targeted as the victim of the assassination plot. She was appointed by Trump, and Trump would have been the victim of the crime that he is being charged for. And so they're trying to get her to pull herself because they want, like, you know, a Tanya Chutkin type or Juan Rashan type that they can get in there. So this guy, Ryan Wesley Routh, again, as I stated, uses that training that he clearly received while he was in Ukraine. From my reporting that he was not involved because of his age, he was in his 60s, he's still in his 60s, that he did not go onto the battlefield himself, but he received some familiarization training. And Tim, I don't know if you've seen the hide site that he constructed. So it wasn't just he was sitting there with his rifle, but he actually had
2 plates of armor, right?
2 plates of armor in like backpacks that he put up on the fence as essentially a fairly rudimentary, although effective, form of creating a sniper's nest for himself, or as I talked to Eric Prince about this, and he calls it a hide site, that if he just hadn't stuck the muzzle of his Kalashnikov outside the fence...
I gotta pause. People keep getting mad because it was an SKS.
SKS is a Kalashnikov-style rifle. And so it's a knockoff. It's an AK knockoff. And so if he just hadn't stuck the muzzle outside, that he never would have been found. And Donald Trump, remember, was only one course, or one hole away. So a couple hundred yards, almost within range. Like not quite within range, but very, very close to being within range. And I haven't been able to confirm this yet, but remember, the initial story that came out that day was that shots were fired on the range. Now it turns out that he did not fire with the SKS, but there was a Secret Service agent who identified him and then opened fire. So just walk through this with me. Secret Service agent didn't hit him. Why didn't he hit him? He's got body armor up there. So that means this was effective TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures that he learned from units associated with the Azov.
Well, maybe we'll get out of here and my frame rate will go up.
To conduct assassinations within Russia, and the New York Times has put this out, by the way, that, they were totally going rogue when they did that. The CIA would never be involved in assassinations and proxy wars. And he was even able to effectively stop fire from a trained Secret Service agent who was shooting at him.
There's a revolt right now. They're saying SKS is older than Kalashnikov.
Yeah.
That is not a Kalashnikov receiver. Jack is wrong.
Yeah, I believe SKS is older, right? Didn't they make that first before the AK?
They said, don't you dare besmirch the good name of the Kalashnikov.
Well, look, I'm a huge fan of the Kalashnikov, and I'm not trying to besmirch it in any way. I think
well, they're not serious.
No, I literally am a huge fan of the Kalashnikov. I mean, that is if you want. So an AR-15, for as great as they are and as versatile as they are, obviously the most adaptable rifle out there. They're just when you're using them in the field, they're prone to all sorts of malfunctions. Kyle Rittenhouse even had to tap rec bang one time during his altercation when in self-defense he needed to defend himself. But the AK, I mean, an AK just Kalashnikov just runs.
It runs.
We're gonna go
the prom queen versus the dirt bike chick.
I haven't seen that.
We got to get super chats in there, so smash the like button, subscribe to the show, share it with everyone you know. Leave us a good review if you're listening on the audio podcast. You can follow me on X and Instagram @TimCast. Here we go.
Tim, real, if I could just put a pin on the SKS thing though. The bigger question here is not whether or not it was. We know it was an SKS, right? The question is, how does a guy who's a 20-year felon get his hands on one of them when he just came from the battlefield in Ukraine that was unregistered and had the serial number shaved off? That's the real question.
All right, here we go. Let's grab this one for Ryan Jacobs. Says, can you give a shout out for my daughter Isabella? She just turned 3 today. Happy birthday, Isabella.
Oh, happy birthday.
Shout out to having families.
Happy birthday.
Tim Jake says, congrats to Elon and SpaceX on the successful launch of the next 20 Starlink satellites at 7:31 Eastern Time. It was the 9th flight of that first stage rocket. Talk about getting your money's worth. Elon Musk caught a 23-story building. Amazing. Just absolutely amazing. That SpaceX is doing the most important work, in my opinion, right now for humanity, taking us to the stars. If we colonize any other celestial body, whatever it may be, it is exponentially increasing the likelihood of human survival. We get hit by an asteroid right now, we're gone. Just we're on Mars. Well, we're not going to be too well off if Earth gets wiped out because Mars needs supplies, but humans will survive. So I'm a big fan of what Elon is working on here. Let's grab some more. Frey Kane says, book series Bobby Pendragon covers Tim's AI Matrix futures in books and its consequences in book 4 and consequences in book 8. Their roach gel is called Trine. I love it when there was a news article about 2 celebrities who got together over what they said was a weird AI conspiracy, but they capitalized AI, so it said a Weird Al conspiracy, and everybody was like, I want to know what that conspiracy is. It sounds fun.
Have you heard his party in the CIA?
Oh, yeah.
I have heard that. Yeah, that's hilarious.
All right, where are we at? Let's grab some more. Atlantis Lion says, hey, Tim, is there a plan to re-upload the Culture War episode that were on the Tenet Media channel? There are a few that my mom wanted to see. Love you all. I believe they're all still. They're all on iTunes and Spotify. Nothing is gone. Tenet disappeared. But the important thing for people to understand is that we had a non-exclusive license. This means, like, if Timcast IRL appeared on someone else's Twitter because they bought a license, we own the show. We host the show. Sometimes people repost it. So Tenet appeared on that channel. That channel is now gone, but the podcast still exists everywhere. And we had a great episode today with the Cartier family. I don't know if you guys saw that one. That was fun. Young black men who were reacting to music and everything, and then someone told them to react to Thomas Sowell, and then they went, whoa, and now they're supporters, and they were like, they learned a lot, changed their worldview.
Thomas Sowell's a national treasure.
He's a genius.
Yeah.
And these guys are smart dudes. They're doing the research, they're figuring things out, and they were explaining, they're college athletes. They had a BLM poster when they were doing these videos, and then people started to ask them questions. They started to answer the questions and look into them. But I said to them, I was like, you guys are like track and field stars. Like, you're in college, you're running. I'm like, I have to imagine you're disciplined. You wake up every day, you got to eat right, you can't screw around, you can't drink. I'm like, that discipline and hard work ethic will take anybody towards whatever the right is today. Because it means you're going to do the work, you're going to be paying attention, you're going to do what's best for you, and you're not going to accept that people who don't want to work get your money and things like that. I think that's where they, ultimately end up where they are. Let's grab some more. Alahad says, hi, Tim, I got a financial idea. Bet all your money on Kamala. If she wins, you win. If she loses, you still win. Profit. Silver is like an all-time, or like a decade high right now. I think it's like $33. Is that what was going on? I saw a tweet about it.
Modular engine?
Yeah, that's wild. Gold is at like 2,700, some ridiculous thing. And now Max Kaiser is saying that Bitcoin's probably going to skyrocket afterwards. I don't got any advice for you guys. I'm just saying that's what's in the news.
Bitcoin's super high right now.
It's almost like 70, dude. It's like
what?
68.
Yeah, it's like 60.
I had no idea.
67 the other day. Yeah.
Wow.
For real?
Yeah.
I do not. I got to track this stuff. What is going on over here?
I happened to check the other day.
Oh yeah, that's 65.
It says 68 on Google. So.
Orange man, orange coin. Orange man, orange coin.
Well, look, dude, I think the day before the election, all of these things are going to go through the roof because people are worried about Kamala winning. But
and then you see turbo motors, which I'm running out of.
Yep. Let's go.
Don't think they're being made anywhere.
Flying over Norfolk are not new. This has been an issue since at least December. A Chinese student was also arrested for flying a drone over Newport News shipyards a couple months ago. Ooh, man. I briefly lived over there a couple months.
I lived in Virginia Beach for a while when I was stationed training.
Right. Where were you stationed? At Virginia Beach?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Because my brother was at Eustis.
Okay.
Yeah, so I lived briefly down there. Or I visited him for a few months. That was fun. Cool stuff. Hampton Roads, huh?
Love the Hampton Roads.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I know.
Says, hey, Tim and crew.
But
first time ever
like I
messaging.
said, it's kind of dirty.
For my younger brother Adam, our parents could use some help. Give, send, go. Adam's Medical. Can't get the URL to work. Shout out, Adam. Best of luck to you guys. I hope everything is okay.
And then I have to figure out how to make that.
And the Undertaker did a vid with Trump saying to vote for Trump and not Kamala. Dude, I love it.
So amazing. Yeah, Glenn Jacobs, Kane, he's a mayor in East Tennessee, and actually his entire area was, his area, Knox County, was was fairly unaffected by the floods, but because he was like the last county before the flood zones, that he became sort of a jump-off point, and he was doing a ton of humanitarian work and helping to raise money and just using his, just fame and celebrity to be able to, become a huge voice for that area.
Luciano says, hey, Tim, yesterday you suggested that Magic is superior to Yu-Gi-Oh! How dare you? Because of this transgression, I have unsubscribed from Freedom Tunes.
Wait, what?
The shadow realm with you, Spoon Man.
Why would you do that?
Excellent work. Yes, excellent
That's
work.
funny.
I disavow Tim's
Fantastic.
Are you
statement
saying you
along
like
with
Yu-Gi-Oh?
everything. I didn't say.
You'll lose way more subs if you say yes.
I was raised in a middle-class family. We cared a lot about our lawns.
Ejection seat.
Get me out of here.
All right. What do we got? We'll grab some more. Garhan says, bold-faced lie about Kamala not having the energy of a rabbit. Kamala has the energy of a Playboy bunny, the things she did for her. Okay, all right. No. Family friendly.
No.
All right. Stoned Mason says, hey, Tim and Company and Seamus, you gentlemen are inspiring. I know I may sound crazy, but have you heard of JFK Jr.? JFK Jr. George Magazine? What if his return is the October surprise? The MSM would break. What is that?
They're expecting JFK Jr.
George,
That's a
I
theory.
don't know what that magazine
George
is.
Magazine was his magazine. They said Energy Magazine. It was George. He had his own magazine.
Well, I know Trump was actually obviously friends with JFK Jr. Obviously before he died in a plane crash when Hillary Clinton wanted to run in the same.
Interesting you put those things
race
together.
That he was in at the same time that he was.
But that's just historical timeline. I mean, he's not insinuating.
Timeline.
Well, he's just saying it together.
But what's interesting though is, I had come up with this idea for RFK Jr. that people are sort of looking for what's going to be his obviously main role in the Trump administration, and of course Make America Healthy Again is his big push. But I had come up with this idea of saying, well, why not put all of the assassination records on to a task force.
Okay, so now
so obviously something now that President Trump and RFK Jr. have both experienced, one directly and one indirectly through his father and uncle. And Trump announced the very next day at the rally in Phoenix that he would be appointing RFK Jr. to lead the task force on presidential assassinations and giving him declassification authority on, by the way, his father, his uncle, and on Butler, Pennsylvania.
Dude,
that is amazing.
There's something else I want to point out about the assassination attempts here. Do you guys remember how right after the assassination attempt against Donald Trump happened, you started seeing these articles about how the CIA thwarted a secret assassination attempt on Obama that the KKK was plotting?
What? I didn't see
that. They were publishing these stories like, you think your candidate was dangerous and almost got assassinated. It was almost like when you have a spoiled little kid you need to give a cupcake to on someone else's birthday because they can't stand someone else being the center of attention. But it was a real thing. They were trying to push this narrative right after the assassination attempt that, an assassination attempt on Obama had been thwarted years ago and the KKK was planning on taking him out.
Those are the headlines after Trump falls on stage at security.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Trump briefly stopped speech after loud noise.
Loud pops.
seeds.
Yeah, loud pops.
Loud pops.
GOP seethes.
Yeah, is that what
Do you
they
remember
said?
that one? I think
GOP seeds.
Yeah,
Look at what happened with the Ryan Ruth story. Marjorie Taylor Greene is immediately like there's
the
shots
train
being fired at Trump's
should
screen.
be
It's gonna
coming
an
back
assassination.
here soon.
And all these pundits were like, no, it's not. Stop. It's not an assassination.
CNN tried to say that it was like a gang thing that happened off site, and they said, hey, there's some areas, and it's true, there's some areas of West Palm Beach not too far from Mar-a-Lago that are known for gang activity. I don't know if it's Tren de Aragua or whatever, but they were trying to say that this was a couple of like gangbangers shooting at each other, when no, it was the shooter, in fact, was a Secret Service agent shooting at an assassin who we later found out had been lying in the bushes for 12 hours waiting for President Trump to arrive.
All right, Wyatt Kaltenberg says, up to World War II, kids were educated by their families, communities, and religion. After World War II, the government convinced parents to put their kids in secular government schools, allowed secular TV to babysit them, hence boomers are non-religious. And this is, fortunately for the liberal economic order, coinciding at the exact same time when they were trying to create the liberal economic order.
Speaking of, in the 1950s, several of the large corporations that had been manufacturing goods for the war effort, they had the manufacturing capability to continue that output, but no wars for that. And then they realized we have an oversupply and under demand of all of the goods, household goods and consumables that we can sell, but people don't need them. They literally don't need them. What do? They hired professional hypnotists.
What?
To develop marketing campaigns to instill via mass formation hypnosis an urge, a drive, a desire, a belief, an identity to become a consumer.
Is this where Bernays comes in?
Except in the 1950s.
No, Bernays was way earlier than that.
Oh, time's way back.
And also the freedom torches, like make women smoke, because previously that had not been socially
Bernays
acceptable.
was the nephew of Freud.
Yeah, that's right. Bacon was.
Yay! I just ripped both my arms out of the socket, catching a train at 120 kilometers an hour.
Orange juice is not good for you. Orange juice is a hyper concentration of sugars. An orange is good for you. And so what happened was the farming season had oversupply, and the farmers were like, what are we gonna do with this extra stock? It's gonna drive the prices down. And so he was like, orange juice. We make a new product. We say if an orange is healthy, orange juice is 5 oranges in 1 glass. And so then they started selling oranges and orange juice. So they had a new product that could go on the shelves for longer and different,
CIA also hired hypnotists. Right. They're psychic magicians.
Not a huge fan of sunflower seeds.
It's insane the stuff.
I had them mixed in with a bunch of other nuts, but I made the mistake of getting salted ones, and they didn't blend out very well.
The first season of Stranger Things, if people actually sit and watch it, is directly about, people know about how it's about the Montauk Project, but it is directly referencing MK Ultra, and the backstory to Eleven is that her mother was in the MK Ultra experiments while she was pregnant, and so this supposedly is the reason that Eleven.
So I kind of got
they've totally just
a good start.
It has gotten weird, and I didn't watch. I think I watched maybe the first 3 seasons, but I remember there was one episode in the 3rd season that got really based because it was just shocking for a popular Netflix show to say this, but they basically trashed communism. Do you remember the episode? Oh yeah. The guy insists the carnival is rigged because it's capitalist, then he just gets proven wrong. He's like, I guess I learned.
Yeah, all of
I'm shocked.
Yeah, that whole season is like the Russian communists have infiltrated the town, etc.
I gotta throw some shade to the right, man.
Don't know what that other guy was doing. He said Screws was hanging around over here.
And the anti-woke, not necessarily right-wingers, complained a
No,
lot about the movies.
then he went back out to the
Captain America.
To the hub. So I guess he's adopting the hub.
Really strong pro-America messages. The third, it drifts a little bit away from it, but the first
Hello,
one
thank.
definitely does. And there was a show on Netflix called The Order. Did you ever see this one? It got 2 seasons. It got canceled.
I think I remember that one.
It's what is it, like witches and werewolves or something?
That was a video game, wasn't it? Order or 1866?
Hi.
That's a different one.
Come lay down.
It was also about witches and werewolves.
I feel cold.
I think the
cold?
show was called The Order. Anyway, the bad guy was a Marxist professor.
Cold?
Really? The bad guy was literally a communist.
Shouldn't be. You got lots of fur.
Exaggeration. And he wanted the power for himself.
Yeah.
And so the witches and werewolves are like, we got to stop this guy. Super woke. And the right doesn't rally around shows that have this positive message. They didn't know it existed. Netflix canceled it because nobody watched it. Netflix literally had a show that was like communism is bad and communist professors at universities are bad people who want to steal power. And it was just like, no, we don't care. We're not going to watch that.
Speaking of evil, I mean, that's also one of the reasons I never got Netflix again. But speaking of evil Marxist professors, did you guys see that Robert Reich got really upset when Trump tweeted out the St. Michael prayer?
Yes.
Part of what's so funny about that is Leo the 13th wrote that prayer to frighten demons. and Robert Reich, a Marxist professor, read it and went, "This is terrifying."
I think he might actually be, in terms of demons, I think he would be considered an imp. Anyone's seen I don't know if you have a photo of Robert Reich.
I got asked about that, and someone asked me about that, like, does that concern you when Trump tweets those things? And I was like, what? And they were like, well, isn't it like a scary thing? And I was like, hold on, try that again. Like, I'm confused. Trump posted a prayer. He's a Christian guy. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to think. Am I supposed to be mad about that? Christians in this country exist. What am I supposed to say to them?
Yeah.
Why are you acting like you're mad?
Because what they're mad about
Oh,
is
slowing
the fact
down.
that
Doing a
Christians
drop-off.
are being told that they don't have to be afraid to be public about their Christian
Well, I think I'm
beliefs.
just dropping off rubber
Something-
here.
Something that we've identified, and actually one of the reasons we didn't mention it, but we didn't use
Not a whole lot of rubber
Fight,
to
Fight,
drop
Fight
off.
for the cover of this, but we used the trumpet prayer photo.
Yeah,
and
whoops.
I think that this one speaks to me because this is the moment just before that moment. You've seen Trump with his fist in the air before. We've all seen that. Probably not.
I
as-
wonder how
as
much
striking,
plastic is in
but
this
we've
one.
seen it. But what have you never seen before? Trump publicly on his knees at prayer, showing piety and showing something that I don't think we've ever seen from him before, but humility.
That's crazy, right?
It's so true.
And
Yeah.
so God calls men to humble themselves.
Whole thing of plastic.
And in this instance, if you take the miraculous, and look, as a Catholic, it's just what I believe, that Trump was humbled in a sense, and brought to that moment of literally being kissed on the ear by death itself.
He was humble.
And I don't know how you could not be after something like that.
But in that moment,
Okay, so
he
we want
understood what had happened
assembly.
and understood that his life had been saved by God.
Want some ass?
And which he
That's
said,
only
by the way,
63.
he said it was God alone. He made,
And
then it gave him the ability to stand
thermal
up as
propulsion
he didn't even
rocket.
know if the shooters were gone when he stood up. He didn't even know if there was still a threat.
The Trump.
And anyway, just to finish thought, since then you've seen this really public invocation.
See,
of
nuclear
Christianity by Trump.
pasta.
The Trumps are just.
I don't think we can make until we have
nice.
nuclear
It's
reactors
crazy to me.
or something.
Let me give you an example of this. Right? What is crazy? Casey Neistat endorsing Hillary Clinton, attacking the Trump family, but then later saying like he knows them personally and they're all really nice people. I'm just like, look, I'm not trying to drag the guy or anything, but it's just when I go to the Trump businesses and I ask his employees,
all right,
they
there's
all
something
love the
over
guy.
here.
Everybody who meets him says they love the guy. Trump is
High-speed
really good at this. When
connector.
he meets you, he compliments you right away. He genuinely, he'll just be really nice. He'll say something really nice about you. And it's just so strange to me to see how the media presents this image that doesn't exist.
Well, and this is a point that I wanted to make about humility. Obviously, Trump is braggadocious, and part of his brand is that he's a bit egotistical. But I think he's significantly more humble than people give him credit for because our culture has a very distorted vision of what.
Oh yeah, I don't
humility
really
is.
need to make any more of
Humility is
these, do I?
essentially just knowing your place and taking it. I think Trump, a billionaire who's open about the fact that he's a billionaire, is way more humble than any of these rich politicians.
Yeah,
who
I might
pretend
as well
that
fill
they're
this
working
up
class or
because I'm
poor.
probably going to
It's
need more
ridiculous.
later.
When
So
you see a billionaire wearing a T-shirt and sweatpants, that's not a humble person. That's someone who's trying to be something they're not.
Real quick, you're saying humble is knowing your place.
Yeah, and taking
and Donald Trump literally translates to herald of the ruler of the world.
Oh, well, there it is.
I'm not kidding. Did you know that?
We've talked about that before.
Donald means world ruler, and Trump is the announcement, is the fanfare. His name literally means world rulers.
Where do you get the word trumpet from?
Right. And so then the conspiracy theory is, but does that mean that Donald Trump is the world ruler? Or does that mean he is the herald of the world ruler, Baron?
Baron.
Which literally means Baron. You know, I don't know, what's the earliest year Baron can run for office?
So he's
35?
17 years now. 35, so yeah, 17 years from now.
I gotta say,
doing to his dad, he's going to be feared.
Here's the arc. He's growing up, literally growing up, surrounded in the deepest trenches of politics and dirty politics and the deep state, seeing what his dad is going through. He's going to be one of the most political, and I hear this now that he's super intelligent. He knows all about what's going on politically. He listens to all these podcasts. He pays deep attention. And that he doesn't want to get into the political arena until he's a bit older or whatever.
Smart kid.
But I feel like in terms of what someone may know about how the world works in politics, let me phrase it this way. When professional sports first start, the pros are not that good. If we look back to like the olden days of name a sport, you're like, look at the records that are being broken today. It's because a kid was born and raised to be that professional.
Yeah.
Donald Trump wasn't born and raised to be a president. He was
I think all this stuff is already here, eh? Yeah.
But Barron is being born and bred and raised in this political environment with real.
Oh yeah,
insights.
it's just making those motor
Maybe the
thingies,
reality
which
is that
are
when he's older,
which I
he
need at
becomes
my
powerful.
base. Okay.
He's Octavian.
You have to take into account all the time traveling Baron does.
That's true.
And all the information he's amassed.
That's right. That's
over all this time.
All right, everybody,
pray for that kid.
Smash the like button, subscribe, share the show with everyone you know. Leave us a good review if you're listening on Apple or other podcast platforms. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Become a member at timcast.com to support our work. Josh and Jack, you want to shout anything out? I think you might.
Order bulletproof. pre-order. Comes out October 22nd, and it is the first and only totally complete and curated, as of this present moment, report on the attempted assassinations of Donald J. Trump and why they failed.
And I'll just add, and since we just mentioned how nice the Trump family is, you'll see the subtitle here. It says "Forward by Donald Trump Jr." And the minute that I asked him, you know, would you write the forward to this, he said immediately yes, just no problem, of course.
That's why I was saying it's wild to, you know, like we've had Trump Jr. on a couple times, I think, and he's just like, he's a cool dude, he's really nice.
Yeah.
And then you turn the TV on, and it's like they have a character of a vampire screaming, and I'm like, what is this? This is so weird.
It's like what I was saying, they can't do impressions of the Trumps because they don't know who they are.
Yeah. Anyway, Seamus, you want to chat?
Hey, my name's Seamus Coughlin. I make cartoons at Freedom Tunes. You just saw, I believe, my magnum opus. I believe you saw my magnum opus today here on the channel. But if you want to see more, you want to see what we cook up next, go over to Freedom Tunes. We have released 3 cartoons this week. Anyone in animation will tell you that is a massive achievement. We're able to do that because of our viewers, our supporters, and our subscribers. So go over there, subscribe, get us to 1 million. I love talking about this stuff, and I love political topics, but as conservatives, we got to build culture. We have to make content that's fun and people enjoy watching. So please go over there, subscribe, and if you want to help us make more, become a member at freedomtunes.com, because no one else is doing what we're doing right now, and we're able to keep really good artists employed working on these awesome cartoons.
Sweet. And you can find me online at Shane Cashman, and the show is Inverted World Live every Sunday at 6 p.m. This week we're going to talk about breakaway civilizations, secret military tech, and free energy. We'll see you there.
Right on. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We're back, of course, throughout the weekend with segments, and you can subscribe to youtube.com/TimCastNews. I will have the show up tomorrow, and you can check out those clips. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you all there.
Let's see what else we can watch here.
Here's the water you ordered.
Hey, actually, I had a shake.
Oh.
No, like, that was cute. A milkshake.
Bro rethinking his life choices. That guy is getting kicked out. Chill, bro. It's not that deep.
Oh, that's a good name.
Bro got the crowd going crazy.
Well, look, hold on. You see it, look. Look, watch, look. Squeeze hard, look. I take one supposedly like this, look. Look, bro.
Here's the water you ordered.
There's one inside the other one.
I had a shake.
She was cute. That was fake, but she was cute.
It's a bit like IKEA, if you think about it. You can't go to IKEA and not buy anything, can you? Because of the pain of the journey. You know, you've driven all that way. You're navigating an insane kind of maze.
Well, I've gone through and not bought anything.
You've got to buy at least some tea lights. Because like going to have empty-handed from IKEA would just be unthinkable. The effort you put into things that are kind of peripheral is a useful sign of your commitment to what you're doing. Anybody been to Five Guys here, the burger chain? If you ask for the fries there, you choose small, medium, or large, and they give you a cup that's small, medium, or large, and they fill the cup right up to the top with fries, and then they take an additional scoop, massive great scoop of fries, and put it at the bottom of your bag. Now that's beautiful because, well, beautiful is probably stretching it in this case, because it's someone giving you something they don't have to. Now, a logical person would make the cups bigger. A finance director would say, stop giving away the free fries, they're costing us money. The fact that having done so, they then give you some more is just instinctively, automatically appealing to us. So it's a bit like IKEA, if you think about it. You can't go to IKEA and not buy anything, can you? Because
But that's also a you know, a test of your own willpower, right? Like you should be able to go into IKEA and walk around the whole place and oh, this looks like maybe an interesting
Hey
story.
guys, welcome back to more Homeowner Association stories. What would you do if an HOA built an illegal house on your inherited property without your permission? Let's dive right into the story to find out.
Okay,
when I
what
was
can we
young,
make
my
here?
parents moved to America with my brother and I, leaving the Philippines
Yeah, no
for a better
nuclear
life. My best
pasta.
memories were still always going back to visit my grandfather, who still lived there in the same house. Every summer and sometimes Christmas break, we would go there and I would spend so much time with him, the family would joke we were attached at the hip. He told me stories and jokes and taught me how to play chess. We managed to get him a cell phone at one point, and I remember teaching him how to use it.
Yeah, I guess I
and
should
calling
figure
him
out
up
how to make
talk
those
to him
motors,
whenever
eh?
I got upset. Years passed like this, and I'll
These
admit
things.
that as I got older, I ended up getting more Americanized. I backed away from
Oh,
the
I can
old
make
traditions
that.
and kind of lost my roots.
I think.
When my grandfather died, that got even worse, and I felt like I had no connection to my home country anymore. He left the house to me, which I think shocked everybody since he skipped right over his kids for it. The house and the entire land around it that he owed was left to me, and I know it was his way of saying that he would always be a part of me and not to be
Wasn't
too
I making
sad
radio
that he was
control
gone.
units somewhere
Now,
else
where
too?
he lived was beautiful and his property was right on the beach by the beautiful water. I struggled for a long time about what I wanted to do, and finally I decided that I wanted to go back and live there for a while. Generations of my family had grown up in that house, and I wanted to feel like I was part of that and also to get back in touch with my roots by staying in my country for a while. I had dual citizenship at this point and did not know how long I would stay at the house at that point, at least a year or so, and then maybe spend my vacations there. I certainly wasn't gonna sell the property, as again, it had been in my family for generations and I wanted it to stay like that for even longer. One day, having my own children and showing them the house and history that it holds for my family. The house itself was old but maintained through the years, so it was not really falling apart. It was just old-fashioned, and I remember my mother always telling my grandfather to bring it up to the 21st century with him, refusing and claiming that it was perfect the way it was. I was not gonna make any serious changes either. I figured before upping my entire life I should just go and check out the property, since I have not been there in a while. Get things settled there and then come back a month or so later with all my things. And well, that is when the nightmare began. During the time between my grandfather passing away and me visiting the house, the HOA in the area was very busy. I had no idea they existed, but apparently they were working on getting rid of a lot of the homes in the area that were old like mine and tearing them down. Wanting to put up new upscale housing and building a new development right on top of many people's ancestral homes, including mine. But again, I knew none of this and was ignorant about it all until I showed up expecting to see the house that I remembered and instead seeing a totally different one. I felt like I was dreaming or being punked. I walked circles around the property as if that was gonna actually do something, but I think I was in total shock. I must have looked weird because the head of the HOA ended up coming right outside of the house in order to confront me. She does not fit the physical description of one but acts like a total Karen, so I'll go with that for her name. Karen, what are you doing? Me, oh I'm sorry, I owned the house that is supposed to be here, but it's gone. Karen, this is my property, and I don't want you peeking into my windows. Get your car away from here and leave. Me, wait, no, look, I have the papers and everything. I own this land and my family home was right here. Karen, well, we are developing this land and got rid of the old houses. Me, and who exactly are you? Karen, I'm the head of the HOA here. Me, you cannot just tear down my house. Karen, it must have been a mistake by the construction company. Either way, you will just need to deal with it because the old house is gone. Now, what do you want? Me, I came to live on my property and I won't just deal with the fact that my house is gone. I want some answers right now. You stole my land and you now build a house and you're living in it yourself when you had no right to do so. Karen, your documents are probably outdated or fake. If you do end up owning this land, that means you're going to owe the HOA some fees for joining and then for the construction era, and you will need to get everything up to code and follow our rules. Meaning you cannot fight with me as the head. Me, I'm not giving you a damn cent and I'm not joining your HOA. I want you off my property. At this point, Karen started to get very nasty and started to threaten me. She talked about how the HOA had their own security and she was gonna call them and they would force me back into my car and off of my own property. then saying that she had the right to bar me from entering my own property until the money I allegedly owed her was paid up. And for those who think that she was telling two totally different stories, you are right. The fact she was living in the house and claiming that I didn't own the property, while at the same time saying that I owed money, basically admitting it was mine. She couldn't keep a story straight for 2 sentences, and it didn't matter because I was not backing down. This area is tight-knit and known for gossip spreading around like wildfire. What happened between Karen and me was no secret anymore, and soon the entire neighborhood knew about it. The side they were on was split pretty much down the middle. The newer additions and HOA members agreed with Karen that I'd left the property, so it was up for grabs and not really mine. Also claiming that the old home needed to get torn down because it was not well maintained, which was just a flat-out lie. They were calling me a crook and a thief trying to take the property only because a shiny new house was built on it, but refusing to be a team player and become part of the actual community. On the other side, we had people that had lived there for many years in their own family homes and knew my grandfather and parents.
There we go.
They agreed that the home had no right to be torn down to begin with, let alone everything else. These people sympathized with me and told me they knew I was in the right but had no power to help me. They could only sympathize with me and tell me how much of a tyrant Karen was, trying to get their homes demolished as well.
Do I have
for her
courts
new
around
development
here?
Plan. I had 2 choices at this point: go home and accept that the land was stolen from me, or fight. I refused to get bullied by an overgrown child and knew that I had a strong case to take
I
Karen
don't think
down.
I do her around
I found
here.
a lawyer who was known for fighting these new developments that were popping up all over the country. Apparently, it was a common thing and many old homes were being destroyed, with owners being pushed out. Despite my paperwork, I needed more if it was gonna take down something like Karen. Apparently, only the deed they could argue as a fake and drag it out for years. I got testimony from people that knew my grandfather and claimed that he lived on that land his entire life. Even some very elderly people claiming that they knew his parents owned the house before that. Dating it back yet another generation was gonna strengthen my case even more. I had the death certificate of my grandfather that showed the land was only left alone for 3 months, not enough to be considered abandoned. While talking to these people, we also found out that the HOA was doing some clearly shady things. My house was not the first accident from the development company. In fact, about 4 others could be linked to that exact company, plus the fact that the HOA was collecting fees from people that were not even registered with the HOA, meaning all of that money they were taking was not being reported. The more we looked into the HOA and the developers, the more dirty things we seemed to dig up. Land they got under odd circumstances, and it was clear they were stealing land, and then if the real owners came back, they would get bullied or charged money that seemed not to have any trace. Karen knew what I was doing and made it clear that she didn't want me digging things up or suing the company. She kept trying to make deals with me, but not want my lawyers around when we talked about them. I wasn't gonna speak to her without my lawyer anymore, and it was obvious she was trying to give me hush money to drop the case and just go back to America and let things be. I told her it was not gonna happen, and she made vague threats that digging around might end up getting me hurt. I don't know if she thought this was some gangster movie and she was like the Godfather or something, but she was clearly delusional about the amount of power she really had. The biggest thing we found was that Karen had some ownership of the development company and was just keeping it hidden because also running the HOA would be seen as her having way too much power, most likely. A short trip to get things settled turned into months of me staying there and trying to get this thing sorted. The entire family was told what happened, and they were also furious about the family home being destroyed and the property stolen. This was going to court, and when it got there, it was going to be an ugly mess. I could probably do a second story just about how crazy the case was, but I'll try to keep it a little shorter because I can already see how long this post is becoming. So, when it came to the ownership of the land, the judge agreed with my paperwork and testimony that I was the rightful owner of the land and that it had not been left alone long enough for it to be considered abandonment. Meaning that Karen had to move out of the property and stop barring me from entering the land or the house. Speaking of the house though, we were now trying to argue about the fact it being torn down was no accident, and a lot of the documents from the development and construction company were forced to be shown to the courts. With it showing that they had planned that address to be demolished and there was no accident about them just doing the wrong house. Plus, the fact that this was not the first time showed the judge that it was obvious they had tried to steal my land. They were going to have to pay me a ton of money, as well as the cost of destroying the upscale house that they had illegally built. wasting even more money, which I enjoyed
And then
hearing
that
about. The
needs
entire
to be
company was now
built.
also under investigation for stealing funds and other shady
We're
dealings.
making these
It
already.
turns out they stole millions and at the end of it all got arrested and charged on multiple
Routers,
crimes.
motors,
Land grabbing,
rods.
destruction of property,
I
property
have
theft,
a bunch of that
harassment,
already
forged
up here, don't
permits,
I?
money laundering, and probably more that I missed.
Or no, because I'm
Basically,
using the
they got
rods to
completely
make
destroyed by the court, and I was actually curious while writing this and tried to look that
these
company up.
engine
It is now
thingies.
totally gone, and the same thing
Yeah.
goes for the construction company
Okay,
they used
so
as
then I
well.
can
My guess is when all was said and done,
get
they
the
did
rods
not even
made.
have a penny left. I later on rebuilt the house as close to the old one as I could, but for people who knew it well, it was
Get
clear
rid of
it was not the
this.
exact same house. At least now I can preserve my family's home and legacy for future generations. This will just be
Yeah, so
another
get
chapter
rid of
of our
that.
history that will get spoken about for future generations. For now, though, I'm just enjoying my beach property the way I wish I
Okay,
could have
yeah,
from
and then
the
I'll
beginning.
just move
A lot of the new people are
rotors
still
and
around
motors
and hate me
over
for ruining
here.
the HOA, but they can all go screw themselves. And here, Ripe Stars, if you enjoy the HOA stories, please don't forget to like the video and maybe even subscribe to not
That was
miss
an
any
interesting
of
story. Oh well. Get some tunes. Still no chatters, eh? Yeah, it'll take a little bit before these are all done, so I'll let them run their course. Yeah, that'll do its thing. Yeah, because I need to make one of these. See what it makes. Yeah. Okay, can't I yeah, particle accelerator. Okay. I need copper powder. And a pressure conversion cube. Well, I could probably make that powder at my base. that do that. It's going to take a really long time to make a lot of this stuff, but that's okay. At least it gets started. Should probably just put a sign on there so I know what goes where. Yeah, so I'm going to have a bit of a shortfall. Pretty sure I have rotors up here somewhere already. Smart plates. Oh, no, motors, not rotors. Oh, almost done. shit. Oops. Mistakes were made. Okay, so let's get rotors. What? Did you hear something? What'd you hear? Let's check the cameras. Must have been pretty loud if it woke you up from a deep sleep like that. Hell. Yeah, it's just the neighbors going in and out of their house. Nothing to panic about there, kitty.
Stars can't see the way, working hard every single day. Ada's voice whispers in my ear, no escape, but I feel no fear. Lost in the stars, can't see the way, working hard every single day. Ada's voice whispers in my ear, no escape, but I feel no fear. The stars can't see the way, working hard every single day.
Okay, so door 3 is motors. Rotors is door 3. So I gotta bring them a long way. I don't have any rotors in here. No, what's going on? I don't have any screws in here. Okay. Quick solutions to the sky. Fix it here, so let it fly. Short-term answers soon in hand. And then these are going elsewhere. Innovation in demand. Pioneering every land. Fix it. We need to increase rotor production. Follow like guy was saying he was working on. Science knocking at the door. Fix it, always wanting more. Come, you're not getting ingots.
futures for this place. From the lab to outer space, fix it in the winning race. Bold ideas set the pace, shaping futures for this place. Fix it, leading the way. Bright new dawn, a brand new day. Fast solutions here to stay. Tech tomorrow starts today. Finding new paths to explore. Changing rules we can't ignore. Science knocking at the door. Fix it, always wanting more.
Fucker. There. Speed this up a little bit. Doesn't look like it has enough iron input. Yeah, probably splitting every which way. This is the side that seems to be moving. The other side, not so much. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, since those ones aren't really moving too much, it these guys should keep a good flow going. There, so that should have boosted, that should be boosting the screws. What's this one doing down here? Apparently, we got some, okay, it's got more screws here. Where's all this going? And dude's definitely got some noodling going on. Okay, so it's coming in here. Okay. Okay, so let's where's this one going? That's going in here. Okay, so this is coming. That's coming in from somewhere. Okay, he's got that other base working, is what he's got going on. Okay, where's this going? Oh my god. Okay, that's... Okay, so that's for these. And this one. It's going over here. Okay, so that's also going in here. Okay, well, rotors need screws. Norman Law, have you heard about the carpet law? Set the score. Where's your screw intake?
A family of friends whose gaming quest will never end.
Of course. I got rotors. Well, that'll make an extra 4 per minute. bottleneck down. Oh, they're not. That's not even connected. Okay, so why isn't this one getting ore? It's such a nightmare. This one's not getting anything either. One, two, three. Oh, well, that explains it. Okay, so it was meant to go in there. This could all be done way better. That one's not unloading. It's the third one in. One, two, three. You guys not going anywhere? Okay, so where are these ones not going? One, two, three. You put a splitter there by accident. Comes into here, goes into there, let's come into there, that looks like a splitter there as well. I didn't do that wrong. Oh, that one's... I don't know why... Okay, that's... Okay, I see what's wrong here. I understand, Massa. Yeah, these are for overflow. That's what that was for. Okay, so... Yeah, so this is all overflows, what that was meant to be. Alright, get rid of all this shit. Okay, I don't know what that's splitting, but whatever. This is fucking gross. I think I'm gonna redo all this. This is just nasty. Yeah, this is crazy inefficient. Okay, I got that. That's good up to here. Like, I don't get what this is. I don't need this. Okay, now mergers. There. Still don't like all the clipping, but at least that gets that going. I mean, this is still a fucking nightmare, but So these guys get a direct feed of iron. So should be able to boost them. I bet there's a bet that Dat has with this guy on how long it'll take before I start fucking with shit. Oh, man. Not that I think it'll overflow anytime soon, but okay, well, never mind then, if we're already overflowing the system. See, I don't like messing with other people's bases, you know, like, I try to kind of have, I want to try and respect other people's areas, but at the same time, yeah, you know, the Trias is away for work and stuff like that, so I totally get it. Okay, so maybe I can make another assembler in here now. Maybe even put 2 assemblers in here. not getting. Yeah. What's going on here? You got lots. Okay, well, whatever they're making in here, I'm making more than I need. Which is good. Oh, smart plating. Okay, good. I should be backing all this stuff up here soon, then I take it. Oh, yeah, because that's only going to be whatever I'm using at that other place. Okay, so it's got a ways to go. The smart plating auto loading somewhere. Chew up 100 of them. Pretty sure smart plating is probably full, so yeah. Okay, there's a second line of rotors as well. I thought I saw. I taught a taw. Excuse me, okay, that's going into motors. Okay. I think that's motors in here. Yeah, motors. Which I'm using a fair amount of. I'm making a ton more rotors, so that's what matters there. So this is why, like, I like his factory design for, like, the aesthetics of it, but, you know, it's kind of, because it's so independently modular, you get a fuck ton of noodling. So, on the face of it, it's nice and organized. But when you get down to ton of adaptive control units. Or I run out of whatever materials it needs. Oh yeah, okay, so what does it need? Computer! Fuck off. I clicked it. Computer! There we go. See, this is the only part of it that sucks, right? Is I still have to kind of run around and manage it. But I mean, I can get the train doing a little bit more. I mean, I might have to get 2 trains going for the back and forth thing. You know, put 2 trains on the same loop, maybe. The problem is they'll eventually run into each other. Radio control units. Because he's just dropping off rubber. I think I needed radio control. No, this is making radio control units over here. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be just about out of stuff too. Heat sink and quartz. Quit hitting that. Satisfactory world. Sun furled. Whoa. Okay, I need a bio break. So I'll be right back.
Gotta pee, I'll be, it's a bio break. I've got to take. Maybe a drink, something from the sink, something cold, maybe fizzy. Gotta be, now things are fuzzy. Nature's call can't go unanswered. There is no voicemail to take. If back doesn't go, the stream becomes a lake. Gotta be, I'll be, it's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is a bio break. Gotta be, I'll be, it's a bio break I've got to take. Maybe it's food to get in the mood, or a orthotic attack to scratch the cat's back. Whatever it is, Beck will return to his biz after his whiz from the bottle of fizz. That's what this is a bio break. Gotta be.
I am back. How do I have no power? I swear I hooked this up to power. So this thing's just been sitting here idle this whole time? Well, that kind of makes sense. I need rotors up here anyways, and I'm not making enough. I have to go manually make rotors. I guess I don't have screws on auto load, do I, anywhere? Well, I can always run back to that other spot and can set that up. That'd be easy enough. Well, it looks like it might be auto-loading. Yeah, because I should have it auto-loading from my base. So... So I should be able to sit here almost forever. I wonder if there's any other videos I can find. Ooh, yeah, I could do this.
I'm a death machine.
Hey, watch some X-Files.
Situation. Guerrilla units in immediate vicinity of insertion module.
Ow. You got some sharp claws there, kitty. Yeah, have to...
Look at these heart rates.
If I don't let these boys out, they're gonna kill each other.
5, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
You see him? They're up there, geeks. Looking to fry your huevos.
Oh, looks like I'm using up the...
It's a total massacre out there.
They didn't even reload. There. Go.
Phase 2, geeks. Ready, knuckleheads? Flank right, flank left. Go.
Right, Moxie?
Got you covered.
Requisite.
Adrenaline redline.
Bloodthirst is unquenchable.
Moxie? Who's there?
Oh, distracted by the hot chick. And you're dead.
Who are you?
I am the Triad. This is my game.
Okay, now I should be able to make a particle accelerator.
Mulder and Scully, FBI, we're expected. I need to scan your ID. Retina scan, please. Now. I'll need you to look over those non-disclosure agreements.
Protect all proprietary or intellectual property owned by FPS, American California Corporation, under the harshest.
Signature at the bottom, please.
FPS.
First-person shooter.
Video games.
Digital entertainment.
Okay, so you need the copper powder and pressure conversion tube cube.
What's up, well, man? Welcome to the land where silicon meets silicone.
Can I get you a latte from the bar, or perhaps a bottle of designer H2O?
Scully?
How about a simple explanation as to why we're here?
Well, why don't we take a brief moment just to feel the pulse of the new American gold rush?
You're standing on the launch pad of a rocket headed for the stars.
Okay.
It's been a little accident.
What kind of accident?
Like an industrial accident.
How did the victim die?
Yeah, it's not exactly clear.
Right.
Was there equipment involved?
No.
Yes?
Yes and no.
What's your business here?
Our business?
Yeah.
We're consultants to FPS.
Langley did some programming for them. He created all of the bad guys.
Only the Eurogoons.
We don't want to give you the idea that we're major profit participants.
Cash or stock options.
Options. Preferred rate. Vesting immediately with a short-term exercise against venture collateral to bypass SEC regs.
The IPO's in a week.
Game ships on Friday. 50 malls across the United States and Japan.
Only there's a dead body between you and untold riches.
I don't know about you guys, but I'd be checking my shorts for cake.
This man's been shot.
No.
See, when somebody is shot, there's a gun involved, right? It's absolutely impossible because there's no way anybody could ever get a gun past security.
What do you call this?
A laser blaster for wasting cyber trash.
It emits a low frequency.
Just let me. All right. The weapons feed off the FPS mainframe. The effect is intensely real, but harmless.
You say this weapon is a toy, but this man clearly has gunshot wounds through his...
Stun suit. See, it's rigged with paint for wounds and kill shots. Total bleeding edge technology. He's dead, I got it.
Who is he playing against?
Against the game. You waste the cyber thugs before they waste you. It's all about body count. But they're computer-generated images running on a projector. It all happens in the game space.
It's a total digital environment. Nothing's real. It's all virtual.
Did anybody see what happened?
I was in the control booth with Ivan. Retro was in the zone. His telemetry was solid. He looked unstoppable, like he was on his way to the next level, when suddenly he was cooked meat.
Well, the next call's gonna be the local PD.
No cops. You said no cops. You said you had connections.
Well, connections or not, you've got a murder victim here.
Headlines. Just what the Wall Street money dudes want to read as we're going to market.
Yes, this is Special Agent Dana Scully with the
You said you were in the control booth when it happened? Can you tell me exactly what you saw?
I'm still not sure if we even saw it. I mean, 1 minute everything was going perfect, and then we crashed. Ivan and I were sitting here. We both just looked at each other. It happened so fast. Moxie's covering Retro, who's going inside after the enemy to rack up blue points.
And then, goosh, Retro's vitals spike like he's been shot.
And the system defaults.
And they're right back in the game space. Lights up. Game over.
What happened in there?
We don't know. There's no res images on interior game spaces.
What about the wireframe?
Maybe I can. I'll strip down to wireframe display. I mean, we've never mapped this area before. Retro was a non-combat space.
It's a chick.
Can't be.
Can you texture wrap her?
Somebody knows his games. Laura Croft, eat your heart out.
She's packing a flintlock. That ain't all she's packing. Can you print that out for me?
And that girl knows something. She's getting busted. You don't have to lick me when I pet you, you know.
Let me get this straight, Agent Scully. You got no murder weapon, no forensic evidence, no motive, no suspect.
Scully.
My partner, Agent Mulder. This is Detective LaCour.
Have you got something?
Our killer, I believe.
Hey, I'll put out an APB. Fredericks of Hollywood.
Mulder, you're not serious.
It's all on the computer.
Mulder, there's any voluptuous vixen out of any number of video games.
She's not in any video game. She's in this one. And no one programmed her in.
Yeah, but even if they had, she's not real. She's a character. She's some immature hormonal fantasy.
Daryl Musashi. You see who that is? Daryl Musashi.
Live and breathe.
Who's Daryl Musashi?
The OG. Original guru.
Word is he slums as a game designer when he's not contracted to the CIA. The boy wonder of virtual mayhem.
What's he doing here?
Ivan must have called him to go in and slay the ninja babe.
Mulder, why does this game have the effect of reducing grown men back to moony adolescents?
It's Daryl Musashi.
Mulder, do you want me to autopsy the body?
Okay, so I don't need to do it here then. Good.
Pay attention, worms. Daryl Musashi's gonna show us how this game's supposed to be played.
I heard he scored 90 consecutive wins on Demon Space Drifter.
91.
Look at him. The man's a sphinx.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engaged.
Hey, Byers, you gotta see this. Mulder, get over here. Is that him? Is that Daryl Musashi?
Yeah, that's him.
He just stepped into the game.
Because he knows no fear.
Unbelievable.
Standing heart rate is 68.
He hasn't even broken a sweat.
Look at him. He's not even waiting for the reset. He's going right for the kill. What just happened?
She cut off his hands.
Well, I should stop that little interruption it was having.
Preliminary external examination of deceased. 20-ish male, name listed only as Retro. Offers no additional clues as to actual cause of death.
Okay, let's see what I have now for,
Scratch that. Cause of death is from a large entry wound at the sternum, resulting in trauma to the internal organs and blood loss. The wound is consistent with high-velocity impact from a large projectile, which passed through a 3-ply Kevlar jacket. Scratch that. Wound is a result of high-velocity impact from an unknown object, which, even if it did enter the body, left no damn trace evidence whatsoever. No powder burns, no chemical signatures of any kind of explosive repellent.
What?
I was onto something. You know, Mulder, this suit holds more than just exploding paint cells. It measures a player's vital signs, from the heart rate to the extra body chemistry, and then sends that information back to the computer. And then when a player is shot, a battery pack sent a 12-volt jolt that keeps him from getting up until the game is over.
Virtual death.
Well, if only that were the case. I thought at first that maybe the suit had malfunctioned, that one of the charges had blown inward. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case either.
I've got a birthday coming. You have to admit, though, Scully, this is a pretty amazing piece of technology.
Yeah, wasted on a stupid game.
Stupid?
Dressing up like high-tech warriors to play a futuristic version of cowboys and Indians? What kind of moron gets his yayas out like that?
She's no fun.
What purpose does this game serve except to add to a culture of violence in a country that's already out of control?
Who says it adds to it?
You think that taking up weapons and creating gratuitous virtual mayhem has any redeeming value whatsoever? I mean, that the testosterone frenzy that it creates stops when the game does?
Well, that's rather sexist, isn't it? I mean, maybe the game provides an outlet for certain impulses. That it fills a void in our genetic makeup that the more civilizing effects of society failed to provide for.
Well, that must be why men feel the great need to blast the crap out of stuff.
Yep. Ooh.
Testosterone frenzy or no, the only suspect we have in this man's murder is a woman.
Yeah, I've seen it. A computer-animated woman, Mulder, with a computer-animated weapon.
A flintlock pistol, which would leave a very large entry wound.
Pictures don't kill people, Mulder. Guns kill people.
As do swords. The world-renowned Daryl Musashi. Mulder. You're kidding. Thanks. LA Sheriff's Department just picked up a female suspect for the murders.
Feeling these men have something better to do?
We picked her up outside of a strip club in Reseda. Fits your description to a T.
Was she read her rights?
About 500 times.
Yeah, each of them reading them to her individually. Okay.
For the record, can you state your name, please?
For the record again, my name is Jade Blue Afterglow. I reside...
I'm sorry, your real name?
That is my real name. What were you expecting, Mildred?
No.
I sure seem to be upsetting a lot of people around here.
Well, you're not upsetting me, Miss,
Afterglow.
I sure upset the man running the metal detector.
Well, we know why.
You say that you have no knowledge of Ivan Martinez or a company known as First Person Shooter or FPS.
I meet a lot of men.
Would it surprise you to know that you have been placed at a crime scene in the offices of FPS?
Let's just say it takes a whole lot to surprise me.
You might want to start telling the truth.
And what truth am I not telling you?
That you murdered two men. One with a 14th century broadsword and the other with a flintlock pistol.
Oh. You must have had me confused with my sister. Xena Warrior Princess.
Are you denying that this is you?
Can I make that over here?
Now I get it.
What?
The medical imaging place in Culver City. I got paid to let them do this body scan thing.
They paid you to scan your body.
You think that's the strangest thing I've been paid to do?
We're very sorry, Miss Afterglow, but we're sorry. You're free to go. I don't know about you, Scully, but I am feeling the great need to blast the crap out of something.
Yeah, no doubt. I was just seeing how many of these I needed.
Hello?
Anybody here?
Phoebe? Hey, you okay? Oh, I must have fell asleep. I was just gonna take a nap. I've been up for 70 hours straight, analyzing code, trying to fix the game.
Where is everybody? Where's Ivan?
He's with the money guys. They're all freaking.
Well, we need to talk to him right away about a woman named J. Blue Afterglow. He scanned her body, and he created the character out of paper in the game.
What are they doing? Well, them and on the floor.
Yeah, Langley and I wrote a software patch. We're going to run a res-up test on the game.
What for?
To bypass the problem.
Hey.
What just happened?
No.
The game.
I don't believe this. The program's running itself. This can't be happening.
Some sort of AI.
This is supposed to be background only. There wasn't supposed to be any gameplay.
Need help.
Mulder!
Nine, 8, 7, 6,
Well, I only need 100 of them, so
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Bring it on.
Mulder the Gamer.
You guys okay?
We've been better.
Byers been hit.
I'm okay. It's a flesh wound.
It's her. She's out there. She nailed Byers with that flintlock.
Okay, on the count of 3, I'm gonna lay down some cover, fellas. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Get in the module!
What is he doing?
He's getting his yayas out.
It's suicide!
Put the sword down.
Mulder?
building. He was firing his weapon.
I saw where he went. I want to know where he is. Is there a door or an exit or some kind of passageway that he could have used?
The one you came in.
Should be right here. It's impossible. It's a digital environment. It's just a game.
Yeah. Easy for you to say.
Agent Scully! I found him. This monitors everyone playing the game. There, player 4. It's his telemetry.
What do you mean?
Player 4, that's him.
On the monitor.
Right there.
Where?
That's Mulder.
He's alive.
Those are his vitals.
He's still in the game.
Yes, but where's the game?
Okay, so, let's go hand this in. Well, the nice thing is I'm putting a dent in it. You know, it's taking some time, but yeah, you should start shooting her, dude.
That's it.
What are you doing?
We're rerouting the circuitry.
Make it a kill switch so we can shut down the game.
Well, don't touch that. I mean, it won't work. There's no way to do that.
We are back in business. Baby, you are dope.
What?
We were toast. I felt the flames licking my ass. Then the bankers saw the letters on the autopsy. FBI, cause of death unknown. You fixed our problems. The game's gonna ship and we're gonna be counting Franklins.
Yeah, and you're gonna be counting teeth.
Partner's lost in the game.
Lost?
The game has disappeared.
What are you talking about?
Jade Blue Afterglow. Does that ring a bell?
Jade Blue Afterglow?
Oh, you'd remember her.
Hey! Phoebe! I don't know how it happened.
You knew about her? And it was you. You scanned that woman's body.
Into my computer. She was my creation. She was mine.
But why?
You don't know what it's like. Day in and day out, choking in a haze of rampant testosterone.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure.
I mean, she was all I had to keep me sane. My only way to strike back as a woman. She was my goddess. Everything I can never be.
But Phoebe,
Let's go find
she
some
is
more
still a killer.
copper.
I can't explain it, but she is, and you put her in that game.
No, I didn't.
Oh, actually, I think there's copper around here, isn't there?
In my own computer. It was totally secret. I never told anyone. But somehow
I
she
think.
jumped programs. And she's feeding off the male aggression. It's making her stronger and stronger.
You need to put a radio tower here.
You're the only one who can understand.
You've got to destroy her, Phoebe.
I don't know how.
Well, there's got to be some way. There's got to be some vulnerability or a weakness somewhere.
She has no weakness anymore.
kick my butt up and down the block. Okay.
Her name is Maitreya.
Maitreya?
She's input herself into the game. We have to download her.
We can't even get online. The system's been hijacked.
The program won't respond.
Frohike, what's wrong? What is that?
Mulder's vitals are wiki.
What?
They're all over the map.
This is your fault. You put her here.
Hey! No fair picking on a girl.
Just move to another game.
We're back online.
There's no picture.
No, we're just in res up.
No, there's something wrong.
That's not the game.
Yes, it is. It's level 2.
How did that happen?
Where's Mulder?
Mulder's in level 1.
No, he's right there.
Shut the game down.
No, 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 no. I can't.
Well, just turn it off.
Power down, Langley.
The computer's not responding.
Look, we have to get him out of there.
Yeah, and quick.
Whoa! Stop right there! That's not really fair, is it? Well, that's just cheating.
Copper there.
Are you witnessing this?
Oh, yeah.
Scully's in the zone.
Clearly.
What's wrong?
This is level 2. It only gets harder.
No one's ever beaten level 2.
You okay?
Ask me if I'm humiliated.
A couple of coppers over there.
Mulder?
For some reason, looking at the map kills my FPS.
This is nuts.
They'll never make it. How do you kill something that won't die?
Try and stop me, Ivan.
My whole life is in this game.
What are you trying to do?
Stay out of this.
She's gonna destroy
It's the only way to save them.
Let it go. Both of you!
You can save them?
There's a kill command.
It kills the whole game.
You knew about this?
She knew about it too.
You said it wouldn't work.
She was trying to save her creation, her goddess.
Well, you don't care who dies as long as your game survives.
Our friends are in there.
And we're not gonna let them die.
was close.
This is out of your hands now. We have to shut down the program. You're the only ones that can do it. They can't keep this up. Scully's running out of ammo.
What's the command?
Don't do it, Phoebe. We're so close.
The command. Give it to him.
Shift, Alt, bloodbath.
Oh, that's not gonna work there.
Oh my god.
We killed the game and Mulder and Scully along with it.
Over here!
That's entertainment.
We came, we saw, we conquered.
Too bad video games aren't quite there yet.
Sweet. The taste of virtual victory is not sweet and low. Nor the bullets made of sugar. Maybe out past where the imagination ends, our true natures lie, waiting to be confronted on their own terms. Out where the intellect is at war with the primitive brain, in the hostile territory of the digital world, where laws are silent, rules disappear in the midst of arms. Born in anarchy, with an unquenchable bloodthirst, we shudder to think what might rise up from the darkness.
These are what? Impure. So I'm not gonna get a whole lot out of them.
Cafeteria. I can't escape it.
Listen to you. That didn't stop you from eating my dessert.
Well, all right. The profiteroles weren't bad. You didn't want me to starve, did you?
He ate mine, too. Daddy, why don't you take this before my arm falls off?
Thanks, honey. Everybody, one last shot.
Oh, Dad, do you think we could draw the line at 600 photographs?
601. Quit griping. And hold up that eyesore, Robert. God knows when you're gonna win another one.
Irv, you want to think about staying the night? It's awful late to head back to the city.
What? I get to stay at the home of the Bay Area Doctor of the Year. It's a deal. Proud of you, Robert. Up, hold it up. Say cheese.
Presented to Dr. Robert Weider, MD, for the great wisdom, skill, and compassion he exhibits in the practice of medicine. Oh, awfully nice in your office. What are you thinking?
Now, this is just the cherry on top. How lucky I am.
What is it?
Downstairs motion sensor.
You think Dad tripped the alarm?
Alarm hasn't been tripped. You got me. I'll check it out. Irv? Irving? Is everything all right?
Yeah, see if we can get at least that many.
Scully, is this a name, possibly, or a code, or an anagram?
T-H-E-E-F. T-H-I-E-F.
Insert your own Dan Quayle joke here. Lousy spelling aside, what do you think it refers to? Who's the thief?
Well, that's certainly one question. I've got many.
Mulder, why are we here?
To be fair, I might have used the words, Mulder, how is this an X-file?
You see that, Scully? You always keep me guessing. This is Dr. Irving Thalbro, age 66, found hanged with his throat cut. His family tucked away in bed not 40 feet from here didn't see or hear anything.
Which would certainly shine a light of suspicion on them.
Except they're the ones that called it in, and there's no evidence whatsoever to link them to the crime.
Which is why the police are rightly wondering if Dr. Thalbro killed himself.
But who then did this? Blood pattern doesn't indicate that the good doctor did it, who I'm assuming could read and write above a 4th grade level.
I'll admit, Mulder, this is not an open and shut case, but it doesn't make it an X-file.
No, there is one detail that does. This.
Dirt.
Dirt. It's a very powerful component of hexcraft, as well as the pattern in which it was originally arranged. Check this out. Looks like a human form.
hexcraft, as in putting a curse on someone? Murdering them magically?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Now, I know what you're going to say, Scully.
No, hexcraft. I mean, I'll buy that as the intent here. Certainly jives with the evidence. I say we talk to the family.
Well, she's giving in pretty quick.
I'll always keep you guessing.
It was probably the greatest night of my life. Too.
Sir, can you think of any enemies that your father-in-law might have made? Maybe inadvertently through his medical practice or a business dealing, perhaps?
Everybody loved Herbie. Everyone who knew him. He was... No, I can't conceive of it.
Dr. Weeder, do you have any enemies?
Oh, sire.
Sorry, I have to ask. There was a message left behind. If it doesn't refer to your father-in-law, it may refer to you.
Thief? Are you asking if my dad's a thief? He saves people's lives. He's a good man.
If I have any enemies, I don't know.
Home of his son-in-law, Dr. Robert Weeder. Dr. Irving Thalbro was found hanged at 148 this morning. Though the details are sketchy, it's my understanding that police are treating the case as a murder. This is due in part to more evidence left at the scene, according to
I think we have one too many.
Hello? Mr. Petey? Mr. Petey, I know you're in there. Are you cooking? You aren't supposed to be cooking. You aren't supposed to be cooking.
I smell like something you want to eat.
What is it then?
Medicine.
Oh, all right. Just so long as you're not cooking.
Seems like you could use a south poultice for your back. Oh, Petey, fix you right up. Be ready later.
This dirt we found? Gas chromatograph shows pronounced spikes of methane and sulfur compounds, the signature of decay. It's graveyard dirt, also known as conjure dust. It's one of the most powerful hexing elements, whether for good or evil, not the kind of stuff you want to be on the wrong end of. Go ahead, Scully. Keep it easy.
Kuru.
The disease that New Guinea tribesmen get?
From eating the brains of their relatives.
I thought my grandpa slurping his soup was bad.
Practically speaking, Mulder, Kuru doesn't even exist anymore. Not in New Guinea, and certainly not in the U.S. But this man's cerebellum and his striatum clearly show signs of it, Mulder. I mean, these amyloid plaques, his brain is riddled with them.
Kuru makes you crazy, right?
Yeah, stark raving, among other things. But in this case, stark raving mad enough to slit his own throat and hang himself. Mulder, that's what his autopsy shows. From the wound pattern to the blood spray, this man did it to himself. There's no question.
Unless it was inflicted upon him. The graveyard dirt, the hex. He was given this disease so that he would kill himself.
Robert?
Who would have taken that?
The police, probably. Could be they needed it as evidence.
Stay here, Robert. I can't live in this house anymore. Lucy can't. Not after what's happened here. And now this picture of us is missing.
It'll turn up.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Nothing that's happened here makes any sense.
It does, Nan. Listen to me. Your dad was ill. He had a kind of progressive dementia. That's what the FBI autopsy showed. I reviewed their findings, and I have to agree. Honey, we will get through this.
Man, honey.
Oh my God.
Nan!
Dad!
Lucy, call 911. Call 911!
Dr. Weeder?
Diffuse cutaneous leishmaniasis. Old world type.
I take it that's rare.
In San Francisco, it's unheard of. Maybe in Central Africa.
The rarer the better.
What do you mean by that?
Someone directed this to happen to your wife. Just as someone directed what happened to your father-in-law.
My enemy you were talking about, the one who thinks I'm a thief. Agent, you're a doctor. Explain to the that no one can direct a person to get sick.
The dirt you found in your bed growing in the shape of a body, that's indicative of folk magic. That's what I believe is being used against you.
Folk magic? You mean like Baba Yaga? Gypsies?
It's actually being less Eastern and more Celtic. Maybe Scots-Irish or Appalachian.
I'm supposed to take this seriously?
Sir, regardless of the particulars, I think it's clear that there was an intruder in your home. And I think it would be prudent for you to accept our protection and help us to identify this person.
Prudent for me would be to continue treating my wife.
If we don't stop who's causing this, your treatment won't matter.
All of that arrayed against a pile of magic dirt. And you tell me I'll lose. I have MRIs to look at.
Yeah, Mulder, win him over.
Now, he will lose unless we can find a way to stop it.
What do you suggest?
Second.
Truth always hurts, don't it, Doc?
Who are you? Is this you? You did this? What do you want from me?
Oh, don't you be fretting none about that. I get my nickel's worth. You're doing a fine job so far.
What the hell are you talking about? What is this all about?
Annette Petey. And don't you be saying you don't recollect her. No.
Okay, if I've done anything to upset you, it's no use trying to intimidate me if I don't know how I've offended you. Tell me, what makes me a thief?
Be a smart man. I figure you ponder it a while, it's gonna come to you.
Wait!
No matter how I spell it, there's no Lynette Petey.
She's not in my patient file.
She's not in any doctor's patient file. No one by that name has ever been admitted to the hospital. I think you treated her.
What about Jane Doe's?
Treated 3 in the last 2 years.
Pull the files, please.
Mangy old ugly dog. Smart. People smart. And then some. Oh, he sure did love you. You crawled up under that house the very day you left. Wouldn't come out for nothing. Not no ham bone, nothing. He just knew that his life was over.
I'll just leave this here for now. Really nothing else I can do with it. I know it's here.
Are you there? I wanted to thank you. That poultice worked a miracle on my back. I was about to knock and ask if I could get a little more. stinky.
Stinky's good.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Yeah, we're looking for some alternative medical advice.
Oh, you've come to the right place. I get a lot of folks fed up with their HMOs.
Well, actually, we're not here for us.
Oh, Chief, back in the pocket.
It's dirt.
Goofer dust is what it is. I don't know what your intentions are with that.
Goofer dust?
Conjure dust, goofer dust. How would you go about making somebody sick using that? We're investigating a murder. That's why I'm asking.
Oh. Speaking strictly in the academic sense, you'd spread it on or near your victim to direct misfortune.
So you could give them any illness you wanted, one that you chose specifically for them?
Oh, that's a lot trickier. It requires something special.
A voodoo doll?
No, they're called puppets. Inside, you place 3 thorns of a blood-red rose with stranded hair and a photo of your victim, maybe other items as well. Depends on the operator. Sew it up, say your spell.
How would you counteract one of these?
Depends on who you're dealing with. But if the person you're looking for is powerful enough to bring about a murder, he's probably charmed.
Which would mean what?
It means just that. He's drawing on the energy of a charm, a source of magic power. It could be any item, provided that it's very important to him, something that holds great meaning for him. And unless you can separate him from its charm, you're out of luck.
Puppencore.
You gotta put the money in first.
Don't look like no Puppencore to me.
Put it in the microwave. Then you get your popcorn.
Guy's not very smart.
Hey, I heard tell of such a thing. It's a true wonder. Radiation. From the heart to the head. I think it be God's own glow.
You'll be very happy. Drug therapy.
Mom, hi, sweetie.
You look good.
Yeah, right. But I am definitely feeling better. So how come I have to go through this thing again?
Come on. This thing gives off about as much radiation as a dental x-ray. Nothing to worry about.
I know. It still scares me. Wish me luck.
Doctor? Switch it off. Switch it off!
Microwaved.
All done.
How could somebody orchestrate all of this?
You believe that your wife was murdered?
It was no accident. There was no malfunction of the machine. Yes, I believe she was murdered.
And you still have no idea why. The pathologist found this branded into your wife's chest.
Sir, we can't help you if you withhold information from us.
A man came to see me yesterday. My age, older maybe, tall. Mentioned someone named Lynette Petey. I didn't know who she was at first. Turns out she was a Jane Doe I treated last October. She was in a bus rollover. Came in amid a wave of victims. She was the worst off. I could barely put fluids in fast enough to keep up with the blood loss. We were rushing around, triaging people. Everybody knew she was dying. Only a matter of time. She was in agony.
Almost done.
This was my course of treatment.
You gave her morphine. That's all.
I pushed it myself. She kept screaming. And her heart rate kept climbing. So I kept pushing. I took maybe the last 20 minutes of her life. It's a fair trade to make for the pain.
Her father doesn't agree.
What makes you think it's her father?
He thinks you robbed him of his family. That's why he's systematically robbing you of yours.
What am I supposed to do? And my daughter, Lucy.
You don't do anything. Let us find a way to protect you.
How?
I have an idea where to start.
The rockets. I was making the rockets at my base, right? Yeah, I think I was.
Lynette Petey was Carlos the Jackal. I would have had an easier time tracking her down. No birth certificate, no social security number, nothing.
Better known to the world as Jane Doe 6149.
Her name shows up once in the records of a Vista inoculation program. 1981, the Allegheny Mountains of West Virginia.
East Appalachia.
That's when Father, one Oral Petey, refused to allow her to be inoculated against polio. But there's no address for him, there's no record of him whatsoever. Mulder, why are we exhuming this girl?
Well, I'm thinking of her dear old backwoods dad and where he gets all his graveyard dirt.
Here? His daughter's grave?
The occultist we spoke to said that the person casting these magic spells was charmed. That he had a source of power that was very meaningful to him, and he kept it close by.
Lynette Petey's body.
That's my guess. So as long as her body remains here, resting in peace in the Bay Area, he remains powerful. But if we were to ship it off to Quantico,
if the body's even in there.
Mr. Petey? Mr. Petey, my pain's back. I was wondering if I could get a little more of that poultice. Mr. Petey?
Boy, you're a naggy woman. I mean, are you paying this guy for it? You know, you keep asking, but I haven't seen there be a discussion. I know now you're just gonna go and steal it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were home.
Yeah, now you're gonna get yourself killed.
all right, thank you. They'll be there before dark. You all set?
We still don't know where it is we're going.
We rented a cabin for you. It's important that you get out of town.
And you believe by our leaving we'll somehow weaken him?
Well, what's important is that he believes that. At any rate, if he can't find you, he can't hurt you.
How do you know he'll come forward?
Because he hasn't gotten everything he wants.
Pretty weird, huh?
There's been no official diagnosis. Sources say they believe the woman contracted the rare but deadly Group A streptococcus, better known as the flesh-eating disease.
Freaking scary.
Of course, we will keep a close watch on this story and any new developments.
Kept her head.
Scully,
Petey may be on to us.
what happened?
I found out where he lives, only he's cleared out and he's taken his magic charm with him. At least as much of it as he can carry. My guess is he's looking for you.
I didn't see anybody following us.
Well, just keep an eye out, Scully. I'm on my way.
Hey, Sue.
Let's go talk to my doggos. Oh, let's get a picture of her now.
I can't see.
Agent Scully!
Just stay where you are. Stay down.
Oh, doctor!
Leave him alone! Daddy!
Get back. Get back! Don't make me hurt you.
Ain't hurt the man. You ain't got nothing left. You know who I be now? Maybe you can recollect my daughter.
I remember. I never forgot. I'm sorry for your loss, but I did everything humanly possible to save her.
Arrogant little man.
I did everything I could. And when I couldn't do any more, I eased her suffering.
Killing her. I be there.
I saved her! You weren't there!
Buried her in some field. No name on her. Far away from her people. Be right. Now, little man, I'm gonna show you what be possible. Show you. Eye for an eye.
You're not gonna hurt my daughter!
Daddy!
Probably still doesn't believe.
Well, that Petey's body is on its way back home to Neola, West Virginia.
She's going back to her people after all. Even older, I would have made the same call. As a doctor. If I was certain that I couldn't save her life and she was in that much pain, I would have done what Reader did.
It seems pretty clear cut.
Except maybe it's not.
You're wondering if maybe Petey could have saved her life?
Almost home now, Jason. What do we say?
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
Keep your chin up, son. We'll get through this just fine. Step out and stay in front of me. We'll get you in your house. Come on, son. Just stay in front of me.
Oh, what am I getting messages on something now?
There you go, sweetheart. If you need anything during the night, if you don't feel well, you just ring that bell, okay?
Okay, Mom.
Good night, Jason.
Should be enough to finish those, I'm hoping.
I know you're afraid. Maybe you think those people outside are right. That we should take you to the hospital and let the doctors treat you. We could do that. And they might take away your cancer. And your body might feel better. But not your soul. It's God himself who gave you this illness, Jason, for reasons that are his. If you're to be well in body and spirit, it's God who must come to deliver you.
Here's a story to warm the cockles of your heart, Scully. An 11-year-old boy diagnosed with lymphatic cancer, cured with a miracle.
Jason McPeck, Goochland, Virginia.
Huh.
Yeah, his parents refused treatment on religious grounds. His faith forbids medical aid, and so Jason's cure was delivered by angels. Most spontaneous remission, Mulder, and completely unheard of. So-called miracle recovery is attributable to no clear cause or reason.
Yeah, it's not the miracle I'm suspicious of, it's the messenger. That came as an anonymous email to me from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
DARPA.
Someone at DARPA. How'd you hear about it? You subscribe to the Goochland Guardian?
No.
So this just appeared miraculously on your doorstep this morning?
As far as I can tell, I was the only one to whom it was delivered.
Someone wants us on this case.
It's not a case, Mulder.
Not yet. I'm gonna go back over to DARPA. You see what else you can find out about that boy. I just gotta know whether it's Robin Downey or Della Reese.
Yes? Hi, I'm Dana Scully with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Are you Mrs. McPeck?
What can we do for you?
I'm here about your son.
Are we under investigation?
No, I was just hoping to better understand what happened to him. May I ask, is he okay?
Jason, we've got somebody to see you. Tell her how you're feeling.
I feel good. Just a little out of breath.
You're looking at God's work. Jason's life owes to his grace and exalts his name in the highest. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
And you say that you saw angels.
Yes,
May I ask what they look like?
they look like men. They came from the sky in a ball of light.
And what did they say?
They said not to be afraid. Then one of them pinched me kind of hard. And then I was better right away.
He pinched you where?
Right here.
What the hell are you doing?
God's work. What else?
Get out of my car.
I hope for more accommodation toward the man who saved that young boy's life.
You got your light.
You're not at all curious about the chip that's been put in that boy's neck. You, a medical doctor, has the same technology in your bed, has witnessed this wondrous miracle firsthand. I've taken considerable trouble to prove my intentions. The newspaper at your door, email to Mulder, the elaborate demonstration of curing this boy's cancer. You see, I'm dying myself. A dying man who wants to make right, to share his secrets, to bequeath this cure to millions of others just like that boy.
So you want to give it to us?
To you, Agent Scully. I've tired of Mulder's mule-headedness. His foolish ideas of overthrowing the system.
You think I'm fooled by this?
I made you my offer. Agent Mulder hears a breath of this, rest assured I'll rescind it. Take it to my grave.
Yes, I need a trace on a DC area phone number. I need an address.
May I help you?
I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
May I see some identification?
Look, is this necessary? I just walked through the wrong door.
Your identification, please.
Look.
Third floor.
Agent Scully.
Please, sit. Glad you came.
You obviously knew that I would.
Well, I know you're a doctor and a woman of compassion.
Please.
In the end, a man finally looks at the sum of his life to see what he'll leave behind. Most of what I worked to build is in ruins. And now that the darkness descends, I find I have no real legacy.
What are you dying of?
Cerebral inflammation, consequence of brain surgery I had in the fall. The doctors give me just a few months.
So you want to use me to clear the slate? To make you a respectable person? It won't work.
How many people in the world are dying of cancer? And here we are wasting time with the past.
I'm here. Where is it? This miracle cure of yours.
We'll need to take a trip. It'll require a few days.
I'll get back to you.
I have access, Agent Scully. I have these miraculous chips, but the genetic research that makes them work is closely guarded. There are men in this building who would kill me if they knew what I'd offered you. They'd kill you too in the blink of an eye. I've destroyed a lot of things in my life, including the people most precious to me. All I want is a chance to do something in service to man before I go.
But can you really trust him?
Call received. 8:01 p.m.
Mulder, it's me. I wanted to let you know that I'll be out of town for a day or two. It's a family emergency. I'll call you when I can. This is Dana Scully. I'm not in right now. Can you leave a message after the beep?
Hey, Scully, it's me. Pick up if you're there. Scully? You there? All right, I got your message and hope everything's okay. I'll try on your cell right now.
another 50. I only need 100, so up to 76. I think that other one needs a refill of something, though.
You're going to smoke?
About all he's got left.
It's time I quit. No, sacrifice is purely altruistic. Give expecting to receive.
What exactly is it you expect to receive?
Trust. You question my sincerity. You think I'm heartless. Would it soften your opinion of me if I confessed that I've always had a particular affection for you? I assure you my intentions are honorable. Affection for Mulder, too. My affection for you is special. I held your life in my hands. Your cancer was terminal. I had a cure. Can you imagine what that's like? Have the power to extinguish a life or to save it and let it flourish? Now to give you that power, so you can do the same.
Yeah, she said it was a family matter. Dropped off the key, asked me to water the plants, no biggie. Hey, great girl. Independent as they come, you know. But a great girl, yeah. Tenants like having an FBI agent in the building. Gives them a sense of security.
You know how many people have died in there?
Well, we don't really talk about that.
You said she was carrying a suitcase. Did you notice anything else? Anything abnormal?
No. Actually, it wasn't her carrying the suitcase. It was her driver.
Her driver?
Yeah, older guy. Tall. I've seen him here before. Smokes like a chimney. Hey, don't you want...
You've been at the wheel too long. Would you like me to drive?
I might if you let me know where we're going.
Knowing that, you'd feel comfortable? You'd trust me? How long did it take Mulder to win your trust?
I've always trusted Mulder.
You're not being honest with yourself. Think back. There was a time when you feared for your future, for your career. You were first partnered with this man. I told you I've studied you for years. And if you would permit me, I'd like to make an observation. You're drawn to powerful men, but you fear their power. You keep your guard up, a wall around your heart. How else do you explain a fearless devotion to a man obsessed and yet a life alone? You'd die for Mulder, but you won't allow yourself to love him.
Wow. I'm learning a whole nother side to you. You're not just a cold-blooded killer, you're a pop psychologist as well.
Been a destroyer all my life. Before I die, I'd like to prove that I'm capable of something more. Turn here on the left.
Where are we going?
Show you what I'm capable of.
Oh yeah, I should probably get some more that stuff in there.
Here's Marjorie Butters. She's got quite a green thumb. Plays a mean game of Scrabble if you're interested.
And what's her relationship to you?
Well, how should I put it? I could say that I'm her angel. Marjorie's 118 years old. Marjorie!
I thought I'd surprise you. Absolute
trying to get into ball or swimming.
Marjorie, this is Dana Scully. She's a very good friend of mine.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. Come inside. I baked some fresh bread this morning. And there are tomatoes from the garden.
To have this power, to visit this woman and see her joy, must be why you became a doctor.
Should probably be 1,000 or something in here.
That's what you call it. Thanks. She requisitioned the fleet sedan when she left the bureau yesterday. I don't know why, and there have been no fuel charges.
Her mother doesn't know anything about a family emergency.
Look, I know you're worried about the company that she's in. But from what you told me, it's not like she's sneaking out. And the truth is, she's gone to a lot of trouble to allay your fears.
I know she can take care of herself. It's just not like her to lie to me.
It's my private line. Skinner.
Sir?
Agent Scully, where are you?
I'm on the road. I'm sorry to call you on this line.
No, it's all right. It's just we've been worried about you.
Everything's okay. I just wanted you to express that to Mulder.
Well, he's standing right here. Why don't you do that yourself?
No, sir. That's all right. Can you tell him that I'll call him later? Just tell him that I'm fine.
She says she's fine.
She's in trouble.
I'm trusting you'll be able to make sense of what's on this tape. I acknowledge your competence and you. Please try to understand when I weighed the risk. I couldn't divulge these plans without risking them, and I promise you that I weighed everything. Our current location is northbound on the Upstate Expressway. We are driving my FBI fleet sedan. I promise I will get this tape to you as fast as I can.
He's me.
I'll keep feeding into here. And this is going to be the slow process, is getting this one done.
Lifesaver.
The irony.
May as well get comfortable. We've got a good drive.
Probably a boring ass stream. Sorry. It's just gotta trying to get this phase done without getting too carried away. I mean, I probably could throw an assembler together and to wake up. Boop.
Masters of disguise.
Can we laugh it up in your apartment?
We got heat on our tail.
We did what you asked. Pulled up what we could on Scully.
We started with her credit cards to see if she purchased any airline tickets.
Yeah, and ended up hacking into some Defense Department node.
Where they demand that we immediately identify ourselves or face prosecution for espionage or crimes against the government.
Well, what does this have to do with finding Scully?
When we went into her computer, we found a series of deleted transmissions.
Email that had been erased from her subdirectories, but not her hard drive. A series of communications.
From someone named Cobra.
Who the hell is Cobra? Scully would have told me about him.
Well, looks like she's gone to great lengths to keep this from you.
I don't believe that. She knows that I'd find her no matter what.
Mulder, we can't find her. There's nowhere to start looking.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. Screw that.
Something to put her to sleep. He's gonna know she's trying to, like her men.
Thank you. You drugged me.
I did nothing of the sort.
How the hell did I get out of my clothes and into bed?
I carried you. You've been up for over 30 hours. You were delirious. Only wanted to make you comfortable.
Where are we?
Milford, Pennsylvania.
Well, that wasn't part of the deal. I don't know what you're up
to. 11:30. I should probably call it.
You're in the ignition.
I might just let this thing roll, but probably getting pretty boring for nobody to watch. So yeah, I'm just gonna let this make a bunch of these so that hopefully we won't run out too soon. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have phase 4 done, or very close to done. And we'll get the last 2 phases, or not phase, tiers, I think 8 and 9 or something. So that'll be kind of cool. Because I know once we get to portals, then all the power that's generated will actually come in handy. So, yay for that. So, I want to thank whoever's out there watching, or whoever's sending the bots on my channel anyways. A good number of viewers, and probably made myself a extra 25 cents in ad revenue today. I will take it. I will take every penny I can get right now. Yeah, so I will be back on tomorrow. I do have Skip in the morning. I do some delivery driving, make a few shekels, and then I'll be on in the afternoon. And yeah, I'll probably do some more of this, depending on who's around, and all that jazz. So wherever you are out there in the verse, have yourself a good morning, a good afternoon, a lovely evening. And if you're like myself and you're off to sleep here rather soon, have yourself a most wonderful good night, and we will see you tomorrow. Ciao for